Sorry for the terrible audio. Because I'm sure that AC is loud. So they're all bodybuilders on steroids. They mess people up on the show. As if you run a contest, you better hope you're in good shape as well. Yeah. That's the thing, though. There's a lot of bodybuilders who actually really aren't as strong as they look. Like, they're strong, obviously, because they've got muscles. So they're stronger than your average person, but they can't actually, like, lift planes and shit, which is what they look like they should be able to do with the amount of muscle that they have. Especially the ones who use steroids. It has to be back down to 71 by now. This is ridiculous. It dropped so fast, and now it's just taking forever to get to the end. There we go. It's off now. Well, it's gonna turn off. There we go. See how much quieter it is now? It's insane. The difference is just ridiculous. It's crazy. They were talking about the amount of anger they get from the steroids and the fact that their locker room was littered with syringes. Yep. What I know about steroids is they make your pee-pee small, lower your sperm count, they give you muscles sometimes, assuming you're not allergic to it, dear God. And then also it makes you super fucking angry because it can boost your testosterone levels, and not in a good way though. It boosts your T levels in a bad way. Because when you have too much testosterone in your body will convert it back into estrogen, which I think is interesting. I didn't know male bodies did that. I knew bodies like mine did that, but I didn't realize that male bodies also did that. Because I know, everyone has a little bit of estrogen, a little bit of testosterone, right? But I didn't realize that male bodies will actually take the T and turn it back into E, which can cause all sorts of other, health problems. Female gladiators were talking about how they had to get breast implants because they lost breast tissue because of the steroids they're using. Yep, it eats up all that fat, and that's what titties are. They're fat. So, yeah. That's why when women in gymnastics and stuff usually aren't big-breasted. It's because they're very muscular, because they work out a lot. And because they're among the fittest people that there are, because fucking gymnastics is insane. Especially the ones on, Olympic levels, You never see ones with a lot of breasts there. Partially because a lot of them are kids, but other part because a lot of them who have hit women's stage are super muscular, so... Yeah. One of the guys talked about how his body was compensating with the testosterone and created estrogen, so he had basically breasts forming, and he had to get surgery. Yeah. Steroids are dangerous, man. Not to mention the fact they can make your heart fucking explode, so... Which men are already at a higher risk of anyways. And when you combine that with the fact that men are generally the ones taking steroids, not always, but the majority of people who take steroids are dudes. It's a bad combination. I don't know what to tell you. Yep. I think I saw a study somewhere at some time that said people who work out, a lot don't live as long. Or, have more, heart-related health problems later on. Am I making that up? I feel like I saw that somewhere at some point. Or it was, exercising too much, to the degree that a lot of, pro athletes do, and a lot of bodybuilders and stuff do, doing that much exercise can actually be harmful to your joints and to your heart, because our bodies aren't really meant to do that. That's why we aren't all that way. So I could just be making that up, but I'm pretty sure I've read that somewhere. Yeah. Obviously, people taking drugs to try to increase their like muscles and shit are gonna have problems, because again, bodies aren't meant to do that. Also, the people who like inject shit, not steroids, but the ones who like inject what's it called? That one guy, I remember he got super big on YouTube and stuff because people were like, dude, you're gonna get yourself killed, because he was injecting like liquids and shit into his arms and stuff to try to make his arms bigger, but it was just pulling and collecting and destroying his muscle tissue and his arms and stuff. Not to mention he looked super deformed, but that kind of stuff can seep into your blood. And yes, silicone, thank you, that's what it is. I knew it was some sort of thing that's not supposed to be in your body, and especially in the way they're doing it, because when they put like breast implants and stuff, it's contained. The silicone, the liquid stuff is contained in something else. And if those burst, it's very dangerous and very bad. And that's one of the things they warn you about when you go in for breast implants, is that, hey, if you even suspect that this is burst, you need to find someone, you know? So. Why? I guess some people just have no desire for kids or to be able to move ever again, because that's just ridiculous. I mean, I'm not surprised someone's done it. If you name it, someone's done it at some point in time, or attempted to. So. That's just so you're not walking around with your balls out all the time. Like, I don't. What's the point? Yep. Definitely not gonna be making any babies. I know, right? That's not the part that people, like, fetishize. I mean, I guess that's, some people will, but that's not the main, like, focus on size. Titties, ass, dog. That's what people focus on size of. Yes, but when we're talking about in a sexual context. For me, the biceps are the closest to a sexual context we're gonna get, but, yeah. Oh, God. That's horrifying to imagine. Even as someone who physically could never be in that space, but, you know, be in that situation, I should say. That's just a awful, awful, awful thing to think about. I am. Especially arm. I'm an arms man. We've discussed this before. I'm certain we've discussed this before. Probably multiple times. Straight. I keep wiping off my fingers just to go back and touch my food again. I don't know why I keep doing it over and over. Our kings. Yeah, our kings. We should talk about our kings. It'll be a very short stream. Because me, as an asexual, I have no kinks. I have things I like to look at. Like, nice biceps on women. But, that's the end of the list. So, I like And also, any of the things I could list would not be... I don't think could be listed under kinks, because I feel like kinks... The word implies a sexual relation in some capacity to the thing, you know? I'm very easily pleased, yes. So, I don't think I technically have any kinks. So, yeah. As an asexual person to the point of disability, I don't think I technically have any. How did this get old? I don't understand. It's disappointing. There are a lot of things I like to look at that make my brain happy, but not in a sexual way, so. Animation. I'm doing an animation film. That's fun. I can't draw for shit, but that sounds cool. That's Stray's kink, saying things to say that. CGI and it's so interesting. Yeah, the process of doing like CGI and stuff is so crazy. Like I watch videos about it all the time, about like VFX and CGI and all that, and it's wild. It's too tedious for me, by a long shot, way too tedious for me. But it looks so cool. Like what you can do with all the different technology that we have now is just wild. I mean, just look at deepfakes if you need a good example. Unreal Engine is insane. Especially the newest one. The way you just can, like, from what I've seen, you can basically just click a button and it'll make a game. And then you could tweak it, then you have to tweak it and actually make it be a game. But, like, you just, like, click on a skin and it'll build a whole world for you. And it's like, holy shit. Especially if you build a little AI to like, randomize it or something. I watched... I don't know who their name was, but... Yeah, you say make a game, it makes a game. It's fucking insane. Like, you used to have to actually do all that shit by hand. With lines and lines and lines of code, but it'll build it for you, and then give you the code. And then you just go in and edit it from there. We love it. We love a template. Not to mention, it looks phenomenal. I'm gonna pull up a video here in a second. After I throw this away. Get it off my desk. I've been watching, I think it's IGN, I think that's his channel name. I've been watching him play horror games lately. Only a few videos, but he played one, let me see if I can pull it up here. He played one that I watched at work yesterday that was gorgeous, and we're pretty sure it was made on Unreal Engine. He was like, this has to have been made on Unreal. Like, there's no way this was made anywhere else. Huh? Oh wait, I'll I'll need to watch that tomorrow. All right. Let's see. I'm not sure. Where is it? Shouldn't have to scroll far. It was last night, so. Yeah, it was a It was a backrooms game. Called Dream Logic. Let's see. Open it on Steam. Oh, it's only $3 right now. I won't be buying it because it's first person, but let's see. What was it made on? It doesn't say. It definitely looks like Unreal though. Like I can just click into it and it'll be like, oh, this looks like Unreal Engine. Like, look how pretty this is.
From start to finish and see what you think. Really try.
Like, look how gorgeous this is. Obviously, it's darkness, but look how pretty that is, you know? Like, what the hell? It has no right to be that gorgeous. And you've got this sky area, which is just beautiful. And all the particles, like all the clouds, are not just singular assets. Like they're actually separate little assets, all kind of merged together to actually look like clouds when you fly through them. And you've got pretty simple stuff like rooms here, but then you've got your parking garages. Of course, it's, you know, it's oh, a brand new one. Sweet. I like watching him play horror games because he's one of those people that's very easily scared. So that's always entertaining. Like very, very easily scared. Which is always entertaining. Figured out which legion to be a part of. Iron Warriors or the 4th Legion because they believe God is cringe and you think God is cringe. This is true. This is true. You've got me pegged. You've got me figured out. Slushies are so hard to consume, especially once they've been in the fridge. Although, to be fair, I had to put it in the fridge because it wasn't melted enough to consume. Like, it was too frozen to work as a slushie. Not to mention the straw that I was given from the Loves was tiny. I've replaced it with this straw, which is also quite small, but it's much better. Yeah, this is a gas station slushie, so it's even better. And then we've got this level, or this area, I should say. They're not really levels per se, and they kind of are. And you know, you just type long road under pink sky into Unreal and it just pops this out. Yeah, I got this large drink was $2. Just under $2. Because it has slushy in it. And I really like the hot dogs that the Loves over near work has. So good. Like those hot dogs have no right being that delicious, you know what I mean? So whenever I work overtime shifts, I go in after I get off and get something. It's like a reward for doing my overtime, you know, because we get off at 4:30 on those shifts, so it's quite early in the night still, so nothing else is really open. So I'm always a little hungry when I get off anyways, so and then this never-ending school, which I just skipped past because I'm good at clicking things. We love a never-ending school. It's very liminal indeed. So many lockers. Also looks really good. Like the shine off the floor from the lights on the ceiling is just perfect. Unfortunately, a lot of the games he plays are first-person perspective games, so I have to watch them in like chunks. This one I was able to do in one go. It's only half an hour long, and I was watching it on my phone. But there was one I was watching that he played that I had to stop watching and like go watch something else or go do something else and then come back to it. Like it took me like 3 or 4 sittings to actually watch the whole thing because I was too motion sick. I think it was them playing this game. It's not this video, but it was another Backrooms game. I don't know if it was Backrooms Society, but I think it was Escape the Backrooms, which had an update recently. No, it wasn't this one. Which one was it? It was a good video. I can't sit and watch it in a one big chunk. So, because my brain, it makes my everything hurt. IGP, not IGN. Not IGN. That's not correct. Huh? Yes, it was Escape the Backrooms, but it's the new levels of Escape the Backrooms. It was a 50-minute video. If you want to see a really spooky horror game, I recommend this game. I recommend not Slender the Arrival. I don't know why it puts that there. Called Trenches. It's horrifying. If you like to play horror games, highly recommend this game because it is terrifying. It was terrifying to watch. It's only $10. That's crazy. It's got really good mechanics and stuff. It was a really good watch. If you don't want to play it but want to watch it, I highly recommend it. It's called Trenches. I think several people have played it, like several like well-known people have played it, but IGP's the one I watched play it. Horrifying. The atmosphere that this game creates is so incredible. Let me just play a little bit of this for you, because I can't understate how spooky this whole fucking shit is.
Territory, I think. Trenches is a World War I horror game. Now, while war in itself is horrific, logical state, being Steam, more information, the best build.
There are like trigger warnings and stuff for the end of it, for like, not necessarily the end of it, but like throughout. There's like topics of like suicide and like shit like that, and of course war and depression and things like that. So that's what the opening is. This is like letting you know what's going to be in this, just so, because it does touch on some topics that some people would be very triggered by. So
build-ups to a monster reveal that I've footsteps. That means
yeah.
Hey, it's IGP in post, and I wanted to say that this is honestly one of the best build-ups to a monster reveal that I've seen since Alien Isolation. This game is intense from the very beginning, and it builds so well. Stick around. You'll see what I mean.
It does not let up.
If you hear footsteps, that means the enemy is near. Hide. Oh boy. I used to love hearing those sounds. Only surround comrades.
And of course, there's the horrors of World War I specifically. World War I and World War II had very specific and different types of horrors. Because in World War I, we had things like mustard gas and stuff, which were then like made bad. We were like, no, we can't be doing that. Those are war crimes to use those now. But we were dealing with a lot of that stuff in World War I. We had the trenches, we had no man's land, we had all that nonsense, and a bunch of pointless death in every war, of course. But I mean, World War I gained the title of the Great War for a reason. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's considered illegal by, like, from country to country. Like, if you do this in a war, then, like, you're gonna have, like, sanctions and shit slapped down on you by other countries, or at least you're supposed to. Doesn't mean we don't do a little war crime here and there, but you know. It's discouraged, whereas it was very much encouraged back then, and seen as, like, new and good and helpful. I mean, I think it was World War One where they were trying to make a literal gay bomb, where they were trying to, like, make a, like, yeah, just a little war crime, just a little bit of war crime, to, like, make the soldiers gay and therefore somehow not good soldiers or something. I think that was World War One, which I think is just the funniest shit. But this game does a really, really good job of building an atmosphere of being in the trenches. A good, especially knowing that there is a monster in this game, because it's still a horror game at the end of the day. It's not a realism horror game, though it does definitely build a very good atmosphere, and a very spooky atmosphere.
He fights because... Oh god, here we go. Space, what is that? Oh shit! I'm blinking!
Yeah, there's blinking too.
Okay, so I did read...
The surround sound is incredible.
I'm hearing a whistle.
I didn't watch this with headphones before.
So, from what I can tell, from the, how to play... Oh my god. Ah! Man, the Steam trailer, the trailer for this game on Steam fucked me up. I'm going into this,
Yeah.
Oh god! Oh,
And then there's shelling.
Stop blinking, dude. What is this?
There's shelling throughout the whole game. Their bombs just go off randomly throughout the entire game. Like, it never stops. And it just, you're on edge the whole time because you know there's something lurking here. You haven't seen it yet, so you're on edge already. And then you've got bombs going off in the background. You've got random ass, like, you heard the swing set. You've got the rain. You've got the thunder. You've got so many fucking... everything. The bunker. Oh, this doesn't look anything like Amnesia, the bunker, in my opinion. But I've been watching Mark play the bunker while I'm at work. I, like, set it up on my little cart, and then I can see it out of the corner of my eye. But I can't really watch it because I'm at work, and we're not allowed to have our phones, like, out and, like, on them. We're not even supposed to have earbuds in. But we'll, like... I'll sort of set it up kind of behind my computer monitor when I'm doing problem solve. So you can really only see it if you, like, lean around the computer. So you can't really see it if you walk by. Plus, I can't, like, stare at the screen the whole time anyways because I'd get motion sick, and his episodes are, like, 50 minutes long or an hour sometimes, and I can't sit and watch Amnesia for a fucking hour. I would die. So it kind of works out. That's why I've been watching them at work specifically. I watched, I think, the back half of one at work the other day during break on my phone, which wasn't too bad. I had like 20 minutes left in it or something, so.
Can I read it? Okay.
But, like, watching people play horror games doesn't usually put me on edge, which is why I like watching people play them, because I'm not stressed the fuck out the whole time a lot of times. But this game had me stressed the entire fucking time I was watching. And that does not happen very often. Like, horror games do spook me, absolutely. And it's a two-parter. He posted it in 2 parts. I think he got to a point where he just couldn't anymore. He couldn't anymore. Like, he just couldn't do it. So he came back and finished it in a second part. Yeah. Yeah, it literally got to the point that he was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. He's like, I need to turn this off. I can't do this anymore. And I was like, dude, go ahead. It's fine. Like, I get it. I also need a minute. Oh yeah, no, I've watched gameplay of Dead Space, and it messes me up quite badly. Especially because it's a shooter as well. I don't believe Alien Isolation is a shooter, but it is first person, so any first-person games, and especially first-person horror games for some reason, really fuck me up. And I think it's because in horror games, they tend to do more of like, in horror games and shooter games, they tend to do more of like a head bob with a camera, which if it were just like a steady cam through the whole thing, I'd do better. It'd still make me sick, but not to mention the game would not look nearly as well if it was just a steady cam the whole time. But and you a lot of times can't turn off the head bob. Speaking of head bob, there was speaking of videos I watched and head bob and Markiplier. I watched him play. Why is it not pulling up the videos that I just watched? Why is it pulling up videos from months ago? What the hell? Watch history, you're fucking useless. I hate the search function on the watch history. It's so fucking useless 90% of the time. Which is why I just scroll back until I find stuff. I watched Markiplier. It might be faster just to go to his channel, actually, because it was a fairly recent video. Locked in Sewer, which is a FNAF fan game. The original release of it was so head bobby, it was making Markiplier motion sick. And he plays first-person horror games all the time. You bad, very bad. I just need to show you how bad it is because it's horrendous. Monsters going to come out of nowhere and lick you and throw you across the room like a bunch of these games do sometimes. Outlast is a bunch of stuff like that. I have all of the Outlast games because they were gifted to me back in the day, and Ken gifted them to me forever ago, and I was like, Ken, you know I'm not going to be able to play these. He was like, I had them in my Steam thing. I'm never going to play them either. Here you go. I was like, well, as long as you didn't spend extra money to send those to me, because I'll send them back to you so you can get your money back if you bought them, because I'm never going to be able to play them. Because I can't even watch Outlast playthroughs. I watched, I tried to watch Outlast back when it was, like, more popular to do gameplays of it, and I literally couldn't watch 20 minutes at a time. Like, I would hit 20 minutes, and it was just, I had to turn it off and, like, lay down. It was bad, because that game has so many of the little things that fuck me up. It's got motion blur, it's through a camera lens a lot of the time, which zooms in and out, which also throws me off. It's got a lot of head bob. Fucking hell. You know. Morning, Jimmy. Morning. I mean, it is 7 a.m. for you right now, so this is true. But yeah, no, Outlast really fucks me up, which is too bad because it's the perfect horror game in my opinion to like play on stream and stuff, and I'd love to be able to, but it'd have to be like the end of stream. It's like, okay, I've played Zelda for 3-4 hours, let's play 20 minutes of Outlast and then cut it off. But I just don't feel like playing it 20 minutes at a time is going to be fun, especially when I'm suffering for half of it. Apparently with simulation sickness you can sort of build up a tolerance to certain games if you play them like in like gradually increasing increments, which I thought about doing with Outlast, but then I determined I did not want to play the game badly enough to bother. So like when I played Soma, for example, I have a video saved of someone who does like a full rundown of the whole story of Soma, because I would like to know the story of Soma, because people talk about how great it is and everything. So I'd like to know what I'm missing out on, but I cannot play the game. I played it years ago. I tried to anyways. And I think I lasted 30 minutes before I was like, I'm going to vomit if I keep playing this, and I had to like abort stream and like turn it off, and like literally I think I turned a light on my dorm floor because I was so sick. I pushed it as far as I've ever pushed my motion sickness before, and I will never do it again. Soma's also a really like visually dark game, so it's even harder to see, and as we know, when I do a lot of looking around in games, a lot of camera movement, like when I'd play Horizon, for example, when we'd be in the ruins and stuff, and I'd be looking around, and it's a smaller space, it's not wide open, I'd get more motion sick than I would when we were out just roaming in the wilderness and whatnot. And that's the entire fucking game of, at least the part of Soma that I played, is looking around rooms and shit trying to find stuff, and I was just like, oh, I was like, I think the title of the video is like playing Soma until motion sickness threatens to end me or something like that. And it's not even an exaggeration. It's not even an exaggeration. The title isn't. That was the worst I ever had it, was that one. But absolutely, if you like spooky games, I recommend at least watching someone play Trenches, if not playing it yourself. Highly, 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 highly recommend it. I'm sorry, there's a Saw game? Oh god, that's loud. Full game, movie, walkthrough, gameplay, no commentary. I didn't realize there was a game. There's Outlast. Here it is. No, this is still Saw. I fucking clicked on the Outlast one. What the hell? It says Outlast. Is this Outlast? This looks like Saw. Oh, here we go. I was like, what the hell is this Saw bullshit? I thought I clicked on the Outlast one. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I got there. Yeah. How do you know? This is the scene where bad things happen. That's the whole game. The whole thing is where bad things happen. That's the whole thing. Like this, no, we can't be doing none of that. I'd love to, because like it's not the horror part that turns me away. Like I'm not scared of horror games. I have no problem playing horror games, but I have a problem playing horror games and that my body can't handle it. And therefore, I can't really enjoy it, which is why I liked Mortuary Assistant, because I surprisingly did not get motion sick at that game. I mean, I played it for hours at a time and had no problems at all afterwards. Like, sometimes when I turn off stream after playing a game, the motion sickness hits me after, but that never happened with Mortuary Assistant, surprisingly, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. It was kind of encouraging for me to be able to play that game, because you know, it's not very often that I've played horror games and it not ended poorly for my motion sickness. So to find one that I could play was kind of encouraging, and kind of encourages me to go out and watch game. I unfortunately will never be able to play a horror game, first person anyways, that without at least looking into gameplay of it first, to make sure I can play enough of it at a time to make it worth it. And to where I can still enjoy it, because I need to be able to play a game at least an hour at a time before the motion sickness is like an hour of like comfortable play, not just an hour of being able to push myself. You know, I need to be able to play it for a good hour before I start feeling the motion sickness. Otherwise, to me, it's not going to be fun to play it, because I feel like sitting on and playing a game 10 minutes at a time is just not how games are meant to be played. And unfortunately, a lot of horror games are in small spaces, and a lot of like looking around and solving puzzles and running from things, and it's first person, and it's a lot of bobbing, and so it makes me sad, because I'd love to play them, because they're very fun and entertaining to watch, especially, but body says no, so I hate it a lot, but it is what it is. So yes, Trenches, recommend it. Go watch it, play it, do whatever. I just want to show you what Locked in Sewer looks like, because it is, at least the original, they've fixed it since then, since this playthrough.
Is this just, wait, let me go back to the main menu. There's got to be...
The head bob is aggressive.
Oh, wow.
Even for Markiplier, it's aggressive.
Welcome to Locked in Sewer. Update available. Is there? Well, it doesn't seem like it, so this is what we got.
Like, what is this?
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
I can't believe they put it out like that. I mean, just that makes my brain go, sir, you're about to make a bad decision if you watch this. And that is true. I did not watch this video. I listened to this video. But he only plays it for 13 minutes here because he couldn't do it. It was the game was broken. Like, it was way too difficult. Like, it wasn't possible to do what it wanted you to because it was broken. And also, the head bob is a lot. So they fixed it to a degree. I still think the head bob's too much.
I've made. Not only is it not difficulties, true ending. Shimmy on the head.
I still think it's too much.
That's way better.
Personally, I think it's too much, but it's more along the lines of what a normal horror game is gonna have with head bob. So for me, it's still too much, but as we've discussed, my threshold is quite low. But it's far leagues better.
We're back in it.
Leagues
and
better.
I was eagerly awaiting
than the
back
other
into
one.
this game, and I know you guys were too, which is why I'm very.
This video is also fun because he keeps dying over and over again and redoing his intro over and over again, and Lixian just leaves it in because it's content. It's good content. So you know, I'm looking forward to watching a video about this Colleen Ballinger bullshit that's going on. I'll probably do that before I go to bed. There's this hour-and-a-half Hassan version, but I think I'd rather... Oh, he watches the Phil. Actually, you know what? Maybe I will watch this one, because I'm going to watch it at work, I think. So. Because apparently she put out an apology that was not very good, and very bad, and very, career-ending, some could say. Let's see, where's the other one? Oh, I already put it in the... As long as the hour-and-a-half version has... Oh, he goes over the whole thing, and then you watch this, the Nick is not green. Okay, yeah. I'll watch the hour-and-a-half one, because he goes over the whole thing. And even though I know most of the allegations and whatnot, I'd rather have the longer form content, because I'm going to be watching at work, and I've got 12 hours to fill, so... Yeah, I have, separate playlists for work versus at home on purpose, so that I can put these long-form videos in the Watch at Work playlist, and then they're not filling up my watch later, because a lot of them are too long, or they're, you know, podcast style. 1S. Hassan with 1S, but yes, Hassan. I watch a lot of Hassan. Probably a bit too much Hassan, if we're being honest. But I'm quite a big fan of Hassan and his content, so it fills up a lot of my workday, also, because he's live all of the time, so that's helpful. But lately, YouTube's been recommending a lot of, like, video essays and stuff to me, which I appreciate, because I enjoy listening to video essays when I'm at work, especially video game ones, so, you know. I disagree with him on his global politics. His domestic politics are great. I don't know enough about global politics to really say anything, so I trust his perspective on, like, Turkey and stuff, because that's where he grew up, but I don't really know anything about global politics. It's enough to deal with American politics, if we're being honest, so we got enough shit going on here. It's a lot to keep track of, so I thought about watching this one at home, because it's their first in-person thing, so they got a lot more visual stuff, but I imagine it won't be enough to really be worth it to sit at home for an hour and a half watching it, when I could watch it at work for an hour and a half. I love their podcast. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I love their podcast. It's all the ADHD I could ever hope for, and it's perfect. So, as you can see, most of these videos are an hour or longer. I think this video might be the shortest one on this playlist, 26 minutes. And then it goes on forever. There's a lot of old videos in here that I've put in here and forget are down here, or haven't, you know, I gotta be in the mood to watch certain videos, especially ones that are this long. We got a lot of variety down here. Most of the long ones have fallen to the bottom, like the 5-hour ones have fallen to the bottom. The Zelda one is one of the shortest as well, at only 40 minutes. Let's see, what's our shortest video? Oh, I can finally go back and watch this this retrospective, actually. Let's move that up to the top. Because Totally Pointless TV put out his Silent Hill 2 video, which is what I was waiting on to proceed with the other video, because they cover all of the games in that other video. And I've already watched Totally Pointless TV's coverage of all the other ones he's put out so far, but he hadn't put out 2 yet. He'd announced it, and then that video got recommended to me, and I was like, well, shit, I'll watch his coverage of 1, and then I'll wait for Totally Pointless to put his coverage of 2, and then I'll watch that first, and then I'll come back and watch the long one. So I can finally watch it now. Let's see, shortest video on here. Let's see. 40 minutes. 26 minutes, 24 minutes. Also, I like their podcast because it's always over an hour. So that's good as well. I don't like podcasts. Like, the Trixie and Katya podcast, I love it. It's fantastic fucking content. But it's only like 45, 50 minutes, and it's got multiple ad breaks in it. And I'm like ad reads and stuff built into it. And I'm like, y'all, you could at least make this a full hour. Come on now. You know? And like they've got quite a bit of ads in theirs as well, but their ads are also far more entertaining to listen to than your average podcast, because they do like skits and stuff while they read their ads. 2 hours is a little too long for me. Like the H3H3 podcasts are usually too long, and there's a lot, in my opinion, they're too long, like 2 to 3 hour podcasts. At least theirs anyways. I don't come across a lot of them that are that long. But the H3H3 podcast, the one that Hassan does with Ethan, a different Ethan, it's too long. They do a lot of like pausing, like they don't like, there's a lot of like not speaking moments and stuff, and I don't know why. I don't vibe with it. I don't know why, that specific one anyways. I'm sure, like, I've got this one down here that's 2 hours that I haven't hit yet, but it's more like kind of an interview where they talk about capitalism and stuff. I tried to watch, like I said, and one of what is Leftovers, is that what it's called? The Leftovers podcast that he does with Ethan Klein. But I couldn't do it. I was bored. Maybe it was because I was watching one that was covering stuff. We have a new subscriber. Hello, thank you. Welcome. For 3 months in advance. Thank you. Wow. And Mokachi? Did I say that right? Leftovers. It's a good podcast. Yeah, I was probably just watching one where they covered stuff that I already knew about, that I'd already watched Hassan cover on his channel. So I was kind of bored because I was being given information I already had, I think is part of why I wasn't vibing with it. Plus Ethan's just not my favorite person, so like I don't hate him or anything. He's just, I don't know, I don't vibe with Ethan the same way I vibe with some other people that I watch long form content from. And Mokachi, are you gonna say anything in chat, or do you just come in here, drop us some money, and leave? Because like that's kind of iconic of you, to be honest. I usually watch the ones where a conservative has a big fail in the cover, because those ones are usually the funniest. Yeah, I watch Ethan when he does interviews with, like, when he does like those long interviews with, like, I think he did Just Pearly Things recently. He did Ollie London not that long ago, where he just absolutely bodies them. But usually I watch Hassan watch them. So I have some commentary on top of the already long coverage that Ethan does. So I usually will watch, like, when Ethan did the Just Pearly Things interview, I watched Hassan react to the Just Pearly Things interview, which sometimes condenses down the annoying or the extra annoying or repetitive portions of the interview. It will be cut out of the Hassan version, although I do try to find the raw ones, just because, again, I'm trying to fill 12 hours at a time. So, 24:45, let's see. Yeah, I gotta watch this. I think I'm gonna watch this one this week as well. The Breaking Dawn breakdown. It's 4.5 hours long. I'd been waiting on that one for a while, and then it came out, and then I was like, oh my god, it's so long. And then I got overwhelmed, and then I forgot it existed. So 26, so 24 is the shortest on here, I think. I don't think I have any tenders on here. Oh, 19 minutes. 12 minutes. I just added this one recently, too, like this past couple days. Oh, thank you. I'm glad to have you here. Yeah, I don't do YouTube anymore, but I'm here all the time, so I'm glad to, hopefully you'll be able to be in here more often. I hope to stream at this hour on a more regular basis. Not regular basis, but at least once a week. I think I'm going to try to stream around this hour. So if this is the hour you're usually awake, then I'll be here, but I stream very sporadically because of my work schedule and my ADHD schedule. So, yeah, I'm glad to have you here, though. It's always nice to have more the here because it's often the same people over and over again, same people who I love. I'm not dissing the people who are here over and over again, but we run out of stuff to talk about because it's the same people here all the time. So, having a new person in tends to spice up the convo a little bit. Ethan's debate skills have gotten a lot better over the years. He's doing great right now. Many people have complimented him on what he's been doing. Yeah, I don't know what really puts me off from Ethan. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's just, I don't know if it's his vibe. I don't know if it's the amount of controversies he's gotten himself in over the years. Like, I don't really know what it is. I do need to build my legion and my army. So, you know. Also, we have an OG, been subbed on YouTube since 2016. That's a long-ass goddamn motherfucking time. That's, like, basically when I started. I feel like I've seen your name somewhere before. Maybe that's... Am I saying it right, too? Amokachi? Is that... Or is it just short for... Or is there a shorter form of it, or a proper name, or something that, like, not a screen name, but... I do wonder if I'm saying it right, though. I'm bad at reading, so I... So yeah, there's this 19-minute video, which is... Or this 12-minute video, which is the shortest one on here. Which, honestly, I could have added that to the watch later instead of on here, but, you know. Okay, dope. I'm saying it right. Look at me, guys. I can read. Woo! Oh, I feel validated. Thank you. Jimmy, you're not the only subscriber anymore. You have friends now. Although I gotta say, Emokachi is a real subscriber because they subscribed normally instead of with the Twitch Prime. Not just to diss on Jimmy for a minute because I have to, because I love him. So, you know, it's kind of a requirement. I know you were unique and special, but I mean, technically you still are. You're the only Twitch Prime sub, so you got that going for you. So I was thinking we could do some Reddit. You subbed yesterday. Yeah, you resubbed your Twitch Prime yesterday, right? 20-month subscriber. I still can't believe that's how long that's been going on. Because you subbed, like, basically right when I was able to accept subs. I can't believe it's been almost 2 years. That's insane. I don't really use Twitch. It's pretty confusing for me. Yeah, I stream on Twitch, but I don't really watch Twitch all that much anymore. No one's ever live when I'm at work, because I'm at work from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., so no one's really live during those hours. So I don't really watch it anymore. I used to watch it when I do, like, homework and stuff. Or when I'd be avoiding doing homework and stuff, but I don't do homework anymore because I don't have school. So, you know, to be honest, Twitch is kind of dead for a lot of people. Yeah. On Streamlabs, what do you mean? Oh, you said, oh, right, yeah, you did. You said the monthly tip. Right. I forgot that that's a thing. I didn't know it was a thing when you did it. So also, fun fact, is it $10 or is it 10 of your dollars? Because I'm wondering how much PayPal's taking, because I only get $9. So I don't know if PayPal is taking a cut, if Streamlabs is taking a cut, or if it's a conversion thing, because it shows up as $10 signs. Yeah, so I wonder if it's like Streamlabs takes a cut and PayPal takes a cut. Not a huge deal, obviously, but I was curious why, because sometimes it is just a conversion thing. You know, it's cheaper for me. Oh, to do it on Streamlabs than it is on Patreon, or just to do it as $10. I mean, yeah, it's £10. I thought £10 was less than $10. Gotta head out. I need to sleep for work tomorrow. Take it easy and have a good night. See you on your next stream. I'm asleep and preparing my legion at 8th night of the Lord's midnight day. Blah, blah. Conversion rate. Ah. Yep, I'll be live on Monday. Christian, have a good sleep. Good luck at work. Hope it goes well. Why did my phone just turn on? You gonna pop up with a notification, or are you just gonna turn on to distract me? No, no notifications. Just all right. Well, I don't know. Maybe it stopped charging or something. I don't know. That was weird. I mean, hey, I'll take your money in any capacity. You know this. Equivalent of 791. See, that's so... I hate that the conversions aren't even, like, nice. You know what I mean? Oh, it's fucking with mine. The electricity from the charger I use for my phone, like, because it's just a charging, like, stand that I use for my phone. My soundbar does not like it. Like, when I have my phone sitting on it, it makes the soundbar freak the fuck out. The only thing I'd really do about it is, like, scoot the soundbar away. That helps sometimes. Figured you get more of it. Yeah, I did too. I think it's because Streamlabs takes a cut and PayPal takes a cut. I think that's what it is. Because PayPal's a bitch. Although, I did finally update PayPal so it doesn't say my dead name anymore. After you sent me that money, I realized I could change it. I thought I'd looked into it before and wasn't able to change it, but I was. I was able to just change my name, no problem. I didn't have to submit a new driver's license or anything. Maybe that's why I hadn't changed it, because it said you needed a new driver's license in order to change it, and then it didn't ask me for one when I changed it. It just let me change my name, and it didn't be like, hey, prove it. I don't know why. Oh, it's definitely more than I'd get if you donated through Twitch, absolutely. Which is annoying, but, you know, it is what... I get it. Twitch is a company. They gotta make money, so... I need this thing to melt faster so I can drink it faster. Melt faster, bitch! Because it's all just ice. The, like, flavoring part is... Well, I cooled off the apartment with AC, but I still somehow overheated. I don't know how that happened. Maybe it's because I'm digesting. I don't know. Beats the shit out of me. I figure we read a couple Am I the Assholes and then jump into maybe a political video or two and then call it a night, since I'm sure that'll fill the next 2 hours. I always get so much ice and no drink. It's a slushie. Is that what you mean? I mean, it's supposed to have ice in it. It's a slushie. It's part of it. Or do you just mean because... do you mean, like, the ratio of slushies? Yeah, it's a slushie. It's supposed to have ice in it. But I need the ice to melt, so I have something to drink. Nope. This is a slushie. I know you can be easily fooled because it's just in a normal-ass cup, but, it's much cheaper to get a large slushie from Love's than it is to get 2 or 3 from Taco Bell. Even though the ones from Taco Bell are superior from the ones here. They are far more expensive, however. So it is what it is. How long till work, Jimmy? I know that's why you're up. I know you gotta go to work today. Working man, making that money so you can give it to me. 20 minutes, nice. I do wonder if Rot will show up tonight. Doesn't seem like it, but who knows. She kind of just spawns in randomly, which, honestly, good for her. Yeah. It always surprises me when I get random new subs on Patreon, because I've gotten several in like the past couple of months. I've gotten several new subscribers on that. I even had someone comment on one of my old Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. ones on Patreon. Or, no, not on Patreon. It was on YouTube. I was like, hey, look at that. I think it'd be funny if my channel just exploded after I stopped posting. I think that'd be amusing. It'd be a little annoying, but it'd be amusing. Ideally, preferably, one of my monetized videos would be the one to blow up. That would be ideal. Unlike my TikTok that I don't make any money off of blowing up. I'd rather see that happen on YouTube. Maybe I'll post the clip I posted to TikTok onto YouTube on my monetized channel. Just like a, you go, meme. So... But, I mean, I'm not here for the money. The money is just a nice bonus when it happens. I go to work for the money. And that is the only reason I go to work. Quite literally. My coworkers are fine and all, but I don't go there to chit-chat and have fun, alright? I don't have any desire to go back into content making again, though. Especially not reaction videos. I don't really have any interest in that anymore. So I don't even know what I do. Post cut downs of my streams or something? I don't know. I could do a stream, and then stream me cutting down the stream, separate from the original stream. Also, the one we did earlier today, Jimmy, literally went up, I think, in 2 hours. It uploaded so fast. It was ridiculous. I mean, it was only like a 2.5 to 3 hour stream, so it wasn't very long. But I still thought that was funny, how quickly it went up. I came back over to look at it after doing some stuff, and I was already 30% done uploading, and I was like, holy shit. The speed. My Shield videos are epic. Thank you. I miss Shield a lot. And not just because it brought my channel actual views and interaction, but because I also just very much enjoyed the show. And still do. I still do enjoy the show. Should do a rewatch sometime. I won't ever get to a rewatch. There's so many new things to watch. Plus, I'm in my anime era, so... I'm glad you like them, though. It was a good show to pick to start with, too, because it's got a very loyal fan base. So it was a good one to start doing reactions to, because it brought a lot of eyes to my channel, specifically to the Shield videos. But that's the nature of reaction videos, is you're not going to get consistent views amongst all your videos, because unless you do all the same exact kind of content over and over again. That's just the nature of how reaction videos work. But keep popping my knuckles. I don't know why. Like, I'll pop them and then 2 minutes later I'll do it again. I love that I said in the notification I sent on Discord that I'm going to start with some Reddit. Didn't happen. So where are you located, Emakachi? Where are you located? If you're safe to text, that is. I know you said you were driving, so if it's not safe to text, then just say so, but... Or type, not text. I'm curious what time it is where you're at, because we got a lot of different people here, in terms of hours and time zones. Tennessee. Gross. I'm not there anymore, baby. I got out. Oh, you're in Cleveland right now. Okay, even worse. That's even worse. You're from Tennessee. You're normally in Tennessee. Are you from Cleveland or are you from Tennessee? Either one's bad. They're both not great. Ohio, Tennessee. I'm from Kentucky, but I lived in Tennessee the past 2 years. Good old Nashville. I don't miss it. I miss my coworkers there. I don't really miss Tennessee though. I don't miss the South, I gotta say. Although the vibe up here in Nebraska is not much different than the South. It's not too different. Migrated to Ohio. Nice. So you're in Tennessee right now, but you're normally in Ohio? Or is it the other way around? I've heard a lot of wild stuff about Ohio. Especially Cleveland. Okay. Cool. I'm familiar with both places. More so Tennessee than I am with Ohio, but because of course I live there, but never lived in Ohio. No desire to. Ohio is still kind of the South, if we're being honest. Some people want to say Ohio is the Midwest, but I think it vibes more like the South than the Midwest from everything I've ever heard about it. But what do I know? I've never lived there, so I can't really say. So I think it's a matter of speaking on if you're talking about it as it's the Midwest in terms of like politics, if it's the Midwest in terms of climate, if it's the Midwest in terms of terrain. I feel like it's different depending on what aspect of the state you're talking about. Because I think it's just a very interesting place to be. I've been to Ohio a number of times because we used to go up to Kings Island all the time. Not all the time, but like once a year or something. Because it wasn't too far from us in Lexington, Kentucky. Very Trumpy, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the gist of everything over there. It's becoming very Trumpy. Scary. Yeah, I'm glad I got out of Tennessee when I did. Things were going very downhill very quickly in that hell state. So, now I'm in Nebraska. Woo! Moving west, baby. Slowly but surely. I'll be able to afford the West Coast eventually. What I want to know is why those Supreme Court justices that have been caught breaking the law are still allowed to be Supreme Court justices. What's that shit about? What are the names? I don't know all the names. I can see his face in my head. And he'll be in jail soon. Clarence Thomas and was it Alito who recently had some money things going on too? Oh no, it was Gorsuch. It was Gorsuch recently who had some money shit going on. But how is Clarence Thomas still employed as a Supreme Court motherfucking justice? How? I just don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. If he worked at McDonald's, he would have been fired for the shit he's done. But he's still allowed to sit on the Supreme Court. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I'm not going to talk about it either because it pisses me off. And I'm not trying to rage yet. That's for the videos we watch later. That's what that's for. I don't pay attention to American politics, but I do know America will be richer with someone like you. Thank you. I have to pay attention to American politics because they like to pass laws that affect my life directly. So, sadly, I have to pay attention. So all of them are above the law and they know it. Yes, this is true. This is true. I mean, it's been proven ever since all that stuff's been coming about Clarence Thomas, and he's not had any reprimand in any capacity. He actively broke one of the few rules they have to follow, which is disclosure of gifts, and he didn't disclose the fact that he was receiving millions of dollars worth of gifts from a very politically swinging donor, yet he's still allowed to be employed. I don't get it. Yeah. It's just frustrating that we don't hold our people in the highest levels of politics to the same standard that we would hold a McDonald's employee. I just think that's annoying. That somewhere that people look at as being the lowest of the low in terms of jobs you can get working as like a fucking fry cook at McDonald's or something, is seen as like they are held to a higher standard than our most powerful people in this country. It's just sad and stupid and makes zero fucking sense. And I think the reason for that is they're all seen as CEOs, and we all know CEOs don't have consequences for things 90% of the time. The really only time the CEOs get punished is if they literally lose the company like tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of money. So, and I mean like tons of money. It has to be a big like amount of money to do anything, to have any sort of consequences. You know, it is what it is, though. Sadly, I wish I didn't have to keep up with politics because I feel like my life would be better for it if I didn't have to keep up with politics. I did not study politics in college. Dear God, no. I got a film degree. I'm not smart enough to get a politics degree. I do watch a lot of political commentary, though, so I know a lot more about it than your average layman. I don't know a lot of the big words and stuff like that, but I do have a lot of information up here. So Republicans have multiplied the country's debt several times over, if that counts. I think it should count. It should, but it's never going to, because the debt ceiling and everything is a joke, pretty much. I mean, the debt ceiling is used as bargaining by the Republicans, but never by the Democrats for some reason. Because the Democrats could hold it hostage the same way that the Republicans do every single time this happened. Like every time we come to the point that the debt ceiling needs to be raised, and Republicans don't have a majority, but they have enough of a majority to avoid not gerrymandering, Jesus Christ, avoid a filibuster, like to prevent one. They always hold it hostage, but the Democrats never do it in return when it's completely legal for them to do so. It shouldn't be legal for them to do so, in my opinion. I think the debt ceiling thing is stupid. But, you know, if the Democrats stoop to their level, they could actually get some fucking shit done. I think it was Minnesota who recently passed a whole bunch of really cool shit. Or not recently, but like over the past session, they passed a whole bunch of dope ass shit. And like they got a bunch of, like the Democrats there got a ton of stuff done, because they actually had enough people to get stuff done, and they actually did stuff while they had that. Because unlike the Democrats in Congress and stuff, when we have a majority, we don't fucking do anything. And I say we, even though I don't really consider myself a Democrat, but yeah, they try to play fair because they want to claim they're the good guys when they're not. They're just as bad. They're just quieter about it. Because, like, for example, like gerrymandering. Democrats do it just as much as Republicans. It's just Democrats don't generally do it in a racist way. They still gerrymander the fuck out of their districts, but they just don't generally tend to do it in a way to disenfranchise black people. Yeah, they're just not literal Nazis. So it's the bare minimum. But they're technically better, but they're not good. Which is why one of the things I hate about this two-party system is that when you shit on the right, they assume you're trying to also defend the left, and it's like, no, the Democrats are just as fucking useless, except for the fact that Republicans actually do shit. If you haven't been paying attention, Republicans actually get shit done that they want to get done. It's not good stuff for the rest of us, but they had a goal, they set it out, and they got it done, which is more than the Democrats can say for a lot of shit. I think it was Minnesota. Soda Democratic laws passed. The Minnesota legislative session. I think it was Minnesota. But they passed a bunch of really dope ass shit. I think it was Minnesota. Here we go, yeah. The most successful legislative session. Yeah, here it is. Minnesota legislative session just ended not too long ago. This was in May. And they passed a fuck ton of shit. A bunch of reforms and a bunch of policies that needed to be passed. Yeah, look at this shit. Crazy. They codified abortion rights. They paid they created paid family and medical leave in the state. Sick leave, trans rights, protections, driver's licenses for undocumented residents, restoration of voting rights for people when they were released from prison or jail, wider voting access, one-time rebates, tax credit aimed at low-income parents with kids, and a $1 billion investment in affordable housing, including for rental assistance. All in the same session. That is insane. Do they want to be European? I hope so. I fucking hope so. We can only hope. I've not been here very long, so I can't make an adequate assessment of Nebraska. All I can say is that so far, they have not outlawed being trans yet, which is an improvement from where I was. It's a low bar, but we're in America, so the bar is going to be low. I can't afford to live in any of the states that would actually give me rights, just outright, so I have to live in one of the red ones. I do live in Omaha, though. I don't live in, like, the boonies or anything. I live in the city. Though I do notice a lot of my... No one watches my streams from work, so I can say whatever the fuck I want. Because no one knows I stream at work. But what I've noticed thus far is that of the cis guys that I see at work, I get vibes off of them that we would not have anything in common if we like started to try to pick up a combo. So I've mostly been just trying to make friends with the ladies because at least I have something to relate with them on. But like there's a lot of the guys at my work give off Republican vibes and not like casual Republican vibes. They give off like I voted for Trump twice Republican vibes. Which isn't great. I mean, I don't really want a bunch of cis male friends anyways. Like, I don't want that to be my only group of friends, is to all be a bunch of cis guys. That doesn't sound fun to me. I want it to be, ideally, a bunch of queers. That's my goal. I would like to be the closest thing to a cis man in the room when I'm in a group with all my friends. But, you know, it'd be nice to integrate a little bit into male culture to help myself pass a little better and understand men. I don't know. I found some people that I get along with, though. A couple queer people that I talk to and some chill people that I chat with. But I'm still kind of getting a feel for it. I've not outwardly really told anyone at work that I'm trans. I've really only told 2 people, and that's because both of them were trans. So I've only told the transgenders. You know, I haven't told any cis people outright that I am, so I haven't crossed that bridge yet, and I don't know if I will anytime soon. Especially since I'm hoping to get the chop done soon, so then I don't have to. It won't be necessary. But we'll see. It's still a work in progress. I've only been here for a month and a half, so we're not very far into it yet. I like it so far, though. I like the size of Omaha. It's the right size for me. Nashville was just too big. I grew up in a city of about 600K, so moving to Nashville, which was 1.9 million, was a bit much, a little overwhelming. I didn't like it taking 40 minutes to get anywhere. That was annoying. Whereas here, it is about 900,000 people, which is far more my speed. So it takes me 20 minutes to get pretty much anywhere, which is super nice. Allows me to sleep more, which is lovely, because I don't have to wake up 2 hours in advance of leaving for work. or 3 hours. That's what I had to do before. Now it's only 2 hours, because I like to be up and moving and doing stuff. Like, I like to get up and, like, watch some stuff and before I head out to work, so I'm actually awake before I drive to work. But, you know, I'm still kind of getting a feel for it in terms of policies and stuff, but when I was in the process of moving up here, they were trying to pass some anti-trans legislation. I don't know the specifics on it. I think it was something about, like, trans kids or something. And we had one of our Democratic leaders was filibustering, like, actively doing filibustering, until they, like, so they couldn't do any legislation until they pulled that legislation off the floor. And I don't think she succeeded. She filibustered for a while, though. I don't think she was successful in the attempt, but we appreciate the attempt. Do I plan on moving to LA to do film? God, no. Goodbye, Jimmy. See you Monday. Have good work. No, I do not have any desire or plans to move to LA. I can barely afford to live here. And I don't really plan on doing anything in film. I have a degree in it, but I don't really have any interest in it anymore. Like, I don't really have any passion for it anymore. So I'm still kind of in a holding pattern in terms of like, career or whatnot. I'm more in just a month to month, how am I going to pay rent this month situation, where I do this 3 or 4 times a week, and then I go to work and do work 3 to 5 days a week, on top of streaming and stuff. I'm trying to catch back up on my monies, because I'm very poor at the moment. So I'm trying to get a little bit of savings back. Well, I'm trying to get a lot of savings back, to be honest. I'm trying to get to the point where I don't have to look at my bank account every time I buy anything anymore. Because moving was expensive. And stressful as fuck. Moving was not fun. But Nebraska was cheap. There's an Amazon warehouse for me to work at here, so I didn't have to change jobs. And it wasn't the South. So those were my only things that I needed in a place to live. I'm quite a fan of my apartment. I quite like it. I need to buy some furniture still, but I'm hoping that the furniture I want goes on sale for Prime Day. Fingers crossed. And that I will have enough money to buy it when it goes on sale, which is in a couple weeks. So I'm hoping I can get enough money in the bank account that I can afford to spend it on some furniture. Because I'd like to get a TV stand, I'd like to get a bookshelf, I'd like to get a bed frame, you know, basic shit. But, you know, rent comes first, so rent very much comes first. I don't need a TV stand, I don't need a bed frame, you know, so, you know. Yeah, we're in a bit of a, what's the right word? I do think holding pattern is the right term at the moment, where I'm just kind of grinding to sort of catch up, get back in a comfortable spot, you know, where I'm not having to put off $20 purchases or put $20 purchases on my credit card instead of being able to just straight up pay for it because I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to afford rent. Like, I've got rent due in a couple days, and I'm waiting for this paycheck to come in, so I know if I'm going to be able to pay it. So I should be able to, and I have enough saved up that I should be able to. I need to go on and move the bit out of my savings that I have so I can go in and drop it as soon as I get paid. Because I'm not going to be able to wait for it to be processed in my account. Plus, the way I pay it, it takes a few days to come out of my bank account anyways, so I need to do that. I need to move that money out of the savings back into the checking so I can pay rent immediately, probably tomorrow, before I go to work. So, and then I'll be back to saving up for next month's rent. Because I'm also living alone now, so I pay rent by myself now, which is not fun. I don't appreciate it. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. I miss my cheap rent. I miss it a lot. I mean, my rent's still not bad, but it could be better. I don't think it's bad, especially considering the space that I have, like the amount of square footage I have and amenities and all that. I don't think it's a bad price, personally. But, you know. Question mark. I'm gonna need some more context, Stray, than just a question mark. Rent being reasonable, yeah. It is a bit unrealistic. I mean, rent's $1,000 a month for this 700 square foot apartment, but and that's not including internet bill and water and electricity and shit like that. But so it's probably closer to about $1,200 a month, which is double what I used to pay, which was $600 a month. Because I used to live with someone who makes far more money than me. So, I mean, it's not an exorbitant amount of more money than me, but it is more money than me by probably a good 30-40%. But now I live alone, so I have to do it on my own, which is gross. Thing is, I moved into an apartment that's going to be a pain in the ass to move out of. So I will likely not be moving out anytime soon because I don't want to have to deal with that shit. So, because I'm gonna have to pay movers to get my shit out of my apartment for me. Because I had to pay movers to get my shit into my apartment for me. Because it's such a small little space, and my furniture is quite large. Well, mostly just the couch. So. I'm tired. Like I've got work the next 3 days. I'm Akachi. I've got work the next 3 days. 3 12-hour shifts. 6 to 6:30. Gross. So I'm interested to see if they're going to call overtime for next week or if they're just going to send out voluntary time. Hopefully they just send out voluntary time because I hate having to pick up that 10-hour shift when they force it on us, but I know, it is what it is. I guess I'll get a 3-day weekend if they do send out MET. So there's always an upside. MET day means I get 3 days off in a row, and no MET day means I don't have to sacrifice stream time so I can go to work. You know. Jesus. My bedtime's not for another like 3 or 4 hours. I don't know why I'm yawning like this. I mean, I do know why. It's because I'm tired, but still. What's your passion? Bitch, I don't fucking know. I couldn't tell you, to be honest. I'm not sure at the moment. I don't think I have any at the moment. I'm kind of in survival mode and have been for a while. So I'll get back to you on that. If I find one, I'll let you know. My passion is Nezuko. That's my passion. My passion is baby Nezuko. I feel like that's an adequate answer for now. I don't really know at the moment. Getting by. My passion is achieving the things I want. That's my focus, at least at the moment. I don't know that I have a passion for anything at the moment. I think I'll find one once I'm closer to the body I want to have. Because I want to try, like, I mentioned this before moving, that I want to try, like, scuba diving. I've never done it before, and I've always been a big fan of the ocean and marine biology and stuff like that, especially as a kid. I grew up thinking that's what I was going to do for a career, and then realized you have to be smart to do that. So I ditched that, and I had also fallen in love with film, so that's why I got my film degree. And in the process of getting my film degree, I got sick with IBS and lost a fuck ton of weight, and then wasn't fit enough or healthy enough to do film anymore. And during the time where I wasn't able to do it, I fell out of love with it. But at that point, it was too late. I had to go on and finish the degree because I was already 3 years in to the 4-year degree. But I would like to try scuba diving and see if I like it, because I think it could be fun to do like underwater photography and stuff for like a tourist group or something. I'd have to switch to day shifts again, which would be gross, because they don't do night shift underwater diving, which I wouldn't want any part of that anyways. But I think doing underwater photography or videography and stuff like that could be a lot of fun, because that could take two of the things that I loved as a kid, as well as my film degree. I could use my film degree to be like, see, I know how to do stuff, even though I've never held an underwater camera before, and do that. But I don't have any idea if I even like scuba diving. I've never done it, so. But I'm not going to be doing scuba diving until I don't have tatas anymore, because the idea of being in a wetsuit while still having tatas makes me want to drown whilst scuba diving. So that will have to wait till next year, ideally, by which time I will be tata free, and then we can look into trying to figure that out, because Max lives in Virginia now, and they have a scuba diving like tourism thing that you can do there, not where Max specifically lives, but in the state of Virginia. So I could go stay with Max, and then drive the couple hours to the place where the scuba diving thing is and try it out, in theory, if I can never get the time off work, and see if I like it. And then they also have like courses and classes and stuff where you can get like certified and you learn all the doodahs and whatnot. Because growing up, I always wanted to be like on the O-Search, the research ship that is always on Shark Week, because they do shark research and stuff like that. And I always thought that was the coolest fucking shit. I thought it was so awesome, because it's fucking cool. But that boat's mostly full of smart people who know science and biologies and, all the, intelligent stuff. So I would be like, oh, I'll take the pictures, I'll be on the ship, but I'll take the pictures. I'll be the one out on the raft taking photos while the shark ascends into the sky, launches itself out of the water 30 feet from me. That's the job I want. So that was my dream as a kid, and I think that I could make that an actuality, not necessarily on the O-Search, but because I do think you still have to be smart to even get the photography job in there. And I am not the most intelligent lad. I'm not a moron or anything, but I'm not that smart either. I'm not very good at math. But that's what I always wanted to do growing up. Let's find it. Where is it? Where's the old one? Is it this one? The Hornet Breach? Yeah, I think it's this one. Don't clock me, Shark Week, alright? Don't clock me, Discovery. Thank you, I appreciate it. I try to be at least a little entertaining. Sleep well if you're going to bed. Have a good, time. I assume you're going to bed, so it's 2 a.m.
I've probably shot over.
It was this.
With multiple cameras rolling underwater, at the surface, and from the air.
Not this one
it will be
specifically.
the most comprehensive look at a white shark breach ever.
It's a beautiful day, and I can't wait to get in the water, man.
I remember we towed Dickie for what felt like ages. The waters around Dye Island are often hostile.
This man's face throughout my whole childhood, because I watched Shark Week every fucking year, man. Every single year. It was like the fucking Olympics for me. And he's been on it for ages because he's a fucking shark expert and he's iconic and amazing. I don't know his fucking name, but I could pick him out of a lineup. If you're like, do you know any of these faces? I'd be like, that bitch right there. I know him.
And bumpy, and it was no mean feat to do what
That
he was
Australian right there. Oh, I love it.
doing. And not just any shark breach.
The shark breach. Gorgeous. I want to be the guy who's in here. That's what I want. I want to be the guy who's in this thing. That was the job I wanted as a kid. And honestly, to this day, like if they were like, you want to get in there and do this right, like if they knocked on my door and were like, hey, you want to go do this exact thing, I'd be like, yes, yes. Right now, we can go right now. Like.
And we managed to capture this amazing breach from 4 different camera angles.
Incredible. It's so gorgeous. I love sharks so much.
For what seemed like a couple of seconds. And with Dickie
There's
in
an
the
even
foreground, it was such a
there's an
exciting-
even more fucky one where the dinghy he's on is even more like sussy. Here he is again.
Very few people knew the white shark was capable of such a dynamic hunting style, hurtling out of the water and high into the air to attack seals. About 9 years later, in Ultimate Air Jaws, we added the element of super slow motion with the Phantom camera.
We love slow motion. We do. We love it a lot.
These
Super slow
cameras had
motion.
So much resolution that we could clearly see how the white shark
It's a fat
approached the
motherfucker
prey,
up in the air like that.
how it adjusted its jaws in mid-air, and how fast it could reject our seal decoy by spitting it out.
Yeah, if I was this shark, I'd be so pissed off. I just expended so much fucking energy to catch this shitty ass seal, and then it wasn't even a real seal. I am so pissed.
And then there was Air Jaws Apocalypse in 2012.
This is the one I'm thinking of. The one where he's like above the water on this like dinghy here. This is the one I was thinking of in my head.
We got to know an incredible great white we named Colossus.
Oh, that was Colossus. Oh my god.
These white sharks return to the same places again and again. Year
I think for a while Colossus was the biggest white shark on record.
And then in 2015, we used a craft called Hornet to capture what might be the most spectacular breach ever. We had Dickie riding
Yeah, I
beside
stopped
us
watching
with
it a
his
few
own
years back because it started being
Phantom
really
camera
repetitive,
shooting
and I
from the boat.
again fell into film and fell out of
It really
marine
showed
biology
us
and
the
stuff.
approach of the great white
Um,
like it's never been seen before.
I swear to God, if Discovery clocks this fucking video on YouTube when I post this VOD, I'm gonna be upset. That's damn. Yeah, I see why they're saying this one's the best one ever. God, that shark looks huge compared to this thing. And it's behind it. It looks gigantic. Jesus, I wonder how big that shark is. I mean, the shark looks
The advantages
huge.
of a full moon for a great white shark are clearly that they're able to more readily pick up their prey on the surface. Believes that the sharks are relying more on vision than any other sense to kill their prey. Whereas I believe that sound and vibration are the primary cues for the white shark to
How old is
find,
this? 5 years ago?
locate,
Okay.
and capture its
How big was this shark?
Me inside the Hornet over here and try to film the shark coming up from the bottom and hitting a seal decoy.
With multiple cameras rolling
should say how big.
underwater, at the surface, and from
any shark breach.
Like, that looks like something straight out of Jaws.
Came vertically out the water And we managed to capture this amazing breach from 4 different camera angles.
I hope they fed him afterwards. I hope they gave that shark some good food after.
And with Dickie in the foreground, it was such a great size perspective. That shark was massive.
Huge. That's a chunky motherfucker right there. I wonder if they'll say how big the shark actually is.
The breach that we are able to shoot with Dickie inside the Hornet has to be one of the most famous shark sequences ever shot, just in terms of its popularity.
Why is the Hornet breach so popular? That shark is a true leviathan.
He's big.
You don't see many of those sharks. That is a 5-meter great white shark.
5
After that breach, we were basically done. We didn't even need more, because how do you top seeing an animal like that?
Yeah, you're done. You pack it up. You go home. You're like, okay, we got it. That's when you call rap on the shoot and you go home. 16.5 feet long. Jesus goddamn motherfucking Christ. And I'd want to know how big around that fucking shark is, because I was a girthy motherfucker. This shit?
Looks like
yes.
straight out of...
Shut up. I don't want to hear your stupid ass commentary. I'm here for the commentary. Thank you very much. Gorgeous.
One theory is that this shark is deep blue, featured in the Discovery Channel's celebrated Shark Week. That great white was first tagged by researchers in Mexico 20 years ago.
Deep Blue's still around?
Ramsey suggests she could
This is
be
4 years ago.
pregnant and chasing whales in the area for food. Ramsey has traveled
She looks
the
pregnant.
globe studying sharks and has dedicated her life to their conservation. She hopes
That one looks
these
pregnant, too.
stunning images will help protect what she calls the ocean's most misunderstood creatures.
They really are.
And we are joined now from Hawaii.
An icon and a legend. Her and the shark. Yep. I don't even need to watch it. I don't really want to watch the interview. And people are like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you say you'd do something like you'd free dive with sharks." Like, yeah. A dog is more likely to bite me than these sharks are. Like, you know? Sharks do not like the taste of human people. Especially ones that are like, and the ones that are like that you free dive with on a regular basis, like the ones that take people out on like I just forgot my words. On like tourist guided trips and stuff where they regularly go out and visit that same area over and over again, those sharks know they're going to be fed, and that attacking the people with the food is not going to provide them with food. So it is even more safe because they're feeding the sharks. So the sharks aren't hungry, so there's no risk of like some random ass attack for no fucking reason. Now, has it happened? Yes. It doesn't happen often, and usually it's by accident. Like, though, there's a video I saw where in one of those groups where they're like sitting on like the sea floor where it's like still bright, it's not like super deep or anything, and they got a bunch of nurse sharks and shit swimming around, and like smaller sized sharks, not like great whites or anything. I think there were some tigers as well, feeding them, and the shark went to grab some food, and the food bag was on the person's hip, and they went for the food bag because it's a fucking shark, and took a little bit of the person's leg with them when they left with the food bag. They didn't actually take any leg with them, but they got a good little nip on it. And like, because that shit happens. It happens. They're sharks. They're wild animals. But, you know, like, I think it's part of it's the underwater, part of it's the fear behind sharks. But then people will watch Tiger King and be like, "Oh yeah, I want a pet tiger," and it's like, and that's not crazy to you, but shark diving is. Like, I think it'd be even cooler to go diving with orcas. But it's really hard to dive with orcas because they actively avoid us because of our history with them. So, you know, we did that to ourselves. Oh, Jesus, I wish I could stop yawning. All right. Let's actually read some Reddit. Just me and you, Stray. Everybody else has gone to bed, as they should. Honestly, we should both be in bed, but, you know, we are who we are, so. We won't be in bed because we are us. All right. I do hope that, let's see, will it be next week? It should be next week that, the 4th of July is next week. So if Steam is going to have a sale for the 4th of July, it'll be this weekend through, like, it'll start this weekend most likely. Because they don't usually have the 4th of July sale on just 4th of July, I don't think. Maybe they will, I don't know. Because, like, when they do Memorial Day sales, it's usually for the weekend of Memorial Day. Like, it is the whole weekend. But I'm hopeful that some of the games that I want will go on sale, and that, because by then I'll have paid rent, so I'll have spending money. And I'll keep an eye on if any of my furniture stuff goes on any big sales. Otherwise, I'm just going to wait for Prime Day, because I'll have more money by Prime Day than I will by next week. So, I wonder if I can see if how much I'm going to get paid yet. I would like to know how much I'm going to get, so I can stop fucking worrying about it. Because there's no reason I shouldn't have enough to pay my rent, you know? I've got $600, I only need $400 more, and every paycheck I get is at least $500, so, and I worked the whole week last week, so. Nat, you better fuck off, or I'm gonna fucking kill you, along with all your buddies. Oh yes, it's posted. Good, okay. It's a little less than I would have thought. But that makes sense. I make less here than I did in Nashville, so. And there's state tax here, which we also didn't have in Tennessee. That was one of the good things about Tennessee, is there was no state income tax. There is state income tax here, which is, I think, what's really messing with my checks. Okay, so I will have enough money. Like I said, I'm actually going to move that money right now, while we sit here. Move the money from my savings account. Oh, I did not type it right. Oops. Oh, that would be nice. That's new. Your balance at a glance. Check your balance quickly without logging into the app by adding a widget to your home screen. That has to be new. That would be super fucking helpful, because I like being able to just glance at my balance. I'll just do 600. Go back to having no money in my savings account. But that's okay. The next few weeks, will go into savings anyways, because I'm not going to be spending any big bucks this month. The only big spending I'll be doing will be my drugs, and then, like, I won't be buying, like, big stuff for fun, you know what I mean? Like, if I buy anything expensive, it's going to be furniture, gas, drugs, you know, things I need, and not just willy-nilly spending money like I have been. Superman and Lois is already on season 3. Jesus. Okay, cool. I don't have to think about money anymore. That's nice. At least for this week. I don't have to think about it anymore for this week. That's a very specific thing to keep in mind. Alrighty. Let's read this first one. Unless you'd rather watch politics videos, because that's an option as well. Although I'm sure you're probably doing something more interesting than watching me, so. I love how random my recommended page is on this channel. I'm done with white people after watching this. I don't even need to watch it. I've been done with white people. I'm tired of that leftover sickness. I'm really tired of it. This water is not that cold. It's a bit disappointing. Alrighty. Am I the asshole for mocking my friend's husband's weight? It's a good title. It's a good title. The internet has labeled them not the asshole. That's good. Good to know. I am a 22-year-old female. My best friend Jenny is 23. She recently had a baby with her husband Tom, who is 25. My boyfriend and I got to meet their baby boy for the first time last weekend when they came over to our flat for dinner. We have a hot tub on our balcony that my parents gave us for Christmas last year, and I had told them to bring swimwear so we could go in after dinner. Nice. My boyfriend wasn't up for it, so he held the baby while us three got ready to get in the tub. Jenny was the last person to get changed and came out of the bathroom in a bikini. I thought she looked amazing, really happy and glowing, but Tom kind of laughed and said something about her still having some weight to lose before she'd be as attractive as she was before her pregnancy. The fuck? Her husband mocked her weight? No. He's getting beat up. He's getting beat up. No, you're getting beat up. I'm sorry. No, you don't get to mock your recently no longer pregnant wife's body. I mean, you don't get to mock your wife's body at all unless it's like an in-joke that y'all have, but especially not a post-pregnancy body. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Sir, get out of here. Sir, get out of here. I was a bit stunned by that comment, even though Ginny didn't say anything. Her smile disappeared, and she looked obviously uncomfortable. She and I had talked about her struggling with weight gain during pregnancy, and I thought Tom's comment was more than insensitive. I got angry because I started wondering what he might have been saying to her in private if he was this comfortable dropping lines like that in front of other people, so I responded with, "She just had a baby. What's your excuse?" Yes, kick him harder. The dude has a hefty beer belly and a double chin, but thinks he can joke about a new mom's weight. He got really defensive and told me that I need to learn how to take a joke before stomping off to the hot tub. Jenny chuckled at my comment, and I thought that was that, but when they left for the night, Tom pulled me aside and told me to keep my nose out of other people's business. No, Tom can go suck a dick. Absolutely not. That's my homie right there, and you're not gonna talk shit about her, alright? Like, the fuck? I don't think I was entirely in the wrong, but my boyfriend told me I shouldn't have reacted at all because it wasn't really my business. I think Tom's reaction speaks for itself and makes me wonder whether I might have been the asshole in the situation. No. That's your best friend that he's talking about over there. And seeing as y'all are around the same age, you've probably been best friends for a little while. No. No. Absolutely not. Not the asshole. Insulting your partner in front of other people deserves a calling out. Yeah. Keep fighting the good fight. Only way to stop a bully is to throw everywhere they're giving right back in their smug little fucking face. Or in this case, his fat fucking face. Not the asshole you were just sticking up for your friend. You personally objected to his statement. He made it your business when he said it in front of you. Facts. As someone who used to be the meek type who wouldn't stick up for themselves, thank you. The world would be a better place if more people shot down asshole comments in public. Yes. Let's see. Was this her hot tub? Yes. It was also at her house. You're not gonna come to my house and talk shit about my best friend and expect to get away with it. No. Get out of my hot tub and go home. Get a Uber, go home. Okay? She'll meet you at home at some point. The fuck? Not the asshole classic. It was just a joke. When in reality, it was passive-aggressive teardown. Yeah. Not the asshole. Utterly not the asshole at all in any way possible. If your friend's husband wants to make demeaning comments about people's weight, then he can bloody well receive them too. If he doesn't like it, then he can either learn to keep his pie hole shut or he can fuck off. Your own boyfriend is a coward too. Bottom line, your friend's husband stole her happiness for his own amusement, and you replaced it by stealing his, which amused her and angered him. In other words, he broke even, but is still being butthurt little child about it anyways. He's not upset over your weight comment. He's upset because you wouldn't let him get away with being a fucking jerk to your best friend. You're a good person for recognizing the shittiness of what it was and rightfully sticking up for your friend. Tell anyone who tries to make you regret this choice to get fucked. Welcome to the illuminating world of sticking up for what is right, where you learn who in your life is good and who in your life is shitty. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, it was also great. That was not a joke. Just because someone claims something is a joke doesn't mean it was a joke. It's too quiet. Hold on. There we go. It's too quiet. Just because someone claims it was a joke doesn't mean it was a joke. And now that you know why she struggled with her weight gain during pregnancy, because she had an insecure asshole at home making comments about it. I can't imagine putting a baby in somebody, having them grow that human, and then talking shit about their body after they grew that human. Like, the sheer audacity. Like, it is just, I will never understand. Like, even if it's thoughts you're having, keep it to your goddamn self. Because quite frankly, she just made a person. So I think she's allowed to not quite look as hot, quote unquote, as she did before she made a person, alright? I think she's allowed a little bit of a break. You know what I mean? Like, the fuck? No. Imagine altering your body forever, going through at least roughly a year of hell, and literally risking your life to bring a child into this world with your partner, only to realize that he's just some dude who sees you as a bang-made Barbie doll. Despicable. Yeah. Not the asshole on repeat. Yeah. If you can't take it, don't dish it out. Weight is a sensitive topic for lots of people, and new mothers are especially pressured to lose weight. Not to mention, new moms deal with postpartum depression, so making fun of their weight and stuff like that can be incredibly dangerous, because it's far more common than you would think, postpartum depression. So, no. Also, no, what the fuck? Also, without even postpartum, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I can't throw up enough red flags. I can't throw up enough of them. It's just a permanent, this is just a permanent red flag now. I'm just gonna balance it right here. There we go. It's gonna fall, but you know. Not the asshole, your comeback was perfect in every way. You did not ask for relationship advice, so stop reading out if you don't want it, but your partner does not exactly sound like a keeper. Yeah, the fact that her boyfriend didn't go, excuse you, she's hot as fuck, what's wrong with you? Or, like, back his wife up a little bit. Like, he turned on his wife? Why? For what? What reason? No, definitely not the asshole. I find it especially frustrating when fat men try to make fun or poke fun at not super fit women. Like, have you seen yourself, sir? Like, you don't get to talk when you look like that. I'm sorry, but that's not how this works. The fuck? If you want to talk shit about someone else's appearance, work on your own first, alright? or you need to make fun of them in a way that's also self-deprecating. That's the only ways where that's okay. Even then, it's like still a new mom, still not okay. All right. Am I the asshole for purchasing my guy friend his dream birthday present and outshining his girlfriend in the process? My guy friend Tom has been one of my best friends since college. We're in our mid-20s and are... Oh, another Tom. We are in our mid-20s and are both currently in committed relationships with long-term partners. I've never had feelings for Tom, nor has he ever had feelings for me. Probably need to plug this in. Hold on, sorry. I just saw my Fitbit charger plugged into the wall. I probably should charge this thing. Because I usually have to charge it twice a week now, because it's so old. And I use it a lot because I'm at work all the time. So it counts a lot of steps. And I haven't charged it in a few days, so yep, I need to charge it. Let me go put some ice in this cup too. Trying to empty out this water bottle, like drink all of it, so that I can replace it with a different flavor. Because I just bought a blue raspberry flavoring thing for the water, and I really want to try it. I hope it's good. I'm on a blue raspberry kick at the moment, so... Am I cold again? I can't tell. I can't tell if I'm cold. God damn it. I think I am. I'll put my sweatshirt back on. Hold on. I do wonder what my setup will be if I ever do like an in-person stream with Max. Like if whenever Max comes to visit, if we do an in-person stream, because there's not quite as much space like behind us as behind me as there used to be. So I do wonder how that will work. Also, I need to get a second sweatshirt because all of my VODs, I'm wearing the sweatshirt, so it looks like I never change. I have not put on a new shirt since I moved here, because I'm always wearing the same sweatshirt. So I want to buy a second one anyways, so that way I can always have a clean one. Like when I spill something on this one, because I wear this one 24/7. When I'm at home, I wear it all the time. Like I spilled something on it here, I put it through the wash. Like I sprayed stuff on it, put it through the wash, and it didn't clean it off. And I think my washer is fucked. I might have to like figure out if maintenance can come look at it or something, or maybe I'm not loading it correctly. I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem to wash stuff very well. The stuff doesn't smell bad or anything. It just doesn't get the stains out. And my pants that I wear to work get a lot of like greasy stuff and dirt and like soap and like a bunch of shit on it at work. And so I need those to be able to be washed properly. I wonder if maybe I just need to do smaller loads. But I just put, after I got this back out and it still had shit on it, I sprayed my spray on it and then took a wet rag and just scrubbed it. And now there's a ring of the cleaning stuff, but that should come out in the wash, but you can't see the stain anymore. I can't do that to my pants every fucking week though. My work or every 2 weeks or however often I do laundry. I can't scrub my entire pants. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to look into that to see if it's user error or see if it's something wrong with the machine itself. All right, here we go. We've never had feelings for each other. Okay. Since college, Tom has been a huge watch fanatic. 2 months ago, he was showing me this stunning vintage watch and made an offhanded comment about how he would die of joy if he somehow got his hands on one. Very coincidentally, I was in NYC a few weeks ago and stumbled upon this watch store, so that just so happened to have the exact one Tom wanted. It was expensive, I won't lie, at about $2,500. but I decided to get it for his 25th birthday. To me, it was basically fate. My boyfriend and I do very well financially, so this was something that I could personally afford. Well, if you could afford it, I feel like it's less of a big deal, because I know this is going to get to the point where it's like I outshined his girlfriend. But if you can drop $2,500 on a birthday gift for your best friend, or not even your best friend, one of your best friends, then it's less of a big deal, because rich people spend money like it's nothing. Like Max and I were talking about the billionaires and millionaires that went down on the Titanic sub that just died recently, and how the money, the $250,000 they spent to go on that was basically pocket change to them, because they make so, like, even to a millionaire, 250K is like nothing. So, well, not necessarily like a single millionaire, but none of the people that were on that vessel only had $1 million. You know what I mean? Like, there were millions of dollars, and then billionaires as well. But that's still a drop in the bucket for the amount of money that these people have. Obviously, $2,500 is not even comparable to $250,000. But if she says that she makes good enough money that this is something she can afford and was more than happy to buy for him, then that's fine. If this, I feel like if this is something that she was like stretching her money to buy for him, it would be a bigger deal than it just being something she can afford to buy him because she makes really good money. Also, making enough money to just drop $2,500 on a random ass birthday gift for someone's 25th birthday when you're in your mid-20s is super fucking impressive, I have to say, especially in this economy. So good for you making that money. I do very well financially, so this was something I could personally afford and wanted to buy for Tom, especially knowing how happy it would make him. Tom has a tradition of hosting a dinner party at his place for his birthday, and then following that up with cake and gift opening. I told him before the dinner that my gift was a huge surprise and asked if he could save it for last, and he agreed. His girlfriend ends up going first, and she gets him this gorgeous sweater that she crocheted for him and a book that he's been wanting, which I thought was super thoughtful and lovely. Last, it was my gift, which he opened it, and when he saw what it was, he literally screamed. Hopped over a bunch of people and squeezed me in this huge bear hug. I was so happy to see him happy. It genuinely filled me with so much joy. He even got emotional, and I saw him swipe a few tears. He also said it was the best gift he'd ever received. The whole time his girlfriend was only slightly smiling and stayed quiet. The next morning, I get a text from his girlfriend that essentially said that although she appreciated my thoughtful gift, she thought it was a bit out of touch and lacking awareness. She admitted that Tom had also told her about the watch and she wanted to get it for him, but it was way out of her budget. She accused me of knowing this, I had no idea, and still getting it to rub it in her face and to outshine her. She finished by saying how she felt like I had overstepped a boundary by getting the gift and would appreciate me not doing anything similar to it again in the future. I responded and I told her that while I could see her point of view, I was just trying to do a nice thing for a close friend. I asked her, wouldn't you rather he gotten the gift and seen this happiness that it brought him, than him not getting it at all? She responded that the happiness was only shared between me and Tom and no one else, and that she felt hurt by my actions. It was Tom's birthday, you selfish bitch. Okay, she's just insecure. She needs to go to therapy and get over her insecurities, okay? Only my boyfriend knows about this, and he's on my side, but thinking through it all again, I do see how I could have overstepped. My boyfriend says it is not my job to apologize for her insecurities. Your boyfriend is correct. You are not the asshole. His girlfriend is insecure and needs to get over it. The gift that she got him was super cute and personalized. It was a very personal gift. She made him something, which is what you do when you're a partner, you know? And he would also know that the watch he wanted is going to be out of his girlfriend's financial reach. He's going to know that, right? When you're partners with someone, you tend to know their financial situation. So he would know that there's no way in hell she'd be able to afford this watch for him, you know? So it's not like he would be expecting her to get it for him, you know what I mean? Like, he would have mentioned that, oh my god, I would love to have this, knowing that it's not affordable for really either of them to buy, or at least for her to buy. I don't know what his financial situation is. But I think this is just insecurity on her part. Like, having feeling like you've had a boundary stepped over is something you should voice. But when someone says, I was not trying to step over a boundary, I was just getting a gift for a friend, you need to take that at face value and understand that you are seeing things that aren't there and move on, you know, and like talk it over with your therapist or something and get over it, because you're making a big deal out of something that's not a big deal. So we've got more insecurities going on in this one. We had some insecurities in one of the ones this morning, and now we are here with more insecurities. Not the asshole. You weren't thinking of how to hurt her. You just wanted a nice gift for your friend. Your boyfriend is right. You don't need to apologize for her insecurities. Yeah. Yes, exactly this. I can empathize with how the girlfriend must have felt, but she was out of line to reach out to OP for what was just a kind gesture. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Like, I can get that, understand that feeling of feeling outshined, but that's something you keep to yourself and deal with on your own. You don't throw it at the other person and say, how dare you, you know? Giving him something you knew he really wanted was certainly thoughtful, but telling him to save it for last was attention-seeking. I disagree. I feel like if he'd opened it first, it would have made the other gifts not feel as important. It's always best to save the biggest gift for last, I think, because if he had had that big reaction to the first gift, all of the other reactions would have felt like little pussy shit, you know what I mean? Like, it would have felt like he wasn't reacting at all compared to the first gift that he opened, you know? And it wouldn't have felt like he was as appreciative of the other stuff, whereas for putting it last makes it feel like he's super appreciative for this other stuff, you know what I mean? For the expensive gift. I firmly disagree with this. Yeah. If OP gave it to him early, the birthday guy would still probably be gushing about the watch. Also, every other gift would have had to compare to his most desired present. And if you ever received a gift after receiving something you are excited for, it's all forced smiles and, oh, thanks, you shouldn't haves. Yeah. Either way, the girlfriend gets pissed. But because this isn't about the moment when the gift was given. It's because the girlfriend couldn't afford the gift OP gave. Yeah. You're the asshole. It isn't so much her insecurities as your breach of etiquette in giving a gift you knew would significantly outshine all others. So you just should never give someone a gift because it's more expensive than what other people can afford? People giving not the asshole, I don't understand. First of all, people inherently are materialistic and put more value into big gestures and such. Also, OP knew he was someone who loves watches, so she knew how touched he would feel. This person needs to learn how to put spaces in between their periods and paragraph breaks. She knew that the gift would outshine everyone else, and not everyone can afford a gift that expensive, except the fact that you wanted to make this day about you. What is with all the assholes? I don't agree with this at all. Yeah, not the asshole, but her reaction is understandable. I would say it's understandable. I don't think it's reasonable. I think it's an understandable reaction. Yeah, I do agree that reaching out does make sense, even though I said earlier that maybe keep it to yourself. But if it really was something that she felt so offended by that she needed to reach out, then that's something that she needed to have a conversation about, because they're adults. And adults resolve things by having conversations. I agree that maybe keeping it inside might have been a bad idea. As long as she understands that OP wasn't trying to slight her, and maybe they can agree that OP doesn't, drop $2,500 on a birthday gift again, without like going in on it with other people or something, like someone up top in the earlier comments said. So. Yeah. Yeah, and I think the difference is that he will probably wear the sweater and the watch at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to wear the handmade sweater that his girlfriend gave him and the expensive ass watch that he got, that he's been super excited for, at the same time and love them both. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? Because like handmade things for a lot of people are like a big fucking deal to receive them, and it like means more, especially from your partner, your significant other. It means a lot more to get that from them, because that's the person you see every day, the person you go to bed with, the person, like, it's the person you live with, like, it's the person you see all the time and put your all into. And so to get something that's personalized like that from them, instead of something they just go buy, you know. She got him a cozy ass sweater that she made and a book to read, which is a perfect gift from a significant other, in my opinion. Something handmade and something I know you wanted. I'm not rich as shit, so I can't buy you the expensive rich as shit thing you wanted, but I can get you this book that you wanted, you know? So... But I mean, I don't think she bought it intending to outshine other people. I think she understood that the gift she bought was a bit expensive compared to most of them, and that she didn't want to outshine the others, so put it at the end so that way he can enjoy opening the other gifts and then have a big surprise at the end, you know? Okay, let's read this. The Christmas after I met my boyfriend, I knit him a scarf. His family's from a cold climate, and he visits often. He talked multiple times about how he'd always wanted a huge, chunky scarf. So I saved up, bought $250 of hand-dyed wool, and started knitting. I've been knitting since I was 6. It was a complicated pattern, wide and long, knee length on each side, since those were the scarves he'd admired. When I was finishing my last term of college and leading my capstone project, and yet every moment I had to spare, I was knitting that scarf. I knit until my fingers cramped, blah, blah, blah. If I had done all that for my boyfriend, his girlfriend gave him, and his best friend gave him something that she just chucked money at that I didn't have at, and he told her it was the best gift he'd ever been given in front of everyone after I'd spent 80 hours with cramping fingers while working 12 hours a day thinking of my love for him. I'd have dumped him seriously. Also, I'm sorry, that's a bit aggressive. That's a bit much. Like, it's an in-the-moment response, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, that's an in-the-moment thing, you know what I mean? If you get, like, let's do like a Christmas at home thing. Let's say you get some like handmade something from your mother or something, but then dad buys you a fucking Xbox. You know what I mean? Like, your reaction to the expensive Xbox is going to be bigger than the handmade thing. That doesn't mean you love the expensive gift more than the handmade thing. It's just a big expensive gift is like, oh, you know, like we see expensive things as big and fancy and stuff like that, you know? I don't think he tossed it aside. He was opening gifts. That's how you open gifts. You open a gift, sit the one you just opened aside, and then open the next gift. That's how that works. Like, I feel like people are reading into this one too much. Or maybe I'm just not reading into it enough. I don't know what's happening here. Yeah. Yeah, because the girlfriend found a boundary was crossed, so that's something you talk about. Imagine communicating. I don't think she's the asshole. I think this is a misunderstanding that just needs to be addressed and taken care of, and then to move on from it, you know? Now, if the boyfriend was, like, days later being, like, not acknowledging the gift that the girlfriend got him or something, then that's something you need to talk to him about. I don't know. I think it's just a bit much. I'm going with not the asshole. Alright. Am I the asshole for kicking my sister-in-law out for making my drunk husband feel like shit? Alright. My sister-in-law her husband, and her kid, 14, are staying with me and my husband for the next week because there's a family funeral and all hotels were booked out for the Bluegrass Fest and Kane Brown concert. We have a big farmhouse, so not a big deal, but sister-in-law is very opinionated. My sister-in-law and my husband have different fathers. Her dad died from liver failure 10 years ago, and his death date just passed by not too long ago. He was a massive alcoholic due to this. My husband was a massive alcoholic due to this. Oh, the father was a massive alcoholic. Sorry. I don't know if I just can't read or if that was typed out weird. He was a massive alcoholic, and due to this, my sister-in-law turns into a bitch. Sorry. Jesus Christ. My sister-in-law turns into a bitch whenever she sees anyone drinking, especially people in her family. Well, my husband, who isn't a big drinker, went out with his friends last night as kind of a last hurrah because we will be welcoming our first daughter into this world in about a month, and he just wanted to celebrate his becoming of a dad. I encouraged him to go. I arranged for his Uber back home, and he came in around 11 p.m. last night. He was very drunk. He walked in the door singing Let's Get Together by Al Green, dancing, spinning me around the living room floor in some very sloppy waltz and laughing the whole time as he was tripping all over himself. Now, my dad is an alcoholic too, so I get it, but honestly, I was just having a fucking blast with my drunk husband. Sister-in-law comes into, which I understand, someone who doesn't get drunk very often, it's like even more special of an occasion when they do get drunk, especially if they're a fun drunk, since it seems like the husband is a fun drunk. Sister-in-law comes into the room and just starts laying into my husband about him drinking, screaming about how he's going to turn out just like dad, etc., etc. At this point, my husband's mood is dead. He's crying. I lost it. I told her how can he turn out to be like a piece of shit when that piece of shit isn't his father? Oh, true, they are different fathers. She said they have different dads. Get out of my house right now and don't ever come back. She immediately went quiet and said she couldn't take her daughter out at this time of night, that they had no hotels and a vacancy, and my husband knew better than to drink around her. I told her that is not my problem. Leave. The whole family is pissed at me and my husband right now for both him drinking in front of my sister-in-law and me kicking them out at midnight. Am I the asshole? I never said that her daughter or her husband had to leave. I told her she had to. She chose to wake them up and drag them out with her after she caused problems. That's true. She could have gone out and slept in the car. You crossed the boundary. I'm sorry. It's one thing to be like, you can't drink in my house, but to go to someone else's house and then tell them they can't drink because it makes me uncomfortable, that's a you problem. Okay? That's a you problem. I don't care. Like, that's a you problem. You know what I mean? Not the asshole. Yeah, she'd have maybe been a little justified if they were at least related because addictive tendencies are genetic, but they aren't. And he's not usually like that. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't drink normally. He's not a big drinker, as OP says here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I also would understand if they were actually biologically related, because as you said, it is biological. You know, not the asshole, not even a tiny bit. Hell, you're the type of partner that guy would be lucky to have. You let him go and hang with his buddies to celebrate. You celebrated with him when he came home happy drunk, and you defended him fiercely when he needed it. And it is also obvious he doesn't have a drinking problem, that he just had fun responsibly. You got him an Uber home, so your sister-in-law needs to get some help with her very obvious mental issues and not equate one night of your husband having fun to what her dad was. Sister-in-law is the true asshole here for stressing out a pregnant woman, honestly. Sister-in-law is also the asshole for waking up the innocent to suffer her punishment with her. She was awake and getting kicked out, not her husband, and definitely not her kid. Yeah. Sister-in-law was an asshole for having the unmitigated gall to try and dictate how someone's behavior in their own house while they were doing her a favor. The nerve. The chutzpah. The chutzpah? I never know how to say that word correctly. The bare-faced cheek of her. I'd kick her out of my life so fast, the resulting tornado would sweep her and all of her bullshit flying monkeys away with her. Yeah. I feel like this one's pretty cut and dry. Not the asshole. She needs to see a therapist. Her projecting anger onto other people when it's not warranted is a reflection of her unhealed trauma. Yep. Not the asshole. She's using the situation as an excuse to abuse someone. She has options if she's distressed, like crying, walking away, or going to her husband for support. Yeah. And she should get therapy for her obvious trauma caused by her father's drinking. Yeah. Not the asshole. She interferes in your family life, insulted your husband, and did not even apologize. Just whined about no vacancy. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty cut and dry. We don't even need to spend extra time on this one. This is cut and dry. Alrighty, we're burning through these today. We're burning tonight. Today it took, I think Jimmy and I got through, I think 4 posts during the entire 2.5 hour stream. So, and we've just done 3 in the past, I don't know, hour or less. So, my husband's sister, or sorry, I gotta read the title first. Am I the asshole for screaming at my husband and his sister to get out of my kitchen? My husband's sister, 38, lives with us and our kids. I'm well beyond fed up with her being here because of food issues. That is the only reason. So basically, every single time I make food, his sister will come in and doctor up the food I'm making to her liking. Like, I made a steak and shrimp the other day, like Applebee's. And she waited until I left the room to put a full stick of butter in my shrimp. That was already done. And when I came back in, she goes, I'm pretty sure that's the taste you were looking for, and completely ruined it. It was trash. Or whenever I made spaghetti, she was still dumping sugar in the sauce to the point of a sweet spaghetti that made me and my kids outright refuse to touch because it was nasty. Every single time that she can get away with it, she's doing something to the food. Anyway, my husband has started doing the same thing. I went to make homemade mac last night, and cheeseburgers. I went to the basement to check the chest freezer to grab the veggies I needed, and when I came back upstairs, my husband was putting canned chicken into the mac and cheese. He knows the kids absolutely hate the taste of that, and his sister is pushing blocks of blue cheese into the partially cooked burgers. I asked what the fuck they thought they were doing because I've told them so many times to stop fucking with the food, and neither of them had any good excuse other than we were just helping. I flipped out. This doesn't feel real. This doesn't feel like a real post. What the fuck is this? Why are we talking about the kids not eating stuff? Well, the kids aren't eating it because it tastes like ass. What do you mean? It's not, they're not just being picky. The food tastes bad. She says the food tastes bad. It's not just them being picky. Not the asshole. Tell them if they hate the food so much, they need to cook it themselves and stop cooking for these people. Yeah. Does anyone else feel like this is a fake ass post? This doesn't feel like a real thing. Who the fuck puts sugar in pasta? Yeah. No. Can you go on strike and stop cooking? See what they do. I suspect your sister-in-law and husband grew up with a different style of food, and their tastes have changed. You're nasty and they're good. Your good is their bland. I have some family members like that. Some like cakes so sweet that it feels like it hurts my teeth. On the flip side, I like saltier food than many people. OP said, I can understand that. I love salty food, hate sweet, so I will doctor up my own plate after it's already prepared. But I make sure not to ruin everyone else's food, you know? Yeah. This doesn't feel real. Blue cheeseburgers are a thing too. Yeah, I know. But who wants that? Who wants that? No. No one wants that. Okay? No one wants that. No one wants that. Hmm. Oh, spicy. Glitter monsters. They also said a lot of clam chowder around here, and I personally don't know why anyone would want that. I mean, you are on the coast almost, so I think clam chowder is pretty common, at least in that at least in that state. I know that state likes clam chowder. Yeah. Because I know you're closer to the coast, so I don't think you're like on the beach or anything like that, but you're nearby, and so it's a lot of seafood. Yeah, I've never understood why people like clam chowder. It looks nasty, it smells nasty, and it does not taste good either. So I don't get it either. But you know, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Alright. Am I the asshole for reporting a mother and her glitter monster to a flight attendant? Music's a little loud for me. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I can't turn it down. I'm not turning it down for y'all any. I'm just turning it down for me. Am I the asshole for reporting a mother and her glitter monster to a flight attendant? I had a situation that happened to me on a long-haul flight yesterday that I need your verdict on. I'd paid for an aisle seat in the main cabin extra because of my long legs. It was a packed flight, and my roommates were a mother, late 30s-ish, with a young child, maybe 5 or 6. They brought a bunch of arts and crafts to keep the kid busy. Things like glue stick, markers, paper, craft sticks. Sounds cute, right? Well, not when the glitter came out. The child, let's call her Glitter Godzilla, Gigi, was making a mess. And since she was in the middle seat, the glitter would spill over onto my side. If you remember glitter from elementary school, it's messy as fuck, and you try attaching it to paper. There's a lot of shake off, and most of it doesn't stick. Yeah, who brings glitter on a plane? Who allowed this? So yeah, the glitter and marks from the glue stick rolling off the gray table were everywhere, on my shoes, my backpack, my jeans. I'm patient, and kids can be messy, but this felt crazy. I tried catching my mom's eye, hoping she'd step in, but she just gave me a blank look like that's how it is. I'm not confrontational, so when I got up to use the bathroom, I quietly shared the situation with the flight attendant. She promised to discreetly address it. Not the asshole, they shouldn't have had glitter. Yeah, I don't know why TSA let them onto the flight with glitter. Like, that's what I want to know. Like, why didn't TSA confiscate the glitter? You know, they confiscate my fucking slightly too big shampoo bottle, but they don't confiscate glitter? The fuck? Glitter is literally toxic and terrible, you know? Like, no. When I got back to my seat, the mother was pissed. I don't know what the flight attendant said, but my mom claimed I was being discriminatory against mothers. Since the flight was delayed, she was just trying to keep her child entertained. Then she started raising her voice, accusing me of being a selfish man with no understanding of children. All this despite the fact that my lower half now looks bedazzled. There were no other seats available, so I was stuck the rest of the flight with this lady's verbal attacks. The flight attendants gave me looks of sympathy but didn't want to step in. Of course, the mother gave me a final fuck you as we deplaned. I travel a lot, and this was the flight from hell, not to mention it was pretty embarrassing in the airport. Not that I can blame people for taking notice. Am I the asshole here? No, you're not the asshole here. Jesus Christ. What felt like a glitter assault. Yeah. Just settle for crayons and a coloring book, like a normal human or something. Yeah. Not the asshole. Even if a few pieces of glitter work their way out of the plane's avionics systems, the entire flight is coming down. I mean, probably not, but that's what you say to the kid with a deathly serious face. Not the asshole. She could have at least been a glitter shield by putting her kid on the window seat. Yeah. Not the asshole. A plane is not a child's classroom. Of course, it's not always easy to entertain children on planes. Also, I don't understand being, like flying with a kid, like flying with your own kid, especially one that's around that age, and putting them next to a stranger. You know what I mean? If you're not able to book, like, I would be sitting in the middle so that my kid is not sat next to a stranger. Doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, not just to protect the stranger from my messy child, but just for safety purposes. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Yeah, window seat, iPad, coloring books. This woman is either insane or this kid's aunt, not a parent. Not the asshole, I'm a mom. Who fucking brings glitter on a plane? Even if you're adamantly against screens, there's a ton of other things that don't involve thousands of tiny sparkling things that inevitably get everywhere. Not only was she inconsiderate of you, but she was inconsiderate of whomever had to clean that ungodly mess up. When I was 8, I had to sit next to a stranger because my adult was plane sick, but I wasn't annoying. I'll be honest, I laughed so hard at your description of this glittery hellscape that I woke up the entire house. You're hilarious. Now the asshole, full disclosure, I'm a two-brained creature depending on my level of anxiety for the day, so frankly I might have just stowed my bag up somewhere and participated in the glitter apocalypse. But you're absolutely in no way the asshole for not wanting glue and glitter damage to your belongings. The mother is absolutely off for gourd for A, bringing glitter onto a plane, who does that, but also B, reacting in such an overwrought, rude way to being asked to maybe not detonate a glitter mine on a packed plane. There are so many art projects one can bring on a plane to entertain a child. Only an extremely entitled mother would think that glitter is acceptable in transit, either for the passengers or for the poor attendants that have to clean that out of the carpet and seats later. You handled it like a champ and were extremely polite. Don't worry about it. Seriously. Yeah. Not the asshole. Listen, I love glitter. I want to sparkle all the time. I would bathe in glitter if it wasn't so bad for everything. However, glitter crafts are not for public. It is the herpes of craft supplies and should be kept at home where everyone consents to being covered in glitter. You did nothing wrong. That mother was a giant entitled asshole. Yes. I get it, and I'm sorry to tell you, you'll be having flare-ups for months after this. It just doesn't go away. One day you will walk outside and be temporarily blinded because a stray piece of glitter ended up on your cheek. So yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, the herpes of craft supplies. That's funny. I think I'm just less distracted than I was earlier today. I think that's why I'm burning through these so quickly. I don't think it has anything to do with the level of convo that, like, you're providing, because you're providing about the same amount of convo that Jimmy was earlier. Not a ton, but not none either. I think I'm just less distracted than I was earlier. Because we really didn't get anywhere earlier today. There were so many tangents. I think I need a bigger straw to eat this slushie. I think that's been the problem. I'm not that interesting. Definitely using you as a distraction. That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm here. A distraction. Entertainment purposes. That is why I'm here. Because if I wasn't sitting here, I would probably be sleeping on the couch, even though I shouldn't be asleep yet. I should be... it's too early for me to go to bed, so... You know. Pardon my nude knee. I know it's very immodest of me, but... it's either I sit with my feet up like this, or I sit on my feet, and sitting on my feet ends up with a dead leg, so... you know. It is what it is. Am I the asshole for making my stepson shower when he comes home from his mom's? I, 28 female, and my husband, 32 male. He has a son from my previous relationship who is 11. Anyway, my stepson smells awful. Like poop. What an opener. His mom suffers from depression amongst other things. My guess is she hasn't taught him how to properly maintain good hygiene, plus hormones at that age. My concern is that it's not BO that he smells like. It's poop. His hair is always matted, and he has these awkward haircuts. I mean, I know the guy's hairstyles are questionable right now, lol. Anyway, mom sends him in clothes that don't fit. He's dramatically putting on weight. He tells us that sometimes she doesn't get out of bed all day. When he comes to our house, I hear my husband tell him how to properly clean. He spends a lot of time brushing out knots in his hair. My issue is I feel terrible because I get grossed out by my stepson when we first retrieve him. Like, we have to actively air out his room when he's only in there for a few minutes. I've asked my husband to check his underwear to see if he's wiping properly, but it's not. I assume it's not the problem. Once he's clean, I love having him around. He's such a good kid and an incredible son and big brother to my 5-year-old son. I just feel like a wicked stepmother feeling grossed out. Some guys really don't wipe their ass. This is true. I'm glad she had him check that. We've tried to discuss with him ways to care for himself, but it honestly sounds like he's on his own at his mom's. She has a girlfriend that lives with them, but I don't know how much she helps out with stepson. I can't assume anything happening over there. All I know is what happens here. We get him, and he immediately showers. After the shower, he looks like a happy, healthy boy. Fresh. My heart is heavy on this, and I feel like an asshole. Am I the asshole for thinking he smells so bad he needs to shower immediately? Oh, also, my in-laws picked him up this past weekend for a cousin's birthday party, and my mother-in-law texted us to say they could not take him to the party as he came because he smelled so bad, and they actually showered him without even knowing that my husband and I are already concerned with his hygiene, so it's not just us. What is the mom's house like? Yeah, it is gay. What is the mom's house like? Yeah, definitely not the asshole. What is this mom's house like? Do they have is she a hoarder? Like, does she have like dead cats everywhere? Like, what is this? Like, this can't just be a situation of him not showering for a few days, because like she said, he doesn't smell like BO, he smells like shit, you know. And when a 11-year-old boy doesn't shower for a few days, he doesn't smell like shit, he smells like boy, he smells like BO, you know what I mean? Yeah, maybe. I have to. She mentions that the mom suffers from depression, so maybe the mom just doesn't clean the house all that often, and maybe they do have a cat, and there's just a litter box near his room that he sleeps at there or something that smells really bad. And so that's why he smells really bad, like why he smells like shit, maybe. Because I can't think, like, I don't know how long he spends at his mom's before they get him back, but I doubt it's longer than like 2 weeks, you know what I mean? And even if he did not shower that entire time, he's not going to smell like poop, you know what I mean? He's gonna smell like garbage. He's not gonna smell good, but he's not gonna smell like poop, you know what I mean? That's not what dirty boys smell like, unless they're literally rolling around in shit. So I'd interested to know what's going on at home. Not the asshole for making him shower. However, you're the asshole for not calling CPS and getting the courts involved. If he smells that bad, it's the house that smells that bad. It seems like she has untreated depression and cannot parent. His mother needs professional help, and the kid needs his dad to step up. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, if it's so bad they went to pick him up to take him to a birthday party and they couldn't take him because he smelled so bad, like, that's not conducive. This child is having problems everywhere in his life. Can you imagine the ridicule and bullying he's facing at school if he's even going? Yeah, true. That's true. Like, put him going to school from... That must suck. If he's going, have his father call and check on his son's attendance. This child may not be asking for help right now, but his situation is screaming for help. Please do what you can. I fully agree. Dan, this kind of put it into perspective. I did not think about socially and honestly assumed she would have been attentive for school, but if she's not attentive for daily life, why would she pay attention at school? Shit. Yeah. Hopefully OP's able to do something about this. True, because I was kind of thinking like a weekend thing, since the mom doesn't have a like permanent partner, it seems like. Whereas the dad is remarried, so I would imagine the dad might have longer. I'm curious. Usually, dad gets weekends. Did she say that, or is that just what you're assuming? Oh, did my mouse just die? I think my mouse just died. I know moms get better treatment in the system, but I think my mouse just died. Hold on, let me plug this fucker in. Where's the plug? Where is it? There it is. I haven't charged these in a while, so I'm not really surprised that it's just dead. I don't charge them until they die because there's not a reason to. They last so long, so. I do think it just died on me, though, because it's not working. And I turned it off and back on, and it didn't come back on. There we go. Yep, it died. That's what it was. Especially since it doesn't seem like he has any problem showering when he gets in from his mom's. So it can't just be that he's not cleaning himself at his mom's, unless he doesn't have a way to properly clean himself at his mom's. If he's coming home with knots in his hair, like, I'm agreeing more and more with the CPS situation. Because they're saying he comes home with matted hair. Right? Because I think... Yeah, he spends a lot of time brushing knots out of his hair. Yeah, his hair is always matted and he has these awkward haircuts. So, I imagine the mom is probably doing the haircuts if the haircuts are not very good. Or it could just be that OP doesn't know what modern hairstyles look like and thinks they look bad. I feel so bad for this kid. How old is he? Did it say? 11. Jesus. Yeah, I agree with it. I call CPS. Someone call CPS, please, for this kid. Okay, so the above comment is right. Your stepson is having problems everywhere, and it sounds like his mom is dealing with some intense depression issues. It also sounds like a high conflict co-parenting-ish relationship which definitely complicates things. Your husband needs to figure out whether his son's well-being is worth a legal fight. I can guarantee that if hygiene is such a problem for your stepson, then there will be other areas that are also a problem, like supervision, access to food, toiletries, clothing, school supplies, and perhaps medical care. Your husband may need to contact a school to see how things are going there and to be sure he is going. There are things that you can do in the meantime. He is 11. You can help him figure out ways to maintain his own hygiene while he's at his mom's place. Sure, you shouldn't have to his mom should be doing it, but she isn't. So his dad, and by extension, you need to step in to help him out. Stepping in and helping also works in your favor when it comes to legal issues. Get him a toiletries bag. Put in what he needs to keep clean: toothpaste, brush, soap, body wash, clothes. Shampoos bars are a winner for my teens. Conditioner, brush, comb, deodorant. Your husband can make sure he knows how to use these independently. Consider a small card with reminders of the days he needs to wash his hair and daily checklists for hygiene stuff. Brush teeth, wash face in the morning, and everything. Shower every day, brush hair in the morning, wash hair every 3 days, or whatever works for him. This stuff isn't a habit for him yet, so he will have a learning curve. True, he's also probably, if he's not started puberty yet, he's going to be soon. So if this is already an issue, going on and learning the cleaning stuff would be helpful anyways, because, you know, pubescent boys are stinky, so, because they don't know how to clean themselves. That was the only thing that saved me from not stinking all of the time, was that I was an adult, so I already knew how to clean myself. I knew how to, it was just an adjustment of how often I needed to clean myself. That was really the only thing that changed, was how frequently I needed to clean myself when I started T. So yeah, so the learning curve doing it now, if he hasn't already started puberty, because 11's a little early for male puberty. Am I right in that? When do boys start puberty? Between ages of 12 and 16. So 11 would be a little early for puberty, but it's still possible. For girls, it's usually between ages 10 and 14. So yeah, he'd be a little ahead of the curve to already have started puberty, but it's definitely a possibility. Yeah, they do smell horrible, but I don't think he's started puberty yet. He's a little young for that, so that makes this even worse, that he smells this bad and it's not even hormones, you know? Yeah, they don't know because they can't smell themselves. Which is a problem, because if the house smells like this, then he doesn't know this is what he smells like when he walks around. And we've all been to public school here. The two of us have been to public school. There is always that kid who just always smells bad, and no one says anything. They probably bully him behind his back, but no one says anything to his face. I knew a kid like that in school, in, I think, middle school. I'm sure you've met one as well, that just does not smell good, and no one really knows why, because no one wants to talk to them or be around them because they smell awful. So, you know. If there is a washing machine in his mom's place, show him how to use it and consider a supply of washing detergent so he can wash his clothes and bedding. No, he shouldn't have to be responsible for this, but this is how it is right now, and he needs somewhere clean to sleep and clean clothes. Well, I bought body spray to school and made people want to try it because I always smelled good. Get some cheap clothes that fit him to wear home. Have extra socks and underwear at your place that he can take with him. Ditto for pens, pencils for school. Talk with the in-laws about what is happening and that you're concerned, and ask for their support. Ditto for the school. Make it known that you're aware that there is a problem and that you're seeking solutions and support. Ask if perhaps a school counselor, if one is there, can check in with him. Document all of it, the stuff you buy, that your husband has been showing him how to do these things, that you've contacted the school in writing, that you have family support. You might need that info to back you up if you do decide to go to court. It is up to you how you depth and go with this, but if you're concerned about his access to food, you might need to show him how to make some basic meals with ingredients he is likely to have at home. You may need to take him to the doctor for a general checkup, and it might help to mention you have some concerns, and by you, I mean your husband. He has to run point on things as the bio parent, and make sure that your stepson can contact his father in an emergency. Not the asshole for being grossed out by your smell, but you'll forever be the asshole if you and your husband don't step in and help your stepson. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. All the awards. All the awards. Gold award awards. Reddit coins. What the fuck are Reddit coins? I'd also suggest finding out the state of the tub/shower, because if it's as gross as I think it may be, disposable hygiene wipes and dry shampoo can be utilized to stay fairly clean without having to get into a nasty shower or tub. True. Yeah, no guarantee the soap is even available to him. If things are this bad, why must he go there? Because that's the law. Yeah, please save him before he's further gone, because you would be saving him. Yeah, like, this just does not seem like a good, safe thing. You're the asshole for not getting your lawyer involved or CPS. It sounds like serious neglect is happening and you're allowing it. You know, we've seriously thought about this. He seems healthy and happy in every other way other than his hygiene. His mom is extremely high conflict. She will drag us through all the legals and bleed us dry of our finances. I'm not saying money is more important at all, but we have rent and mouths to feed, so we still feel very stuck. Like it would go in our favor, which is essentially in stepson's favor, but it's scary because if she drains all of our resources and we end up losing, stepson included. That's true. That's if you file and make it about your husband's custody agreement. If you involve CPS and the neglect is serious enough, they'll file and consume their own resources. True. But surely an 11-year-old is enough to learn how to shower on his own. Does she actually prevent him from bathing? I want to see OP's comments. I want to see her comments about this. Not the asshole. It sounds like he's not being taken care of. Do you want to take him in? He needs the help. Of course I want to take him in. I tell my husband I'm on board. Serious question. How can I document smelling bad or hearsay from SS? Like, we have texts from mother-in-law that say he smells, so she's gonna bathe him. But other than that, how can I love my stepson. I want him safe. Just how? The child is having problems everywhere in his life. Yeah, we read that one. Info, why are you allowing your husband allowing this to continue? Has anyone tried discussing this with his mother? Has your husband tried to have the custody agreement amended? We aren't allowing it. They don't co-parent. They parallel parent. They are like oil and water. They cannot effectively communicate about anything at all, ever. I have to be honest. She seems to love him. I'm sure of it. Other than her girlfriend, I think SS is all she cares about. Social Security? What's SS? Social Services? What the fuck is SS? I mean, we've tried discussing flipping the schedule so we have him significantly longer, but she gets pissed off and says she never heard of anything so insane. She will fight tooth and nail to keep our parenting to a minimum. So it sounds like she wants him, but also won't care for him. So that is definitely something you go to CPS about and not the lawyers about. As someone who doesn't know anything about legal stuff, that's just my uneducated opinion. That's all the comments from that poster on that post. Yeah, I hope that kid gets help. Oh. The fuck? It vanished while we were sitting here. The fuck? Weird. I love that it vanished while we were sitting here reading it. Yeah, I'm curious. Weird. Do I want Cheez-Its? Nah. Am I the asshole for not inviting my friend's husband to my birthday party? Okay, so I turn 21 tomorrow and I'm having a birthday party on Saturday to celebrate. I invited a good amount of people, but my mom needed a list of approximately how many are coming, for how much food she's going to cook, and how many drinks my dad needs to get. Plus, my house is not big at all. So I invited 5 of my aunts and 7 of my friends. However, I texted one of the 7 friends saying, hey, I'm having my 21st birthday party on Saturday and I'd really enjoy if you came. So she texted me back saying, okay, we'll be there. I'm just thinking, who is we? Then I asked her what she meant by that and if she was referring to her and her husband, and she says yes. I had to break it to her that there's only a certain amount of people allowed to come over because I already have a list planned out. Plus, there's not going to be any guys at the party except my dad, and I'm sure my friend's husband would feel out of place. I have absolutely nothing against the guy. He's chill and has always been nice to me, but like I said, there's only so many people that can come. I asked my friend to please not be mad. My friend texted me back, giving me a bit of an attitude. She said, I'm not mad, I'm just upset because when you gave me the invitation, I automatically assumed you meant me and husband could come. So I had to break it down to her and say, dude, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but if I wanted to invite you and your husband, I would have said that I wanted you and him, or both of y'all, in the invite. But I said you. It's not that I have anything against him, it's just that I only invited you, and that's it. I sent her that text and she hasn't answered. Am I the asshole? Not to be that person, but God, it's my party and my list, everything. What the heck do I do? Thanks everyone. So 50% of people saying I am the asshole, 50% are not. 50% of people saying I am not. Either way, the people on the second 50% make some good points, and I tried to follow the advice they gave. So I texted my friend saying, hey, no. She shouldn't have assumed, okay? She should not have assumed that her husband was invited, okay? And if she was assuming the husband was invited, she should have clarified him and like, hey, is blank invited as well, you know? Yes, this is something to keep in mind. Yeah, I've cut a couple of good friends off because they've married terrible people, raised terrible children, and they're a package deal. Yeah, and also, if she'd assumed, after the friend explained only a certain amount of people are there, there's not gonna be any other dudes there, you should have been like, oh, no problem, sorry that I assumed. You know? Yeah. I don't know why couples can't do anything alone. If OP had led with Ladies' Night, that would have made total sense, but if I got invited to a party, I'd assume my husband was also invited. However, if I then found out that it was a Ladies' Night, we'd both chuckle and I'd still go. If my husband got invited to a guys only thing, I wouldn't want to go, much less get upset that I wasn't invited. True. True. I feel like a lot of comments are glossing over the fact that OP is literally just now turning 21. Unless she's from a culture where people regularly get married at 18 to 19, the situation has probably never come up before. The fact that married couples are often units when sending invites is not etiquette she is likely aware of. I feel this situation is either not the asshole or everyone sucks here because the lack of clear communication. Sounds like OP has learned from this and will know for future events. Hopefully her friend will accept the apology and understanding the mistake, especially if they're the only married couple in the group. So I know everyone's saying that they'd never go to a party their spouse was invited to is a little cringy. It's okay to do things with your partner every once in a while. In fact, it is healthy. Super weird. I hate it when my friends date because they do the same thing. It's like, dude, no, you are my friend. I don't know him. I want you around. Yeah. See, when Max and I were together, all of our friends were like kind of merged, with the exception of like when I'd go to church things with Max. But pretty much all of my friends also were friends with Max because I was always around Max. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm bringing my partner along. It was just, oh, Max is also coming, because we were all friends. You know what I mean? It wasn't like Max had a group of friends, I had a group of friends. We all kind of had the same group of friends. Like we had a few people that like I had my film friends, Max had their church friends or whatever, that were more separated, that we didn't really like, if one of them had invited us or something, it wouldn't, and wasn't implied a +1. Like Max and I went to a wedding that one of the church friends was having, but +1s were a thing, so it made sense to bring me along. So like, you know what I mean? Like we had our separate friends, but there weren't very many of them. A lot of our friends were in the same friend group. Yeah, but in a situation like this where you don't really know the partner, or it's like a girls' night or whatever, you know. This was my take on it. I'm almost 30, happily married, and would never assume my wife was invited as well unless the invitation said so. We both have our own friends and our own separate hobbies. I don't understand everyone in the comments saying they'd never do something without their spouse. Y'all need to stop being so independent. You can be apart for 5 minutes, you won't die. Yeah. You're the asshole, mostly because of the second text you sent. At the end, it's your party, and you invite who you want, but for future reference, it's best to assume if someone's married, their spouse is coming too. If you invited me and not my spouse, I wouldn't come. Not everyone feels that way, but it's better to be safe. It's something saying to me that so many people who get married seem to cease having any sort of independent life of their own. It makes me so happy I'm a romantic. Right. No, not the asshole. Juicy. They also get so hostile when you point it out. Ah. It splashed me in the face. Alrighty. This was oh god, there's like no fucking paragraph breaks. Oh, let me prepare my eyes. Hold on. For this big wall of text. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Alright. Am I the asshole for wanting to amputate my leg after my mom worked so hard to save it? I, 28, was struck by a drunk driver while on my way to work back when I was 19. Car versus pedestrian, I was walking. The accident did a lot of damage to me, especially on my right side of my pelvis, and my right femur and knee were completely destroyed as a result. During that time, the doctors had advised my mom that the best course of action was to amputate my leg because of the amount of damage, and that keeping it would mean much more PT, pain, treatment, everything. My mom fought like hell with both doctors and my bio dad to keep it, resulting in them doing a TKR. Put a rod in my femur, the works. Fast forward 9 years and my leg has never been the same. My ligament keeps re-tearing, resulting in more needed surgery, and I was told by the doctors that this was going to be my reality for the rest of my life. Before the accident, I loved to hike, but since the accident, I haven't been able to. And no, you need to amputate this leg. She should have listened to the doctors. Like, I understand, like, no, but this person, I-28, I don't know who this is. I'm just gonna assume it's a dude. My son wants, my son loves to hike or whatever. But you can hike with a missing leg. They make hiking legs. They make specialized legs for hiking and running and walking and jogging and sitting. They make specialized prosthetic legs for everything you can need. And with the amount of surgeries needed, you're going to have spent just as much money buying prosthetics as you are on surgeries. So no, you're not the asshole. I don't need to read the rest of this, but I'm going to because I want more context. I can't walk for more than 20 feet without needing to sit down. I can't function without a mobility aid. I can't stand for more than 10 minutes without pain, flare up. I want to see if I can find a doctor that will amputate my leg after all these years because I know it will never be the same. I also know that if I were to go get a prosthetic, I could get back to doing the physical activities I used to do, like prior to my accident. Let's see, this was almost 10 years ago when this accident happened. Jesus Christ, that sounds like an awful way to live. With the proper amount of PT. Unfortunately, anytime I bring this up to my mother, it results in her being upset. Fuck her, it's not her fucking leg. It's not her fucking leg, you're 28, it's not on her fucking insurance. She can fuck off. No, you don't need your mom's permission to better your life. No. You need to accept that we're together. Okay, cool, but that doesn't mean I want it near me. Unfortunately, anytime I bring this up to my mother, it results in her being upset, because I guess in her mind, me having a leg amputated is too extreme, and she doesn't believe that this accident should shape me in such an extreme way, like resulting in a loss of limb. I want to try to improve my life, but I'm seeing how much me keeping my leg seems to matter to my mom. I'm second guessing if I should go about finding a doctor willing to help me. I'm grateful that my mom did what she thought was best. I just don't think it was actually what was best. Also, it doesn't sound like your mom put in a lot of work keeping your leg. It sounds like she made the decision to make the doctor try to make you keep your leg, and then you just had to go along with it. Yeah, I feel a lot more comfortable with pursuing amputation after reading y'all's comments. It helped open my eyes to things that I hadn't really occurred to me prior to making this post. Amputation isn't something I'm taking lightly by no means. I've seen both the pros and cons of amputation versus keeping the limb, and amputation seems like a much better option. I'm gonna try having a conversation with my mom and let her know that I believe this is what is best for me, and that my leg being amputated won't mark the end of my life, but instead the start of a new one. My spouse was an OT back in their home country and is a caregiver currently here in America, so they'd be able to help me during my recovery. That's great. Thank you to everyone that commented. It gave me a new peace of mind, and hearing that I'm not just an ungrateful child throwing away my mom's gift for me, and instead just an adult trying to finally live again. Good. Positive resolutions. Look at Reddit helping people. Look at that. Not the asshole. Your mother went against the advisement of your doctors and wishes of your other parent. She insisted on a much harder and longer path. Your health is not up to your mother. You are a grown adult, fully able to make this decision for yourself. Yep. Let's see. Your mother didn't fight to save your leg. She fought to go against medical advice and stick you with a suboptimal outcome. Over the past decade, you've had to pay more and a high enough price for the...
Intransigence.
Intransigence. What did that mean? Hold on. Refusal to change one's views or agree about something. Okay. Let's see if Max knows this word. I'm gonna shoot Max a picture of this word and see if they... I know they're asleep, but... Do you know what that word means? Did you know what that word was? I mean... This is too serious for you to allow yourself to be held hostage to her heroic mother fantasies. They aren't working. They didn't work. Your mother's intervention didn't save your leg. It left you crippled. The doctors were right all along, and your mother was wrong. You know it deep inside. She knows it, and your doctors know it. It's time for a new approach, not the asshole. Yep, focus on quality of life. Absolutely, 100%. We don't need to stick around on that one any longer. Another cut and dry one. It's a weird title, and I need to know what's going on. Oh my god, a wall of text. Oh my god, a wall of text. Oh my god, a wall of text. Can y'all put paragraph breaks in your fucking Reddit posts, please? Oh. Alabama? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Am I the asshole for not accepting my brother and sister's relationship? My mom and dad had me very young. Their relationship ended when I was 2, and it did not end well. There were a lot of accusations. No one ever admitted to anything, and so they just sort of contentiously co-parented me. About 5 years after the relationship ended, my mom and dad both met their future spouses. Stepmom and stepdad were great for the co-parent relationship, and my parents weren't so concerned with what the other parent was doing. My parents would still fight, but it wasn't nearly as bad. More passive-aggressive instead of outright yelling. Eventually, my mom had a daughter with stepdad, and my dad had a son with stepmom. Uh-oh. I watched my siblings grow up since I was a decade older, spending more time with my sister because she lived with my mom. As a result, my brother and sister, not related but shared me as a brother, spent time together as kids, not every weekend, but played during my sports game or when they were invited to each other's birthday parties. When I was 15 or 16, my parents had a big fight that basically destroyed their relationship. I am still not sure what it was about because neither parent, stepmom or stepdad, will not talk about it, but they stopped talking to one another completely. I was gifted a car and started driving myself to and from. My brother and sister basically stopped seeing each other, and my family shifted into 2 factions. And I have kept my lives separate from one another to keep the peace. Okay, we see where this is going. There have been a few unavoidable events like graduations, but there's been a few in cordial last week. My sister, Grace, now 19, dropped the bombshell that she met up with my brother, Anthony, 20, through mutual friends. We remembered each other and exchanged numbers. They had been communicating and started dating. She was telling me that because they were interested in continuing the relationship and wanted my blessing. I didn't lie. I was pissed. I said that this was the worst idea ever. Not only do they share a sibling, they are not blood related, but their parents hate each other. used to be in a sexual relationship and have gone to great lengths to have no contact for the last 10 years. She thinks that they are over it, but I was the one that lived through it. They are my parents, after all. I should have told her the truth. This relationship was doomed, and it needed to end before they got serious feelings. I know some will say that I'm an ass, but I am not thinking of me. My parents will already be tied together forever because of me, which they have accepted. That was their decision, but will they be able to accept that their other child choosing the child of their hated ex-spouse? I don't think so. Grace pretty much told me not to project my parents' relationship onto her, which honestly, I agree. But these are her and Anthony's parents too. Shouldn't they be thinking of them? By the way, Anthony has not responded to my text or calls since I found out. And my TB for not accepting my brother's relationship. So it's not Alabama, because they're not related. They're not related. They're not related, so it's not an issue. They're not blood related at all, so that's fine. It's literally fine. They didn't grow up together either, so they're not even like... They share a sibling, but that's it. And the sibling really only was like around one of them. You know? It's not really all that weird. It's only weird to the sibling. That's the only person that would really find this weird. Anyone who's like friends with one of these two would not find it weird. You know what I mean? Because the sibling's also significantly older. The sibling mostly spent... The OP spent mostly time with the sister. So it's mostly just their sister. And the brother is pretty much separate from everything. Update. I just got off the phone with Anthony, and he knows how the relationship will be perceived, especially by our dad. Yeah, it's still weird, but I think it's only weird for the OP. I don't think... If OP didn't exist, this wouldn't be weird. Right? Can we agree on that? Yeah, but let's say OP didn't exist. Would it be weird? No. Yeah, and? I don't think it would. I don't think it is. I mean, there's a lot weirder shit that we read on this fucking website. Alright? Like fucking blue cheeseburgers, you know? Now that's some weird ass shit right there. Anthony, I just got off the phone with Anthony, and he knows how the relationship will be perceived, especially by our dad. That is why he and Grace have been dating quietly to test the waters before agreeing to come out. Now that the time has come, they're telling me first, then the parents next. Anthony was using me as a gauge for how our dad and Grace's mom will react, and obviously he wasn't pleased with the result. I pretty much told him what I told Grace, that you have an uphill battle before anything has really happened, but I did tell him something that I didn't tell Grace. I told him that I would stand behind them because yes, it is weird as hell, but at the end of the day, no laws were broken, so I was cool. I'll let you know how my mom and dad take it now that things are decided. There's no way Grace won't tell my mom. Anthony will be slower to tell our dad. We will see how it plays out. Oh boy, I just read the first sentence of the second update. This is some juicy shit right here. All right. Gotta get the knees up for this one. All right. Update number 2. It is World War II at my mom's house right now, as she and Grace are epically fighting about her relationship with my brother. Neither of them would get on the phone with me when I called the house, but I could hear them yelling at one another. I think it is safe to say that my stepdad was not pleased when I was talking to him on the phone. He kept reiterating that I would need to call back at a better time. I called Anthony and told him he might want to get on to telling dad before my mom got her wits about her and called him with the news. I just drove to my dad's because he can be pretty short-sighted sometimes, and I knew Anthony would be cowardly and call instead of doing it in person. I got in there after the call, and my stepmother was just bustling about, kind of sighing herself like she couldn't believe that my brother would walk into this drama without consulting her. But my dad was the most surprising. I asked how he was doing, and he just said that it was something every young man would go through. He didn't really say more than that, and I had to go, but I'm pretty sure he was implying every man would have to go through that mistake girl. But that mistake girl is my sister, so there is that. That's so funny. Wouldn't that be hilarious? These two people who were not meant for each other end up creating the people who were meant for each other. I think that's so funny. Especially if, like, the brother and sister of OP, like, actually, like, get along and, like, have good chemistry. Well, I'm about to get it. I say, not the asshole. You don't have to accept it, and I think you're right. I don't think your parents will be happy attending a wedding where both have to be present for things like father-daughter dance, etc. However, now that you said what needed to be said and how you feel, if they decide to pursue the relationship, that is their choice, and you have to respect it, even though you don't like it. I wouldn't like it if I was in your shoes. If they continue to pursue the relationship, then it will work its natural course and will work out in the end. OP, which side will you sit on? I honestly don't see the problem with the relationship by itself, but they are not blood related, and have never been brother or sister relationship. However, I'm not joking when I tell you that the bitterness of my parents knows no bounds. They are so much better when they are apart with their current spouses. You would never guess that they could harbor so much resentment. My sister has less of an idea about this because my mom was always better at keeping the beef to a minimum in front of the kids. My dad tried, but he always has been better getting it off his chest when we can hear him from upstairs. So Anthony knows what he's getting into. Still looking for the non-mistake girl. Yeah. Always are. We always are. Not the asshole. Y'all need Jerry Springer. R.I.P. Not the asshole. She asked you for your blessing, which implies your opinion. You gave it. She really shouldn't have expected a better reaction. Yeah. Yeah, you're not the asshole for giving your opinion when it was asked for. This is some Gossip Girl shit, honestly. Not the asshole. I feel you can carry hurt in your heart that you had to let go of having both parents together, other than a few occasions, as they cannot be cordial to each other for more than probably a few hours. Your reaction also implies that you will be hurt if they end up being cordial to each other, if the kids get more serious about each other. You're very understandable for you to get hurt because they didn't do it for you. I don't think you're the asshole here. Unfortunately, you don't have any control over the situation. You should try to distance yourself from the situation, take serious therapy to get over it, and then make your own family. OP says, I also know in my heart that when it comes down to it, that my parents will not let up and let bygones be bygones. In the end, if this relationship continues, it will be torn apart, just like I was when I was a kid. It's almost better not to let it happen in the first place. Yeah. Dude, that was juicy. Not the asshole. Next. Iconic. Am I the asshole for giving my toddler chores? My husband and I have an awesome 2.5-year-old, and she's in at the stage where she wants to help and do everything mommy and daddy are doing. There are a few tasks we've noticed she likes helping out with more than others, so we've modified them so she can participate. She really likes helping with our cats in the kitchen and is low-key obsessed with our Swiffer mop. Currently, her chores are to feed the cats, empty the cutlery from the dishwasher, and help mop these chores. These chores are supervised and made appropriate for a 2.5-year-old. When it comes to the dishwasher, I take everything sharp out, and then she puts the rest away or hands me the stuff to put away if she can't reach. With the cats, she feeds them twice a day, and we've been using her scooping the food to help teach her numbers. When it comes to mopping, she helps push the mop around, and we let her go ham with the Swiffer after we're done with the initial mopping. We don't force her to do chores, nor do we punish her for doing them wrong. Here's the issue. My mom and aunt came over the other day to help pick up some jewelry for my cousin's wedding. While they were here, my kid woke up from her nap and helped unload the dishwasher. My mom joked about how that was my first chore and that it was funny that it's my kid's first chore too. My aunt then told my mom that it wasn't appropriate and abusive to give young children chores and that I'm using my kid to be lazy and get out of work. That kids should spend their childhoods playing and that they have plenty of time to learn life skills when they become adults. I told my aunt that she has no business speaking on my parenting when she permanently lost custody of her 3 kids by the time the oldest was 5 because she chose drugs and boyfriends over her kids. That escalated quickly. That escalated very, very quickly. Holy shit. My aunt left dramatically sobbing, and I am now on day 3 of constant texts from family about what a piece of shit and forcing my kid to grow up too fast. And I'm starting to question myself. No, you're not the asshole, but dude, that was savage. Yeah, the kid wants to do it, and they make it safe and fun. Kids are fucking stupid. You can make pretty much anything fun for a child. And in this situation, you also get you're not even not doing the chore. You're there while the kid does the chore. You know what I mean? Like she said, there's always supervision during the chores. So it's not even like she's getting out of doing them. You know what I mean? Yeah, mind your business, lady. Dude, that was fucking savage. My 5-year-old does the exact same thing. She helps with the dishwasher and the sweeping. She has for years. I have to actually stop her from helping some days if she wants to do everything. It's good for them to learn. Ready for adult life. Come teenage years, they'll do as little as possible. That's true. A classic case of fuck around and find out. All she had to do was mind her business, and I'm sorry if I had lost custody of my kids for the reasons you stated above. The last thing I would speak on is a present parent letting the children help with chores by choice. I had to chuckle a bit by the end. Not the asshole. Yeah. The way she ripped her open, though. Goddamn. I think the only way she's the asshole is that she committed a murder at the end of this, but other than that, not the asshole. That's so funny. This is true. Given the added work of teaching someone to do something, it's clear your aunt is a dimwit, not the asshole for being a great mom. Yeah. That was so funny. You have no business speaking on my parenting when you permanently lost custody of your 3 kids by the time the oldest was 5 because you chose drugs and a boyfriend over your kids. Murder, brutal murder. Someone call the police. Someone call the police. No, she's not wrong, but Jesus Christ. Woo! Murder. Damn. She went hard on that. Goodness, huh? Oh. Damn. It didn't paste. The fuck? There we go. How the fuck do I pull it out of the fucking... There we go. Jesus, I couldn't get it out of the... How do I get this out of this fucking... How do I... Go away, I don't want the folder. There we go. Make sure that didn't affect the original one. It did not. Dope. Okay. I feel bad just having music playing in the background, and if anyone was interested in getting it, not knowing what the fuck it is or where the fuck to find it, so I didn't realize I didn't still have that on there. I used to have one, but it wasn't working, so I had to get rid of it. That food I ate earlier, the burger I ate earlier, not the food I ate on stream earlier, but the food I ate for dinner is just, whew, it's fighting me. I keep burping, and that's what I'm getting, not the food I just ate, but the food I ate fucking hours and hours ago. Ooh, spicy therapy session. Am I the asshole for telling my stepmother and stepsister not to ask questions they don't want to hear the answers to during a therapy session? I am in therapy with my stepmother Emma and stepsister Luna, who is 12. Emma and my dad have been married for 8 years. I lost my mom to cancer when I was 5, and I am now losing my dad to cancer as well. Because I've never been all that close with Emma or Luna, and because when I asked, I told my dad I would like to keep the previous plans for me if I lost both parents, which is going to my maternal grandparents. Emma decided that we needed therapy together. The 3 of us, while dad is still here. So we have been going for 4 months now. The idea of therapy is that when dad is gone, we remain a family. Emma wants that, Luna wants that, I don't. Which Emma has always known that for me. Any interest in her was always going to have to factor my dad into the equation. Luna kind of knows that as well. I was never the sister she wanted me to be. For a couple of weeks, they would ask me if I was, quote, removing them from my table, end quote, when dad dies. That's the expression that therapist has us using to basically ask if we'll be in each other's lives when he goes. The therapist wouldn't let that be asked right away. She wanted to work on some other things first, but she's allowed that question recently. She has also said I do not need to answer. She reaffirmed that last time, saying maybe it was something Emma and I should be discussing without Luna present. Emma said Luna deserves to know if her sister doesn't give a shit about her. The therapist said that was not the way things should be worded, and especially not to a child. Emma said it was clear I knew my answer and that I should answer. I told her it was clear that she knew the answer and would not take hearing it very well, and neither would Luna, so they should not ask questions they don't want to hear actual answers to. I told her that they were looking to be mad at me, but first I needed to say it out loud. Emma is furious. I know Luna is upset and feel bad that she was there to hear it all. She loves me and has never called me her stepsister or thought of me as not her sibling, and I have never returned that, and it sucks for her. Emma told me that, and I've never returned that, and it sucks for her. So you've never called her your sister? I don't know. Emma told me I was a smartass and that at 16 I should know better than to throw away my family. She told me I should not hold all the bad she's not throwing away her family. She's going to live with her grandparents. That's family. She told me I should not hold all the bad decisions she made regarding to me against her and Luna, and that I should not take Luna's only sibling from her when she's losing the only father she knew, as well as the only one who gave a damn. I told her she should never have brought us to therapy in the first place when she knew what was happening. Spicy. Not the asshole. In my opinion, not the asshole here is why. It's clear she started the session just to manipulate you and get what she thought she would... I'm failing. My functions are failing. And get what she thought would be a backing up from the therapist that you said you should stay with the family. The situation leading to the argument in the therapist's office was all her. She pressured you to answer the question. You gave your honest feelings. Now, yes, it was a little catty to say you shouldn't ask questions you don't want answers to, in my opinion, but at the end of the day, you're right. If you don't want them in your life, they should be able to respect that. From the way you put it, they could feel that you were in that position, but the stepmom still pressed you. My question, how does your father feel about it? Does he also want you all to stay a family? I think he would like if I did, but he respects my wishes and decided to speak to my grandparents, and they will take me when he's gone. But he hasn't been involved in the therapy. He's too sick to be dealing with the drama of it. Yeah, I don't feel like this is something you should be having to deal with when your dad is actively dying, personally. Like, especially since this is something you all discussed when your mom passed, that if he ever, like, vanished out of the blue or died or something, that you already had a plan for that, and I don't feel like you should have to be replanning that while you're trying to deal with the fact that your dad is fucking dying, you know? I just think that's a bit stupid. Not the asshole. People shouldn't ask questions they don't want answers to, and also your stepmother saying you shouldn't hold her actions towards you against her is pretty rich. She told me I should not, I don't care. I don't want to read that quick comment. I don't care. Not the asshole. Next. Oh, wrong one. Ooh, spicy. Am I the asshole? My best friend picked her wedding date on the one date I couldn't do. Well, therapists are not going to take sides. Their job is to listen and ask people about their feelings. Yeah, that is their job. So... something this person clearly does not know. Am I the asshole? My best friend picked her wedding date on one date I couldn't do. Am I the asshole? I am a freelance photographer. It has always been my dream to shoot festivals with the biggest goal to be Glastonbury. For the last 2 years, I have been hired by the BBC to cover smaller stage. Ooh, good for you. Someone I consider to be my best friend, who I hang out with every week, if not multiple times a week, was planning her wedding, and when she showed me the dates of her venue had available for the next year, I said the only one I couldn't do would be June 29th because of Glastonbury and how important that job is to me and trying to maintain this relationship and hopefully get on to the bigger stages in the future. It also looks so good to other clients and pays a good amount of money, and there are so many people waiting to take your spot if you ever turn it down. I basically replaced a girl who couldn't do it one year, and they hired me instead of her the second year. Now, she's about to send out the invites, and I found out she's picked that date. She's upset that I can't come. She could have picked another date, but she chose that one. I feel really heartbroken because I love her, and I thought she loved me, and I've been there for her through the whole wedding thing. I even told her I would offer her wedding dressmaker a free photo shoot if it would help bring the price of the dress down. But now I feel like shit because she obviously didn't care if I came or not, since she picked the only day I couldn't do without fucking up a huge thing in my career. I have abandonment issues as well because of my family, and has made me feel that feeling of not being wanted. I know how stressful weddings are, but I would never want a wedding without her there. And now I feel so guilty that I can't go, and also doubting why she would pick the one day I couldn't. She's upset and cried when I said I couldn't come, even though she knew all along that I wouldn't be able to without a huge blow to my career. But she's really upset that I'm picking work over her wedding, and I can't help but feel guilty. You're not the asshole. Your fucking friend is the fucking asshole. She literally said, these are the dates that are available for my venue, and you said, pick any date except this one. And she picked that one. It's not like a wedding is a multi-day event, assuming this, depending on your culture, that is. Based on what I'm reading here, it doesn't seem like her wedding will be a multiple day event. So, yeah, your livelihood is far more important than someone else's one day. The fuck? Now the asshole. Of course you're putting your livelihood over her wedding. Her wedding doesn't pay your bills, but the gigs you might get definitely will. I don't know why she had to choose that weekend, but the results of her doing so are 100% on her. Don't let her guilt get you into doing her a favor. Absolutely. Congrats on the job. What day did she say it was? June 29th? Today? Or next year? I assume next year, because weddings are usually planned that far ahead. For next year. Okay, yeah, next year. Congrats on the job. That's insanely awesome. As for the matter at hand, not the asshole 1000%. She knew the date and what she was doing, or just didn't listen to you at all. Either way, that is on her. I say you need to do two things from here. Get ahead of this with a mutual friend. I say this because so often people will do things like this and then ride it for more attention and sympathy. I'm not saying call her out in public or something, but saying anyone you both know to find a way to bring it up, or even better, just announce publicly how excited you are about the festival job and put the date. Gush about how great it is, what it does for your career, and how long you've known about it. Enjoy the festival. Yep. One mutual friend messaged me because she knew I would be feeling bad, thankfully. Well, that's good. The caterer she liked was available that day. I think this is the main reason. Then she made her choice of caterer over you. You have nothing to feel guilty about. This is all on her, not the asshole. Absolutely. Definitely not the asshole. There are hundreds of caterers in the world. Very few good friends. Yeah. Very few. All right. Not the asshole, but it was no assholes here until your friend got upset when you said you couldn't come. I do think you need to work on your feelings more. You've written this as if she specifically chose that one day you couldn't attend as some sort of friendship test, when I'm sure there's another reason. Yeah, but like she stated that there was a lot of date options. Like it wasn't like, oh, that you have 2 weekends to choose from. It does feel like a friendship test. There's one day of the countless days that this venue has available next calendar year, a year from today, literally. Just don't pick that specific day. Yeah. Friend does need to take responsibility for her own sad feelings instead of trying to blame OP. Yeah, you can't be sad that the best friend can't come when the best friend told you the one day they couldn't come, and then you ended up picking that day. That's... Bride hurt her own feelings. She can be sad, but she can't blame OP. 100%. Yeah. Sadness is justified, yes, but being upset OP can't make it is not. The bride knew in advance that if you choose this single date, I won't be able to attend. I can't miss that work thing. A good friend would say, I know I chose this date. It was the date my favorite caterer had open. I'm sad you won't be able to attend, but I hope your job goes well. Send me a congrats card, and I'll look forward to showing you the pictures of our wedding. Not be upset when they already knew OP just couldn't just throw away the whole job for her wedding. It's Glastonbury weekend. I'm pretty sure lots of guests are going to be annoyed she chose that weekend. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's like a big party thing. Why didn't I have... Oh, it's on the side. Glastonbury Festival. Cultural events held in the summer from 1940 to 1926. They were founded by English socialists. The largest open-air music performance festival in the world. In the world. Holy shit. For 2005, the enclosed area of the festival was over 900 acres and had over 385 live performances and was attended by around 150,000 people. And that was in 2005! In 2007, over 700 acts played on over 80 stages, and the capacity expanded by 20,000 to 177,000. Why is that the newest data we have? Holy shit. I didn't realize... I knew it was big because I've heard of it before, but I didn't realize it was the biggest open-air music and performing arts festival in the world. That's incredible. Jesus Christ. Good for you getting that job. Jesus. Yeah, I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss this. She knew you were busy on that day. If for some reason she didn't have a choice and had to agree to this date, the reasonable thing to do was to call or text you right away explaining things and ask if you could come, instead of she just sent you an invite as if there's no problem whatsoever. Think of it, she knew for days, if not weeks, that she'd picked the only day you could not come. She didn't warn you. She kept acting as if it's not a big deal because for her it was. Maybe she didn't want to hurt you per se, but she sure doesn't care about your feelings, your life, and your attendance. As other commenters are saying, you need to reevaluate your friendship. Does she really count you as a close friend? Exactly. This too. It wasn't like she when she found out the caterer wasn't going to be able to do the other weekend, she didn't immediately call the OP and be like, OP, I have to pick the weekend that you can't come. My caterer can't do any other time. Can we work this out? I don't know what to do. And you could have talked it out, but she didn't do that. She booked it and then just tried to send you an invite. Like, she was just planning to... She was literally about to send invites out. Which, you have to print those. Like, you have to print out those invites unless she was sending them digitally. Yeah. Absolutely not. Yeah, the friend, I feel like, knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing when she picked that date. Otherwise, she wouldn't be trying so hard to guilt you into giving up the festival. Instead, she would be sad, but accepting that her choice of date was a no-go for you. Yes, absolutely. A friendship test. 100%. Now the asshole, you can't be expected to sabotage your career to attend a wedding. The fact that you even told her in advance that you couldn't do that date makes you even less the asshole. She made the decision to have her wedding on that date, and she isn't entitled to have you show up at her wedding if you can't make it. I think the keyword is attend as opposed to be a part of the wedding. That too. This is cute. I tend to comment from a mama position because I'm old and feel very compelled to say, I'm so freaking proud of you. Look at what you've worked so hard for and accomplished. I know it hurts what has transpired with your friend and her wedding, but you've got to keep standing up for you. This is so incredibly important. Don't let anything stand in your way. You did all you could reasonably do to be there for her wedding. The rest is hers to deal with, as she will. I do not like her trying to guilt you about it. This has to be a hard line for you. Never light yourself on fire to keep anyone else warm. You're not the asshole, and if the relationship matters to her, this guilt trip nonsense will be done. Hopefully there is a chance for to communicate and talk this through. If not, the season has ended, and it's okay to be grateful for what was. I'm cheering you on. Yep. And my mouse is already done charging. It charges so fast and then stays fine for so long. It's so impressive. Now to charge the keyboard. That's what I always do. The mouse always seems to die first. Probably because I use the mouse to do shit like this, and the keyboards, they go to sleep really quickly. So that makes the battery last longer, and I don't tend to type as much as I use the mouse, so that's probably why. No, definitely not the asshole. What the actual fuck? I thought those were two dogs until I read the thing, and then I looked back down and realized this was a plushie. That's cool. Let's see. Are there any shorties in here we can cover? Probably not. I can turn an 11-minute video into 3 hours, depending on who we're watching, so maybe not. It might not be a good idea to jump into these. Especially since they're all so long. I might go on and call it here. Oh.
Did you ever think they were...
Don't look at my stuff. No, my distraction. I mean, when in doubt, you can always go rewatch Demon Slayer with Baby Nezuko. Oh, I've already watched this. I want to watch it again. I didn't realize this was one I'd already watched enough that I'd put it in my favorites. Rewatching won't work. Yeah. We can watch Trixie and Katya. I know they don't entertain you as much as they entertain me, but... But I will have to be awake for work in 12 hours, so I'm a little tired. Rip my liver this week? Why are you drinking more of those? Are you just drinking a lot of Monster? What's going on? I need to start sitting like a straight guy because it's really not healthy for my legs to sit the way I sit. Vodka. Good old vodka. Not good. I don't like vodka. I'm not a fan of vodka, but, you know.
Welcome back to the comments.
I think I'll go pee and then we can do a video, actually. Because I don't know what I would do if I got off stream anyways, so. I'd probably just sit and watch the YouTube videos I've got saved. I think we covered quite a bit of Am I the Asshole tonight, so. We had a lot of good ones tonight, too. A lot of quick ones, but still entertaining. Oh, hold on. One more Am I the Asshole? One more, and then I'll go pee. Would I be the asshole for forcing my son to pay rent or get a job? My husband and I own our home, so our son has lived rent-free with us after finishing college, but lately I think this has harmed him. He is 27 and has never had a job. You're the asshole for letting your son sit like this. No. When I suggested getting a job, he says he's worried that he would be stressed at work. He always has a reason and shoots on my suggestions to work, so he gets out of the house and does something productive. Just so he gets out of the house and does something productive. Every day after I get home from work, he complains about how he doesn't have a girlfriend, but refuses to try when his dad and I suggest he's getting a job, making friends through hobby groups, going outside more, dating apps. He spends all of his time complaining about how women don't like him, although he's never tried befriending or approaching a woman. He says if women are attracted to him, they'd approach him, and cites an example of one person he knows who doesn't work and who doesn't go outside, who has a girlfriend, as proof that he shouldn't need to do those things. We are at our wits' end and thinking of giving him an ultimatum to pay us rent so he will get a job. Am I the asshole? I'm worried he'll become homeless because he seems to really hate the idea of working, but I am at the end of my rope. No, you're not the asshole. Make that fucker pay rent. What the actual hell? 27? That is a grown man. It's not just your son. That is a grown-ass man. What the fuck? A grown-ass man. Not the asshole, but you've done him no favors by allowing him to be a bum for 5 years. Tell him he has 3 months to get a job or he's no longer allowed in your home. He then has 6 months after said getting a job to get his own place. In the interim, tell him if he isn't willing to change anything, he's not allowed to complain about it. Yeah. It doesn't sound like you're going to be able to convince him. Everyone sucks here. No offense, but there's no way your parenting hasn't directly affected or contributed to the way he's acting now. Honestly, giving him an ultimatum of having to work plus pay rent is the best thing you can do for him. If you don't need the money, I suggest putting it into a savings account for him and then giving it to him once he's matured a little. The thing is, if you give him this ultimatum, you need to accept the chance he might choose to be homeless. If he is as bad as he sounds, then you won't last long anyways. From the sounds of it, he has absolutely no idea what real life is and desperately needs a reality check before he ends up like one of those guys from the movie Step Brothers with Will Ferrell. Jarek! Hello, Jarek. Welcome to the stream, Jarek. Yeah, he also sounds like he's turning into an incel, and that women won't talk to me, and being like, you don't leave the house. Of course they don't talk to you. You don't see me complaining that I don't have friends, because I don't leave my house, except to go to work. So of course I don't have friends, with the exception of the people in chat right now, alright? And Max, alright? Y'all are the only people I talk to on a regular basis, alright? I don't sit here complaining that I don't have friends that can come over every day, because I don't go make the effort to go make friends that can come over every day. You know what I mean? Like, I don't complain about shit that I actively don't do anything to change. You know what I mean? Like, because that'd be fucking dumb. You know what I mean? That's stupid, you know? You know, complaining that everyone says I smell bad, but I don't ever take a shower. I don't ever clean myself. Like, that'd be stupid. Like, of course you don't smell good. You never clean yourself. You know what I mean? Like, like, you know, we're enough. That's why we're the best chat. True. This is true. This is true. Even though it's been just stray for the past 2.5 hours, I think. But, you know, Stray doesn't sleep, whereas Jarek does sleep. So, you know, there's a difference there. I mean, Stray does sleep just during the day, like I do. So, ooh, what'd you do to your foot? Did you kick somebody? Did they deserve it? Did they not deserve it? Wow, he's a grown man. Time to put your foot down. Jarek, foot down. No girl wants to date a 30-something man still living at home with his parents. Going with everyone sucks here. Yeah. Ah, it just was hurting. You did something to it and you're not sure what. That's always the worst. You're getting old, Jarek. You're getting old. That's how I feel. I wake up and I sit up or I stand up from doing this and I do a nice little stretch and everything pops. I don't know if y'all could hear that, but it was pretty loud. Could you hear it? Did you hear my spine implode? Did you hear it? I'm on crutches now? Jesus Christ. Huh? Yeah, absolutely. Go get that shit checked out. The fuck? Are you sure it's not just a cold that's located in your foot? You know how those colds hit us men, you know, it just wipes us out, you know? Yeah. You probably slept weird or something. It's always something stupid. It's either something stupid or you're dying. There's like never a middle. You either go to the doctor and they're like, you're just old. Or you go to the doctor and they're like, well, you have cancer. So like there's never an in-between. You're the asshole for letting him do nothing so long. Take away his gaming rig and turn off the internet when you're at work. Yeah, they probably should have got him into therapy. Yeah, they did not do this kid any favors. And by kid, I mean full-grown adult. He's 27. A whole-ass man. The fuck? WebMD says I've got 2 minutes to live. Yeah. Okay, he says he has some culpability, but I'm going all the way to you're the asshole. Downwards be damned. You've ruined this kid. Charge him rent, throw him out. He has to stand on his own feet. Unless he has some severe health conditions, worrying about being stressed at work is one of those things for which we all put on our big boy pants. Yeah. Sorry, there's no way to you're the asshole of the situation. Everyone sucks here. The parents are to blame too, but man, at 27 with a degree, with a world of information at your reach at all times, how can you be so dense? He's put himself in a bubble and is claiming ignorance over such basic things. A girlfriend? He probably just wants one to replace his parents, probably. At one point, you cannot blame your upbringing alone about your situation. Yeah. totally agree with this. When I was in my later 20s, I for a short while moved back into my mom's house when a lease on a place I was renting with a couple friends ended, and I could not get out of there sooner. I felt like such a loser having to say I lived at my mom's if I met any girls. I didn't let it stop me, but how could this guy be 27 complaining no girlfriend like a middle schooler does, and not have the thought cross his mind that he needs to get out on his own or make money? I couldn't imagine how some people can live so much of their lives and feel like they should be provided for and not have to take care of themselves. Yeah. But it doesn't say anything about him having a mental illness. He just said he's worried he would be stressed at work. We're all stressed at work. Work isn't meant to be fun. Like, work isn't meant to not be stressful. Like that. She doesn't say anything about him having a mental illness. So, or him being disabled in any way. Yeah. I'm stressed when I wake up. The fuck? Yeah, I know, right? I'm always stressing about something. This guy is 27, and he's been freely living with his parents since he left college. He could have been earning money during the past 5 years, saving it up, and could probably like buy a house or something at this point, because they've not even been charging him rent all this time. Jesus Christ. Imagine having parents who like you and let you live at their home for free and aren't the worst to be around, because clearly they have not really been bothering him all that much, because they've just let him live at their house all this time, you know? Well, yeah, buy a house at 27 when you've had 5 years to do nothing but save money. No rent payments, no like car payments, no, none of that. Just you were still on the insurance up until you were 26, let's say. Like, no rent payments for 5 years. That's enough to at least put a down payment on a house. Mortgages are often cheaper than rent. Incel, yeah. That's the problem. He's not earning money because he didn't get a job after college. I know you weren't here for the opening of the thing. Right, I know parents who give a shit about you. I know, I could never relate. My husband and I own our home, so our son has lived rent-free with us after finishing college. But lately, I think this has harmed him. He's never had a job. He's 27. So did he not even have a job in college? Or before college? This just sounds like a privileged asshole, not some mentally ill asshole. This sounds like a privileged asshole. Because she says she doesn't say he hasn't gotten a job since college. She said he never had a job. He's never had one at all. So he didn't have to go get a job towards the end of high school. He didn't have to have a job through college at all. Yikes. Yeah, a lot of Tate and Carlson, yeah. But add Peterson, yeah. You're the asshole not because you're forcing him to pay rent or get a job. That's long overdue, but you have coddled him to the point that he knows, quote, I'm worried I'd be stressed at work, end quote, would be accepted by you as a valid reason to stuff up his lies. He has a college education. If he can take final exams and write papers, he can go to an office. Yeah. Aren't privileged people just assholes anyway? Yeah. He is at a standstill. He needs a wake-up call. I give him 6 months max to get a job and find his own place to live. What self-respecting woman is going to be interested in a guy pushing 30 who lives with his parents and has no job? Maybe you thought you were helping him, but you've immobilized him instead. You can try telling him gently and then more firmly, but you have to get him to act. The time is now. He should have been working since he graduated, which must have been about 5 years ago. Yeah. Right, if I told my parents I was worried about the stress, I would have gotten, life is full of stress, get used to it. Yeah. Which isn't even like a shitty response, in my opinion. Like, parents love to do well, life is hard. I feel like that's different than life is stressful, because life is stressful. Having a job is stressful. Being an adult is stressful. That's just how it is. It doesn't have to be hard, because usually when they do that, when you're like, well, this is difficult or whatever, they're like, well, life is difficult. They're usually being jackasses. But the point of this situation, of him being like, but I'm afraid I'd be stressed at work. Like, yeah, it's work. You're at work. You're not meant to be having a good time. Like, you're not meant to be just coasting along when you're at work. Like, that's not in an office, not in a warehouse, and the places it sounds like you'd be getting jobs at, and we don't know what his degree is in. Most people are stressed at their job, even if it's an easy or fun job. There's still some stress. Like, people who love making movies are still stressed as shit while making movies. You know what I mean? Like, they might be having a good time, but they're still stressed the fuck out. You know, like... What's the phobia of being afraid of the outside? I knew it before I read it out loud. Fear of outside. Agoraphobia. I don't think he has agoraphobia. You know, it's more stressful than a job, not being able to afford food and a roof over your head, and still having to go to work. I need to add that onto the end, because that's where I'm at. No, I can afford a roof and food. But what's more stressful than a job is having a job, but also still not being able to afford food and a roof over your head. American capitalism. That's where we're at. What was his plan? Why did he go to college? I would love to know. He won't try therapy, and he seemed interested in college, but after college he said he doesn't want to work. Did he finish college? Yeah, 108 downvotes. Yeah, I have to downvote it as well. This is bad. Oh, so you've made him too comfortable. I'd stop all of it. You're not doing his laundry, providing internet, cooking for him every day, giving him spending money, buying his snacks, paying his bills, nothing. Tell him, guess what? You're an adult. Our responsibility to hose, clothe, and feed you ended 5 years ago. Now you have to be an adult and provide for yourself. We are happy to help you when you're in need, but right now there is no need. You just have a want to not work or adult. Give him a timeline. Absolutely. Very few people want to work, but we all want to have a life. I don't want to work either, but, you know, here we fucking are. Yeah. I would also prefer to do a lot of things over working, but those things unfortunately don't pay the bills and cause me to have more bills. So here I am at my job working to do those things, unfortunately. Yeah. I don't know, maybe OP will let us move in with them. They sound accommodating. Like, I didn't work all through college. I really only worked seasonally and then actually during college for senior year. So I had it a bit easier than a lot of people have it, but I still got a job before college. I worked my senior year of high school, all through high school. And then I worked seasonally for the first 3 years of college. And then I worked through my senior year of college. And I've worked ever since, with the exception of those 6 months where I unemployed myself, but was still paying rent. You know what I mean? Like, it was, like, I don't understand people who have never had a job by the time they reach 25, or they're doing their first job at the age of 23. Like, I don't know how you manage that, like how that works. Like, especially if you've gone to college and you haven't done any work, you have no work experience in anything. Like, you know what I mean? I think get your own home is too much, but buy your own stuff is reasonable. Well, I think, yeah, I don't think you should kick him out. I think, because you can't just up and go get a fucking apartment, you know, like you have to have a job for a little bit first to have the money to start paying for the apartment. So I think 6 months is a reasonable timeline to go get a job and get enough money to find an apartment. That is a reasonable timeline, in my opinion, is 6 months. And in that meantime, stop doing his laundry, stop doing the adulting things for him, provide a roof, a bed, that's it. He has to buy his own food, he has to do his car payments, buy his gas, all that shit, you know? So I think 6 months of not having to pay them rent is plenty of enough time to save up enough money to get started in an apartment. Or go in on an apartment with roommates and have to live the roommate life once again, because he did it in college, I'm sure, unless he lived at home with his parents, you know? Well, you don't live in a very cheap part of the country, to be completely honest. Like, you don't live in, like, the most expensive place, but you live in a pretty big city that's pretty expensive. So there are much cheaper places to live. I don't know where they're located, so who knows? Maybe the cost of living there is stupid high. But in which a lot of workplaces will compensate you for that. So, yeah, we have no idea where he lives. He could live in New York City. He could live in the boonies. We don't really know. But I feel like 6 months is a reasonable timeline. Yeah, what's your plan? Let him freeload until you die, and then leave him with 0 skills for surviving in the real world? Yeah, I don't agree with kicking him out. I think that's harsh. But another one of these. Am I the asshole for not letting my parents visit my son? I'm gonna go pee after this one, because I was gonna after the last one, and now I'm distracted. So now I'm back on this. And then we'll go to a video after this, after I get back. About 2 weeks ago, I, 30 male, and my partner, 30 female, welcomed our son into the world after a grueling 24 hours of labor, ending in a C-section. Oh, that sucks. The experience was very traumatic for both of us, and immediately after the birth, my partner said she didn't want to see anybody for 3 to 4 weeks because she does not feel comfortable with people seeing her so weak. Now, I knew this would not go so well with my family, so my partner and I agreed that I could invite them to the hospital where I could bring him to them so that they can at least see him once. Still, my parents, and especially my mother, do not understand this at all. They're pretending like I'm doing some grave injustice to them by not allowing them to visit us and our son, and claiming that we are selfish for not sharing our happiness. And honestly, if it were up to me, I would probably invite them just so I can avoid this drama, but my partner was very insistent on not wanting to have visitors, so I'm standing my ground. No, you're not the asshole for standing your ground for your recently pregnant wife. So, you know, he can at least be paying his own food and internet bills, exactly. And honestly, if it were up to me, just to avoid the drama, I mean, this is getting in your own words, you would have had them over not to share your joy or because you wanted them, but to avoid drama that cannot and should not trump your partner's recovery. Not the asshole, keep holding firm on this boundary, let your partner recover in privacy. Yep. Not the asshole, follow your wife's lead, she just had a C-section. It's understandable she doesn't want to entertain folks right now, yeah. In-laws are strangers to whom you need to be nice. This can be exhausting. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Stray. Not the asshole, this isn't about them. It's your wife needing you and supporting her decision in waiting. Alrighty. I think that's enough. Am I the asshole for the day? I have to pee. So I shall return shortly. Alrighty. We're just gonna do this one video and then I will be ending stream. Because this one video will probably take us a half an hour unless it's really bad. In which case, we will still end stream after this video is over. And by bad, I mean like not very entertaining. Or really stupid or something. Like, obviously all of the videos we watch on this channel are bad, but you know. I mean bad as in not entertaining. Why did she say leftist streamer triggered by the comment section? You'd get more views if you just said Hassan. If it's even actually Hassan.
I'm not crazy, right? Like, she looks too much like Ben Shapiro. Like, it's freaking me out. I can't stop. I can't look at this anymore. It's hurting my brain. Seeing how much she looks like Ben Shapiro, it's weird.
She does. She's face-tuned Ben Shapiro. It's very funny. I love her reacting to Hassan. That kind of makes me happy. I probably will say that actually, because I've watched that Hassan video years, like a while ago, like last year when it came out. But you know, oh, actually, here's two short little ones about the same kind of shit. So if this one's ass, we'll check out the other one, which is probably also ass, but you know.
Section, I'm Brett Cooper.
Oh, hold on, I gotta stop the chill music because we're actually watching content now. Goodbye, chill music. Thank you for entertaining us.
Guys, this video is gonna be epic because, as you all know, I'm an expert on this subject.
You know, are you?
I'm something of a scientist myself.
I know everything there is to know about video games because I have played them 3 times on live stream, so obviously I'm qualified to talk about this subject. No, I'm absolutely being sarcastic. This is totally out of my wheelhouse, but
I was gonna say she's gotta be lying because I don't think she's an expert in anything except grifting, so, you know, like...
who's a great subscriber of the show, he tweeted this at me last night, and I saw it and I was like, yeah, this actually really fits comment section, and so I talked to Scheller.
Why is, I'm sorry, this isn't relevant really, but why is this mic like this? Why is she so far from a desk? Why? I mean, I know it's because she's in a studio and not actually in like an apartment, but like, why is this mic, why do you have the longest microphone in the world, microphone stand in the world? Microphone arm in the world. Why?
I got some context for the whole thing, and we're going to learn this story together because I don't think me not being 100% confident on a subject should keep me from talking about it with you guys because I think it's entertaining. But before we get into it, just a reminder, I have merch now.
We don't care.
Video game mods, which in my mind as a YouTuber, I was thinking. So today we are going to be talking about video game mods, which in my mind as a YouTuber, I was thinking like, oh, chat mods, like that sort of thing. Like, are they moderating a game?
Oh, my sweet summer child.
No. This is modifying an existing game. There are a bunch of different websites that you can go in and basically like change the code, make the appearance of a game change. You upload it and then other users can download it and play it. And the people who do that are called authors, and there's different sites where you can go and find mods of games. Obviously, I'm not involved in that world, so I might have screwed up that explanation, but for people who need a surface level, you know, what's going on, that should get you through. So IGN tweeted this out yesterday and said, after a Spider-Man PC mod aimed to remove every pride flag in their game, Nexus Mods removed the mod, banned the creators' accounts, and said that...
Oh, okay. I thought she was going to say that someone modded in the gay stuff, and I was like, no, that was there, because it takes place in New York City. And I don't know if you've ever been to New York City, but it's very gay. I haven't been, but I know people who have been, and they reported very gay. So... but something Hassan pointed out in a recent video of his that I watched is that he might live in LA, but there are still more Republicans in LA than most hick towns because there are so many people in LA. You know what I mean? It's not, it might be a hub of leftism, but it's still got a lot of Republicans there because it's such a populated area. So the same would be said for New York City, one of the most populated cities on the planet, I think anyways. At the very least in the USA. That there's a lot of people that live there, and it's considered this leftist area because it's very blue. But I'm sure there's a lot of Republicans that live there. But also, I'm sure a lot of the Republicans that live there aren't jackasses who think that the gays are, you know, ruining society. But I can't speak for the New Yorkers because I'm not there. But and also, this is iconic that Nexus Mods removed the mod that was homophobic. Also, there's not that many gay flags in the game. Yeah, mods only affect the game for the person who added the mod. But the problem is this person was making a mod to remove the pride flags that were in the game. And so the mod site was removing that mod because it's fucking homophobic. My thing is, there aren't that many gay flags in the original Spider-Man game. You fly by it on accident. Like, you have to know where it's at to find it. There's not, like, all over the place. Like, it's possible maybe during Pride Month they put up a whole bunch in, like, a mod or not a mod, in, like, an update or something. I don't know. But the one that he's photographed in front of in this screenshot is, like, the only one that I can remember seeing. I remember, like, swinging past a pride flag and stopping and going, oh my god, a pride flag! And then I remember seeing one painted on the side of a building, but that's all I remember seeing in the entire game. I'm sure there were more, but it's a huge-ass map. So you really have to go hunting for them. And to have a mod that removes them just feels pointless and homophobic because you're not really going to go past them. You know?
Those upset by the policy can delete their accounts and move on. Snaps for Nexus mods. And the caption of this whole thing is, modding websites take stance against anti-LGBTQ plus content. Like, my god, okay. You people need to chill. I knew I was in for a treat with this comment section.
We need to chill? Someone actively spent their time making a mod for a game to remove the 3 pride flags located in the entire map. And we need to chill because we're upset about homophobia. I mean, yeah.
And people are pissed and fighting. It was one of those times where I was sitting on my phone scrolling for like 30 minutes going through one thread with 2 people going back and forth, and it was highly entertaining. So go enjoy it if you want. Like some guy said, isn't the whole point of modding to modify the game how you want it? It's a single player game. If people want to remove the pride flags, let them. It's their choice and it's not physically or hurting anyone. Plus, to try and stop them is kind of hypocritical.
Yeah, because she's in a studio.
I hope Max is editing this one because it'll make him happy. Max, I hope you cut it together so that I seem really smart, like a super sick gamer girl. From what I understand about this, game modifying community, is that the whole idea behind it is that you are modifying a game so that it is appealing for yourself. And then people can download it if they so choose, if they are interested in what you've done, but you're not forcing anybody to play that version of the game. An interesting tidbit that Scheller told me was that in this Spider-Man PC game, they remade New York City in the game, and they have all these pride flags and all that stuff, but the game creators specifically took Trump Tower out of New York City.
I didn't know that. I mean, it's not a street-for-street recreation of New York City, Like, you know what I mean? Like, they can't have, like, Chase Bank and shit in the game. Like, I'm sure they removed stuff that wasn't just Trump Tower. But it is funny that they chose to remove Trump Tower. That's kind of funny, actually.
So, they're allowed to make a political stance and to put the pride flags and do all of that. But one little lowly...
Spider-Man has its own awful rich, guys. We don't need Trump. That's what Fisk Tower is for, all right? Like, I know she wouldn't know that because she's never played a video game in her life. But, at her own admission... But still.
Game creator that wants to change it for himself doesn't want to see the propaganda. Oh, hell no, you can't do that. You're not inclusive. It's just ridiculous.
Apparently Trump Tower is propaganda now. I didn't realize Trump Tower was propaganda. Did you know Trump Tower was propaganda? I don't think she knows what propaganda is. I don't think she knows what propaganda is.
The person responded to that comment and said, he makes a minor change to a minor detail barely anyone notices because the game is about swinging around a city beating the shit out of people. It's not preference, it's homophobia. You know damn well it's that. Quit playing innocent.
I don't think we do. Because we have other awful rich guys, like you said.
Okay, well, nobody is forcing you to look at or play said homophobic game. Some people might want to play a game and not have to see LGBTQ plus propaganda pushed down their throat. And you know what?
Did you know 2 pride flags in the entirety of New York City is propaganda? Did you know that that's propaganda? 2 rainbow flags? Crazy.
That's their prerogative. It's
Yeah,
not
they do.
your life. Move on. Another person said, the whole point of modding is to change the game to fit your preferences. Though I get why the left sees it's a problem, they are used to dealing with such cases by screaming on social media till the company panders to them. Yeah.
I know this was 10 months ago, but this is so funny when you look at all the stuff with Dylan Mulvaney in the past few months with like Bud Light and Nike and or whatever, like all the sponsorships she got, or people like started boycotting everything. This is the funniest tweet I've ever fucking seen, because that's all the right has done. Anytime any trans person has breathed near a company, or anytime a company has even thought about maybe putting out pride stuff in the past few months. So this is hilarious.
Yes, which is basically what happened in the scenario. If it had not blown up on social media with people taking screenshots of it, this probably would have been fine. They're gonna just make a riot until they get their way. Somebody said, still wondering why people think LGBT is oppressed, the most protected group nowadays. Literally, yes. When companies are bending and changing their policies and banning people for you, then you're not oppressed. You're just the oppressor. Hot take.
Tell me you don't know what words mean without not knowing what words mean. Like, I think Brett just doesn't know what words mean. And it may not be her fault that she doesn't know what words mean. She does work for the Daily Wire, so that may not be her fault that she doesn't know what words mean. Because the Daily Wire does like to try to employ people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They did try to hire, they own Matt Walsh. They own Ben Shapiro. They tried to hire, Ben Shapiro, the man who doesn't know that wet pussy is a good thing. Matt Walsh, I don't need to have any pejoratives or extra indicators for that one. And they tried to hire Steven Crowder, who is Steven Crowder. Again, I don't need more explanation for him. So it doesn't surprise me that they've hired another person who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, and continues to throw out like buzzwords that she doesn't know what they mean. And I know she doesn't realize she's part of a minority class, or not necessarily a minority class because women are the majority technically, but an oppressed class, but because she's, white and wealthy. Oppression doesn't look the same across the board. That's not how it works. Some black people, for example, never ever get called the N-word by a white person. And then other black people get called the N-word by white people every single fucking day of their lives. It's not the same across the board. Some companies will stick their necks out for queer people. And this was 10 months ago, so this doesn't have the context of all the shit that's gone down in the past 10 months with queer shit. And then some companies will not stick their necks out for queer people. We're looking at Target, for example. So it is very much not a universal thing, especially because of all of the anti-queer bills that have been being proposed, and a lot of which have been passed in the past year, and all of the companies that are losing money or refusing to put out Pride merch for Pride Month. Pride Month is almost over, and I've worked at Amazon all month, and I haven't seen a single fucking piece of Pride stuff go up for decoration this month. Not one. And I've been there every fucking week this month. Most of days of the week also. They put stuff up for Juneteenth, and they immediately took it back down. I haven't seen a single thing of Pride shit, with the exception of the Glamazon desk, which is the name of the affinity group or whatever you can join as a queer person. That's just in the warehouse. That's not even on their website. It's just they didn't even put up pride flags and stuff around for Pride Month. I don't think you understand how not welcoming that is for it to be so taboo to be taboo again at this point, that a company won't even put up pride flags in their own warehouses to support their queer workers during Pride Month. And I've not seen anyone else upset about that, because I don't think anyone else has noticed, because I honestly forget it's Pride Month constantly, because I've not seen any Pride logos anywhere. I've not really, with the exception of listening to the Trixie and Katya podcast, I've not heard about Pride events that have been going on, and things like it's been radio silence for the most part this year, with the exception of everyone screaming about Target's Pride merch, which I still want that Live Laugh Lesbian t-shirt, because that is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, this is Brett Cooper. We don't expect her to be accurate. This is the Daily Wire. We don't expect her to be accurate. So
somebody else commented and said, I mean, you can have this debate on free speech or hate speech, but why do y'all care so much? For real, got nothing better to do? It's a flag. If it bothers you so much, it sounds like a you problem.
I mean, yeah, it bothered them so much that they made a mod for it.
Yeah, that's based. If a pride flag bothers you, then you can go play this version of the game. If the American flag bothers you and Trump Tower bothers you, then go play the original. It's not that big of a deal. It's just interesting that this is what...
As if there weren't American flags in the original. The fuck?
Has gotten everybody freaked out. You can go get modified games where female characters are totally butt-ass naked as you're playing them.
Yeah.
Like, that's okay? That's
No one
up
said
to
it
these
is.
mod standards? But
we didn't say it was, Brett. There's just no point in trying to fight that because that's every single game.
moving some pride flags is now raging homophobia. The whole thing is just ridiculous.
No one said it was raging homophobia, Brett. They just said it was homophobia. There's a difference between homophobia and raging homophobia. The Daily Wire is a good example of raging homophobia, and Target backing down against the masses about Pride merch is just basic homophobia.
And it is 100% politicized, and it is 100% driven by this 1% that screams on social media until they get their way.
I still can't get over how ironic that is.
They are so powerful, it's absolutely unreal. Nexus Mods, which is the website that
I hope there's some queer in the comments who's recently said something like this. SpongeBob is very queer-coded. Yeah, SpongeBob is asexual, so yeah. Companies won't stop plastering the flag everywhere? Where? Send me photos of the companies that have done Pride shit this year. Yeah, true. Spider-Man would support Pride, though. If you don't agree with that everyone deserves basic human rights, then you shouldn't be playing Spider-Man or reading comics in general. Yeah. You're wrong. Sorry, Giga Beta. Another thing, Brett, it isn't propaganda or whatever if you're mongering words you're using to your audience. It's literally realistic. I can understand if someone mods the game to change the flag for safety reasons, like being in another country or something, but this person was obviously a troll. They shouldn't be recognized as some sort of hero. Yeah. I just thought the flags were around because it's New York and they do that sort of thing. Yeah, that's why. That's New York. I don't know what I can even say in response to that. It doesn't sound like me being, sarcastic. She never said anything about kids' games. She never said anything about kids' games. Maybe she will. Yep, to be honest, the flag in Spider-Man is not that big of a deal, and it is not really in your face much. You kind of have to go find it since the map is so big. It's not being pushed down your throat. Today's world is too sensitive. They say they're being inclusive. The world today is too sensitive. Yeah, says the people who literally boycott companies because they so much as breathe near a queer person. Like, y'all can't be like Brett Cooper saying this 10 months ago before the whole Budweiser Dylan Mulvaney thing is one thing, but the people saying it now, come on now. Use your eyes and brain, if you have one, for like 2 seconds, you know? 2 seconds to have a little bit of self-awareness. Just a little bit of self-awareness is all I ask. Just like a tiny morsel of self-awareness. I had to take the sweatshirt off again. The food made me warm. Must have been why I overheated earlier. It was because I ate that hot-ass food.
A lot of press for taking it down is not as based. They actually released a statement after they made their way into the news cycle. This is on their blog. In regards to the replacement of pride flags in this game, or any game, our policy is thus. We are for inclusivity and we are for diversity. If we think someone is uploading a mod on our site with the intent to deliberately be against inclusivity or diversity, then we will take action against it. The same goes for people attempting to troll other users with mods deliberately to cause a rise. For our part, we will endeavor to do a better job of moderating our website to this ethos ourselves. Great. You sound like Twitter 2.0, my friend. This is just a bag of shit.
Hadn't Musk bought Twitter already?
Right. Kinda cringe.
And then at the end, the guy says, if this policy upsets you, if we've broken some moral code of conduct as a business that you can't accept, I mean, God, the drama, the sass, he says, then please.
I wish this is how actual companies behaved, because, and I say actual companies because I'd never heard of Nexus mods before, but like big corporations, I wish this is how they behaved. I wish this is what Buzzweiser had said when people started blowing up their fucking shit instead of just disappearing into the darkness. You know, I wish they'd said, if you don't want to drink our beer, fuck off. Like, we don't need your sales, because they really don't. They still make stupid amounts of money. You know what I mean? And Twitter was pretty right-wing before Musk. Exactly. My point exactly. And, like, I wish companies would understand that they make billions of dollars already. Like, the big ones. Target, for example, already makes a fuck ton of money. You can afford to lose a little bit of fucking money to support such a massive base of people who shop at your fucking stores.
Your account and move on, as will we. Oh wow, so brave, so virtuous. I mean, come on. Are we even surprised? Because this is
the Daily Wire has said the same shit. I don't know why she's acting like this is some unique the fucking Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro and like these accounts that we watch on this show, right on this account right here, say this kind of shit all the fucking time. Oh, Matt Walsh is like, well, if you don't know what a woman is, then don't watch my show. Like, y'all say this kind of shit all the fucking time. Why is it so suddenly a bad thing when they do it from the other side? Like,
same stance
the hypocrisy
that every huge mega corporation has been taking for the last 5 to 7 years. They apparently hate their customer base, and they're willing to make everybody angry to appease a very loud...
I don't think you understand who the customer base for Nexus mods is. It's not straight people. Queer people are the ones who make the mods. Like, I don't know if you know how many of the IT existence is trans women, but it's a decent amount. There is an overrepresentation of trans women in the coding community.
1% that freaks out every time there's something that moderately upsets them. None of these companies have any balls whatsoever. I'm just saying.
This could literally not get...
Right, you can't use the Spider-Man movie. I'm sorry. The Spider-Man movie is woke. It has a black Spider-Man. Why are you using the Spider-Man movie?
But even though they are the mod site that has gotten the most attention, they are not the only one that took this stance and removed...
Oh, is it just more of the same thing? Okay, well, we'll move on to the next one then, if she's just going to keep saying the same shit over and over again and being the most ironic thing I've seen today, which is the Daily Wire screaming about or being upset because gay people are the 1% that love to scream about everything, and it's just so funny. It's just so funny.
Comment section, I'm Brett Cooper. Guys, by now, we all know that Disney is corrupt, and they're in for a hell of a year.
They are a corporation.
They got their special tax law revoked by
Wait, is she sitting in the same chair as me? Guys, I have to burn my chair now. Oh no, it's a different chair. It's a different chair. It's a different chair. It's a different chair. It's different. It's different. The design is different. The design is different. It's a different design. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. She's got the short version. We're fine. I thought I was gonna have to throw out my desk chair. Fuck. Hers doesn't have the part that folds over the back. It just stops. Okay, we're gonna. A crisis there.
Their not-so-secret gay agenda got exposed. They're about to...
Disney has always been gay. What do you mean? Have you seen The Little Mermaid? One of the first movies they ever put out. Have you seen that shit? That shit's gay as hell. This is something Hassan screams about all the time. Disney has always been gay. Like, it has always been gay. It has always been made by gays. I don't know if you know this. Musical theater, gay. I don't know if you know this, but Disney started in musicals. It started in musicals, and musicals are gay. And objectively, they are gay. Like, I'm sorry to tell you that. Musicals, gay. I'm sorry.
To lose the Mickey Mouse trademark this year. All of their sexual, predator employees are being exposed. They're kind of digging their own grave.
All of their sexual predator employees are being exposed, but we don't want to talk about any of the sexual predators being exposed in the Republican Party, right? We're going to just not acknowledge those, right? We're going to root Brett Kavanaugh into his position on the Supreme Court, right?
While simultaneously trying to climb out of it. And every day they get exposed for something new. But before we dive into...
No, we don't want your merch. Also, Disney is a massive company that employs fuck tons of people. If they had somehow managed to not hire a sexual predator, I would be surprised. You know what I mean? Like, every company has hired sexual predators. You know what I mean? Like, it's impossible to not when you're that massive. You know what I mean? Like, the problem comes when companies cover up sexual abuse in the company or protect sexual predators that they have hired once they find out that they are sexual predators. That's what the problem is. Not the fact that they hired one in the first place, unless they knowingly hired a sex predator, you know? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that is the difference.
Oh, yay, thank you guys so much. We did a backstage live at the Ryman Theater in... it was... And if you are just... You guys all know Big Hero 6. The main character from that, kind of looking like the Michelin Tire Man. Is it Michelin Marshmallow or is it Michelin Tire? Michelin Tire. Who's the Marshmallow Man? Stay Puffed? So he's a combination of the Michelin Man and the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man. That main character. Well, they're making a new TV show for Disney Plus. It is called Baymax. And Chris Rufo...
She doesn't even know what she's talking about. She doesn't even know the name of
who's the one who exposed those videos from the Disney execs meeting with the not-so-secret gay agenda, all that stuff. He pulled a clip from the unreleased...
Oh, yeah. This is in the thumbnail. They had a trans guy in in one of the episodes of the Baymax show, because we'll see it, I'm sure.
TV show that has the internet going crazy. Let's take a...
And we only know he's trans because he's wearing a trans flag shirt.
Little peruse at this.
It's so funny that they got so upset about this. Oh, this is the complete antithesis to what she was just saying about the last one, how people will get so upset about literally nothing. It literally doesn't affect you that we made a mod for individual people. Well, it doesn't affect you that for 2 seconds in this entire show, there was a trans person on screen. That blink and you'll miss it. Literally.
Would you recommend?
Oh, well...
This was so cute. I thought it was adorable.
These are the tampons I usually use.
Thank you.
I prefer pads. They're more
Yeah, because the context of this is there's a girl at the school that he's working at or whatever. I haven't watched the show, but I've watched longer versions of what they're showing. That shows how he gets this situation. He's trying to help someone who has just started their period and doesn't know what to do. And they're at school in a stall waiting on Baymax to come back. So he's gone to the store to buy what is necessary, but he doesn't know. So he's asking for help. That's the context of how we got here. He didn't just appear in a tampon aisle and start asking people about tampons.
comfortable for me.
Thank you.
I always get the ones with wings.
Thank you.
Get unscented and bleach free if you can.
Thank you. Yo, my daughter loves these.
Thank you. These might be easier if it's her first period.
These are really environmentally friendly.
Y'all,
I love the community. Like, he's like, my daughter loves these. I use these. I always like these. Oh, these are good for beginners. Like, I love it. I love the community that period havers kind of create just by having a period. Like, we just kind of exist in the same situation, so we all can kind of, jump in and help. The fact that the only reason people noticed this was because he's wearing a trans pride shirt. If he'd been wearing just a regular ass shirt, no one would have noticed. I guarantee you, no one would have noticed. If he'd just been wearing a regular ass t-shirt. Let's say that t-shirt was just a solid blue. No one would have noticed. No one would have fucking said anything. He said I like, but no one would have noticed. I promise you no one would have noticed. I promise you no one would have noticed.
It'd be easier if it's her first period.
These are really environmentally
And I love Baymax just being like, thank you. Thank you. Cause I love Baymax. Baymax makes me happy. Yeah, no one would have noticed. Because it goes so quick.
In this one scene.
And she finds it so funny. As if trans people just don't exist. Like, I don't understand why this is like funny. Like I don't like sure Disney's woke because they have a trans person, but like I don't understand why this is funny. Like it's not amusing. Like I think it's adorable. I don't know why she thinks it's so funny that a trans man could ever offer, you know, pad advice because he specifically offered up pads with wings, or you know, like no one could ever offer up period advice that isn't a cis woman or a dad, like, or a mom. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why it's amusing. I mean, I do know why. It's because she's a transphobe, but like, it's not funny. If anything, it's just woke, because that word has no fucking meaning anymore. But you know,
Disney has hit every intersectional box. We're talking about
That's
periods.
true.
We got women's rights issues. It's environmentally.
Periods are women's rights issues now. Oh my fucking god. Oh, we can't even talk about periods anymore without it being a women's rights issue. She's gonna say there's black people too, isn't she?
Friendly. We have a trans man. And then, of course, we have rights for non-humans because there's so many people that now identify as inanimate objects. So we have Big Hero 6 guy.
How is that relevant?
Here. Disney, you are the...
How is that relevant? What are you talking about? He's a fucking robot. That's the plot of the fucking show. That's why he's asking questions, because he's a robot and he doesn't know. What are you talking about? What is she talking about? What do you... Also, people who identify as non-humans, as in, like, dogs and cats, are not seen as valid by the queer community, okay? They're seen as weird, but we're gonna let them do what they want, because they're over there, and there's, like, 5 of them, okay? Like... Oh, because that's what she means when she says people identify as non-human. She means not that they don't identify as anything, but that they identify as, like, a robot, or a cat, or a dog, or a bear, or some shit like that, which is, like, literally nobody. Like, it's, like, such a small percentage of people, it's not even worth talking about. You know what I mean? Like, that is, like, it's like people who use, z's and zir pronouns. Like, that is, you're never going to meet someone who uses those pronouns if you're not queer. You know what I mean? Like, that is such a minor, tiny little portion of an already small community of people. Because we're talking about the trans community, which is already small. Then we're talking about the non-binary community, which is even smaller. And then we're talking about the non-binary community who uses neopronouns, which is even tinier. Like, we are talking about the 1% of the 1% of the 1% of people. But they want to scream about neopronouns. And it's like, I don't even know anyone who uses neopronouns. The closest I've ever gotten is someone who likes it pronouns. Like, that is the closest I've ever gotten, and that's because I'm queer. Like, that's because I surround myself with queers. You know what I mean? I have never met a neopronoun person. Ever. I have never met someone who doesn't identify as human. You know? Like, who doesn't recognize that they are a human being, even if they don't like it. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. There's also that situation. If you want to identify as a cat, okay, I'm gonna think you're weird in my head, but you go live your life, all right? Like, it doesn't fucking affect me, you know? Like, I'm not gonna make a deal out of it. I think it's weird, but I'm not gonna be like, well, you're fucking weird to their faces, and tell them to fuck off, unless they're also a creep, in which case I will tell them to fuck off. Because, you know, there are just some people who are weird, and you want them to fuck off, but those aren't always intersectioning. Although I don't know if I'd want to be friends with someone who thinks they're a cat and thinks that's like an identity. I don't know if I'd want that in my life, because I feel like these kinds of people look at those kinds of people and think that's what all of us are. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like people who use neopronouns and people who are like the smallest of the smallest groups of trans people are what transphobes use to, like, invalidate all trans people. You know what I mean? Like, you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, yeah. Like, and it's not even, like, a portion of the population that queer people recognize. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever met someone who identifies as a cat? Like, actually identifies as a cat? Like, I grew up with someone who would, like, wear a fake cat tail and, like, hiss at people because she was fucking weird. But, like, I don't think she identifies as a fucking cat. You know what I mean? Like, she was just a cringe teenager. I've never met anyone... Like, there are furries. Or are they non-binary? Now a kaiju. Nice. But does that person do that seriously? Or is it like a... is it like a meme? Because a lot of non-binary people meme with their genders and their identities and stuff. Like, especially non-binary people who don't really identify as anything or kind of identify as everything. They kind of... I've met a number of trans people who meme their own identities because they find it funny. The same way I meme my binary transness because I find it funny. Yeah, I've also met someone who identifies as an it and doesn't really mind it pronouns. Max for a time was fine with it pronouns, but knew that it looked weird for other people to call them it. I don't think they're still comfortable with it pronouns, but they were for a while. And for a while that could have been a month. I don't know. My memory's ass. I doubt they tell people to call them that seriously. Yeah, exactly. Like, because a lot of non-binary people already struggle with the whole asking people to call them they thing, which is like not a big ask, but people are super fucking annoying about it. Yeah, it does make the person calling you it seem like a jerk. But like, I don't understand. I know I will never grasp why the outrage around this kind of stuff, because I am trans. I am that trans guy in the aisle offering up help to the little girl who doesn't know what the fuck she needs, like the 13-year-old who's by herself because she doesn't have a mom, her dad's a deadbeat, and is trying to figure out what fucking tampons to use or what, because she's freaking out. And I'm like, girl, I got you. Here's the good shit. Like, you know, like, go, good luck. You know, like, you know, I'm that, you know. I would be that guy in the aisle who'd be like, oh, I'd probably say this is what my wife uses, especially if I'm going stealth, you know, or something like that. Or if I'm with my wife, be like, nudge her and go, like, you know, point, and she'd be like, bitch, you can do it too. And I'd be like, but it's weird for me to do it. Like, you do it. Like, you're a grown woman. It's weirder for grown men to approach young girls. You know, that's weird. But I just, again, mountain out of a molehill for these people. But then they want to complain when queer people actually complain about real transphobia and homophobia, that even though I think the complaining about the pride flag thing is kind of stupid, it is still homophobic to create that mod to remove the 2 pride flags on the entirety of the fucking map. But at the end of the day, it doesn't hurt me or affect me for them to do that and install that mod. I don't give a shit. I also don't give a shit that the company decided to remove it. Doesn't fucking affect me because I don't fucking care. The same way I haven't watched the show because I don't fucking care. I think it's cute. I like Baymax. I may watch it eventually if I'm in a cute, funsy mood. But it's not something that interests me. And if it's not something that interests you or it's something that makes you upset, don't fucking watch it. If you want to boycott Disney, good luck. Like, good luck boycotting everything that Disney owns. Good luck. Huh? Guess what? You can't watch anymore. ESPN. Have fun with that.
Impressive. I understand that you are wanting the brownie points. You want the accolades. So let's just all give a moment. Let's give them some applause. They really, in that one scene, they checked all the boxes.
Boo! You stink!
She didn't even mention the fact that there were black people in that scene. So we didn't check all the boxes because you didn't mention the black people, Brett. How are we supposed to check all the boxes if we don't check black people off? The fuck?
There were some people that were kind of weirded out about, you know, talking about tampons, periods. I don't want period stuff shoved down my throat. Like, there was a company that I saw recently.
Everyone start sending your period blood to Brett Cooper. In little cups. Drinking cups. You don't want period stuff shoved down your... Do you understand how fucking crazy you sound? Like, do you understand how fucking crazy you sound? I think they did. Oh yeah, I do think I remember that. I don't understand. I think these people understand. Like, we're talking about not even trans shit here. We're talking about periods. Something over 50% of the population experiences in their lifetime. But that's a political issue. To talk about it. And if she mentions anything about the fact that this is on a kid's show, I'm going to be even more fucking pissed off. Because, A, I know she didn't look up the context of this scene. I'll be very surprised if she mentions the context of this scene. B, do you know how many kids make it to puberty without knowing what a period is? So many. There are so many little girls who start their puberty and start bleeding and think they're fucking dying because they have no idea what's going on. That happens way too often, and you hear it way too often from grown-ass women who are like, yeah, when I got my first period, I thought I was dying, ha 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 ha, and that's not something to ah ha 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 about. It's fucking sad and fucking fucked up that our sex ed in this country is so ass, and that our parenting is so ass in this country that we can have the most basic biological experience be just unaware of. Like, fully unaware of the fact that it's a thing. Like, it is a fact that basically everyone who was born AFAB will experience a period at some point in their life. You could pretty much say everyone because the amount of people that don't is so small. You know what I mean? But basically everyone who is born with those parts will experience a period. Yet so many get to the point of experiencing one without knowing what the fuck it is. And this show will prevent that from happening to at least one kid. And that's making the world better, you know? When a kid gets their first period, they'll know it. They'll have heard the word tampon before. They'll have heard the word pad before. I don't know what all else he goes back and does. I think he just takes it all back to her. I don't know. I haven't watched the episode. I've watched the lead up to this scene. That's what I've watched. But it's like, there's so much education in this one little clip here that's so helpful. And then when you add that into the context of the whole scene, because I think it might be a skit type. I have no idea what this show really is. I've not watched it, as I've said. But to frame this as if it's bad? Like, sure, there's a tranny in it, so, scream. But to frame it as bad that we're talking about periods? The fuck? Like, you sound crazy. Like, sure, attack trans people. That's normal for you. But period shit? Are you... I don't understand.
That is making uterus period cereal in order to encourage talks about menstruation.
It's from Intima, the company Intima. What the fuck do you expect from the company Intima? Do you want to look up and see what else Intima sells? Probably sex toys. Intima, a journal of narrative medicine. This is a journalistic company. Was it Intima or Intimania? Intimania. It was Intimania. Sorry. Can I show this? Does it have any sex toys? No. That is a Kegel exercise thing. This is a company that sells period products. Is it a bit cringe that they made period crunch cereal? Yeah, a little bit. Am I gonna buy it? Absolutely the fuck not. I wonder if they did ever actually make this or if this was like a promotional stunt or something. Because you never know, like with these kinds of because they're not a cereal company, you know? This was 11 months ago, so if they existed, it doesn't exist anymore. But like, you know, like this is a company that's all about menstruation. Yeah, right? Honestly. So is it a little cringe? Yeah. Is it the end of the world? No. If everything that was a little cringe was the end of the world, we would have died 2 seconds into existence because humans are about the cringiest things who have ever existed on this planet.
Uterus period cereal in order to encourage talks about menstruation at the breakfast table. I am not shitting you. That's literally something that takes it a bit too
Brett, watch your fucking language. Jesus Christ.
far. But you know what? Women have periods. It's a normal thing. That doesn't bother me. But it is so blatant.
What do you mean it doesn't bother you? You've just sat here and complained about it for 2 minutes. What are you talking about?
That they are, you know, trying to please people, that they are trying to be as woke as possible so that nobody gets mad at them. And I can't even look at this and appreciate a normal scene without going, okay, come on, you're just trying to appease people. So,
let me look up this fucking Baymax show. What is the episode? What is the show about? In Fantastical City, he's a healthcare companion. Sets out to do what he was programmed to do and help others in any way possible. So it seems like it's an episodic thing where he helps someone new in each episode. where he helps kids mostly because it's a kids show. Middle school students have faced major life changes with Baymax offering unwavering support. Yeah, middle school student starts her period and Baymax is there to help her out. That's literally that's the plot of the episode. Like, that's the plot of the episode, Brett.
If it wasn't, you know, this political climate, I probably wouldn't be bothered by this whole tampon scene. But people were mostly concerned with the trans man with the trans flag t-shirt buying tampons. Chalkboard review posted, no one, not one person, not a single individual, Disney, tampons and transgender periods. And then they posted this.
There's nothing transgender about my period. It's just there. This is a funny meme. This is a funny meme, I have to say. Even if I wish tampons wasn't there, I wish it was just the trans flag. That would be funnier to me, because that's not happening. But this photo is also, I think, mostly what I'm laughing at because it's fucking hilarious. Because this person is trying to die right now, it looks like. So they're trying to have their head blown off by a fucking tuba. Also, how is she holding that whole ass tuba all the way up there? I'm so impressed. Huh?
Meme, kids, tampons, Disney with the trans flag. Oh God!
But no one needs to learn about tampons more than kids. Everyone else already fucking knows about tampons. Who the fuck else are we supposed to teach about tampons to, other than Ben Shapiro, who doesn't know how pussies work? Ben could just be like that. I know.
Somebody said, "Shout out to all my men who menstruate." This guy says, "Is that a linebacker sharing his favorite tampon brand?"
He literally doesn't look like a linebacker. He just looks like a regular ass person. What the fuck? Also, maybe he's been sponsored by that tampon brand, so he likes that tampon brand. You don't fucking know.
Listen, in this climate, maybe. You know, there was a whole ordeal recently because...
You see, they want to talk about the climate all the time, but then when I bring up climate change, they suddenly run the fuck off. What's that about? They want to say, in this climate, and then I'm like, yeah, climate change is bad. Then they want to be like... Don't be using terms when you're not ready to talk about all the terms, all right?
Tampax, the tampon company, started advertising with trans women. Trans women, meaning biological men. You guys know that TikToker Dylan, the 100 Days of Girlhood, that guy? Sponsored by Tampax. What?
Yes, because she's super fucking popular on... Do you not understand how brands work? I thought of all things Brett Cooper would understand, capitalism would be the one she'd understand. I don't know if you know this. I actually need to check because the number has definitely changed. But Dylan Mulvaney has 10.6 million followers on TikTok. With 59.7 million likes. Her videos average around 3 to 5 million views apiece. It just makes sense to sponsor somebody, to give them your product so they put it in front of people. Who gets that many fucking views? Like, that's just how brand deals work. You sponsor people who have anything to do with your product and can make you a lot of fucking money. And I guarantee you, the women who saw the Tampax ads that Dylan did ages ago, a fucking year ago, thought it was fucking cool. Because you know who watches Dylan Mulvaney? People who like Dylan Mulvaney. And conservatives. Who hate Dylan Mulvaney. That's it. No one else watches Dylan Mulvaney. Those 10.6 million followers are hate followers and people who actually like the shit she puts out. I don't follow Dylan Mulvaney. I don't follow Dylan Mulvaney because I'm not really a fan of her content. It doesn't appeal to me. It's too happy for me. But like, it's so frustrating. Also, update, Dylan is a she-they now, so, I don't know when that happened, but, I'm seeing, I don't really care, which is why I haven't seen, I've also not been on TikTok in weeks. Sorry, I just like women in suits. I'm sorry. Trans or not, women in suits are hot. I don't know what to tell you. This is 6/7, so this month. I don't know if that's the first one, but I think she's in the experimentation phase, it looks like. We hit hyperfem around middle of the year. And we're into the experimental phase, which we all enter. All of us transgenders enter the experiment phase at some point. See, she's trying out the they thems, which is fine. Like, who the fuck cares? But yeah, that's how marketing works. Brett Cooper, just a little fun fact. You don't know who I'm talking about. I love that you don't even know who I'm talking about. I'll pull her up. I just closed it, so. Dylan Mulvaney on TikTok. This woman. This chick here. She's only been on everything lately. This is the one that Bud Light fucking died over. Like, this is the person that people were super fucking pissed off about because Bud Light, you know, had her do a sponsor segment on one Instagram story. So, one Instagram story. I'm not even fucking with you. One Instagram story. That's it. I have this tab muted. Why are you playing songs? I muted the tab. The fuck? I have the tab muted. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Whatever. Oh, those things are cancer. Lol. Anyways.
What do you need tampons for? You don't...
Also, she made a video about she made a video about tampons, and then Tampax reached out for a sponsorship because her tampon TikTok video where she talked about how she carries them around so when she's in the women's room and another woman needs a tampon, she can help a lady out. Because that's what women do. They look out for each other. So, even though she may not need them, she carries them around in her purse. So when a fellow woman needs them, she's got them available. Because she's fucking nice. That TikTok went fucking viral as shit. And Tampax saw that and said, we can make some fucking money off of this. And guess what they did? They sponsored her and made some fucking money off of it. Yeah, it's literally all that happened. But they're framing it as if, oh, Tampax found a man dressed as a woman and had him sponsor tampons. Where is he gonna put it in his asshole? Like, that's how they talk about this shit. And it's like, you sound insane. Like, you literally sound crazy. And I don't think you understand that you sound crazy. Like, I've literally heard people say that exact sentence before. And I'm like, what are you on about? Do you know who Dylan Mulvaney advertises to? Her audience. That's who she advertises to. You wanna know who's not subscribed or following her on anything? People who don't like trans women, with the exception of political commentators like Brett Cooper and Ben Shapiro, okay? The average hick doesn't use TikTok. And if they do, they sure as fuck aren't on the side of TikTok where Dylan Mulvaney is gonna show up. So they're not even shoving it down your throats. The only people shoving it down conservatives' throats are conservatives who seek out this shit to scream about. Like, it'd be like me being upset that Brett Cooper is shoving her content down my throat when I actively seek it out to do reaction content too. I don't watch it outside of on stream or watching Hassan watch it. That is the extent of me watching Brett Cooper. But you don't see me sitting here complaining that she's shoving her opinions down my throat because guess who's seeking them out? Me. But that's how they talk about Dylan Mulvaney, as if any of them saw the original Instagram ad when it was there. And they didn't see a repost of it or a screen recording of it for the Bud Light thing. None of them fucking saw it when it was live. When it was posted normally onto her fucking Insta story. Because it doesn't stay on an Insta story forever. Unlike a TikTok, which sticks the fuck around. It was literally on there for a day and then was gone. And Budweiser got their asshole ripped open for it. And it's so insane to me because they're so up in arms over it for no reason. It's wild, man.
I have a uterus.
Well, she's a guy, so.
We have destigmatized periods too much. It should be more taboo. I don't want...
Periods are not taboo. What the fuck are you on about? You don't make uterus cereal if it's not taboo. Like, what are you talking about? There are still people who don't use the word period. There are still people who don't know that endometriosis is a thing. There are people who have endometriosis who don't know that they have endometriosis. There are so many period-related things that are considered taboo to talk about, like the pain of having a period, that to say that that periods aren't taboo enough, you sound psychotic. You sound fucking crazy. Any fucking woman, or anyone who's ever been a woman at any point in their fucking life, has had to fucking hide their fucking period and felt like they needed to. Because it's seen as gross and disgusting. It is gross and disgusting. That's coming from me, someone who doesn't like having one. But it is a natural biological thing that happens, and a lot of the natural biological things that happen are not very fun or exactly clean, okay? A lot of biological processes are not fun or nice. Periods being one of them, all right? That sentence is psychotic. I think that's the craziest thing I've heard today, is periods aren't stigmatized enough. The fuck are you on about? Next thing she's going to say is that trans people have too many rights. That's what she's going to say next.
it in my woke TV shows. But you know something that should actually be
Brett, you could just not watch the woke TV show.
Stigmatized? Having a fire skin care.
No.
My are gonna love it. And there are the quote tweets. There were a lot of people who were really excited about the scene. Somebody said, "This is a garbage take, but this clip is so great. I wish I had something like this as a kid because I was so scared and ashamed of getting periods, especially having something comforting as having a trans character unashamedly buying tampons."
Actually, the trans character was buying pads, but, you know, because he mentioned wings, and tampons don't have wings unless they drink Red Bull, in which case they might have wings.
The first part of it...
Honestly, if you soaked a tampon in Red Bull, it probably would fly when you flang it. It makes you think. Sorry.
I do get...
I need to go to bed.
Because there are a lot of young women who are nervous, you know, about puberty and about that part of life, and that's understandable because it's new and it's, you know...
They're not all nervous, Brett. Some of them don't know what's coming. A lot of them actually don't know what's coming. That's the problem. That's why it's in the show. It's to spread awareness of it to the kids who actually need to fucking know. Although the sad thing is, the only people who are going to be watching Disney now are kids with woke parents, apparently. So...
Your body is changing, all of that.
Why did she say it like that? See, if it's not stigmatized, why did she say it like that?
Women who are nervous, you know, about puberty and about that part of life, and that's understandable because it's new and it's, you know, your body is changing, all of that. But again, why the need to shove the trans agenda into that scene?
It wasn't shoved. It was very gracefully placed into that scene. It was blocked out. It was choreographed. It was drawn. It was art. It was voice. It was so gorgeously put in that scene. So seamlessly that if you hadn't been wearing a trans flag, you would not have noticed. You would have assumed it was some lady with a deep voice and not thought twice about it.
It would have been just fine if it was...
Honestly, you wouldn't have even assumed anything. You just wouldn't have thought about it.
Just, you know, Michelin state...
It's literally one voice line. That's it.
A puffed man, you know, trying to figure out what tampons to buy somebody. But, of course, that is the world we live in, where art, entertainment is rarely...
Imitating life?
Authentic and creative and without political...
How is that not imitating life? I assume Brett Cooper has no female friends or has never been in need of a tampon in a women's room, because that scene is an exact representation of what happens when you're in a group of women and say, anybody got a pad? Anybody got a tampon? That's what fucking happens. Everyone pulls out a different fucking pad or tampon, and you've got a nice option to choose from now. Like, I genuinely don't think Brett Cooper has ever spent time with women, because these takes are so out there in terms of not making any fucking sense that I don't think she's ever spent time around actual people. It's a little upsetting for her, from my perspective, that she thinks that this scene is unrealistic.
Political agendas. You guys know Sesame Street. obviously, even I, who was raised without television, knows Sesame Street. Well, they have gotten themselves into a little bit of a internet pickle because Elmo just got his Pfizer vaccine. I looked it up. Elmo is apparently 3 years old, and he went and got his vaccine with his little Elmo dad. But I was on Twitter last night, as I usually am, and this headline has just cracked me up. Senator Ted Cruz is feuding with another Sesame Street Muppet over vaccines. The popular children's show shared a clip of Elmo receiving his COVID-19 vaccine on Tuesday, causing the Texas senator to speak out against the beloved character's parent. Oh my God. He's obviously talking about the institution, the people behind Sesame Street. You idiot.
He probably isn't. He's Ted Cruz. I don't think you understand how small of a brain Ted Cruz has. He probably is speaking directly to Elmo. Also, I don't know if you've ever talked to anybody who's actively worked with the Muppets before, but they always say that it feels like you're speaking to a person. Like you forget that there's someone down there puppeteering them because it's so realistic. Like I've literally heard people say that before. Multiple people who have like done like YouTubers who've like done a Sesame Street thing when the Sesame Street people were on John Oliver, like they talked about in like bonus stuff that John Oliver was like, I think it was John Oliver was the one who said like I forgot there was a guy with his hand up his ass, like I forgot he was down there, like because they're good at their fucking jobs. So honestly, Ted Cruz would probably be fooled into thinking this is just a whole ass person. Yeah, and also Sesame Street has always been woke. That's literally their fucking point. The whole fucking point of Sesame Street is to teach children things. That's the whole reason for its existence. That's why it's there. That's what it's for. It's like saying school is woke because it teaches children. Like, yeah, that's why it was made. I mean, technically it was made to, you know, make child slaves, but it's a different thing. Well, yeah, Walt Disney was a massive fucking asshole. What the fuck do you mean? He never would have wanted his kids or grandkids to be exposed to black people either. The fuck do you mean? Walt Disney was a massive fucking racist. What are you talking about? Pulling another Owl House? Oh no, not the Owl House. The most iconic show to ever have been posted on Disney Channel ever. Yeah, it's literally just so casually slipped in there. He has one fucking line. What do you mean, why do they corrupt Baymax? What are you fucking talking about? Are you... Oh my god. I don't even care about the Sesame Street thing. I'm not watching the rest of this video. I don't give a fuck about Elmo being vaccinated against COVID-19. I really don't care. I really, really, really don't care. What the fuck? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You think SpongeBob SquarePants isn't gay? You watched all of SpongeBob SquarePants and think it's not queer as hell. I thought Sandy was a lesbian. Is Sandy not a lesbian? I never watched it, so I don't know. Trans women don't need tampons, but some carry it around to be nice to the other trans women. or the other trans women, the other women in the bathroom who might need one, because I don't know if you've ever, you know, been a woman in a women's restroom before and needed a tampon, but if you ask for one, a lot of times someone will find one for you, because women are dope like that. What? Oh, Sandy, yeah. Oh yeah, Sandy's big into Texas, I forgot. No one's shoving it down anything. How was one voice line shoving it down someone's throat? How is one voice line shoving it down people's throats? Please explain. One voice line that doesn't even mention transness, I should say. I know. I just needed to get it out in a way that wasn't just to you, someone who already fucking knows. You like the typing ASMR? Losing brain cells. What about you? Well, losing brain cells instead of sleeping, which is what I'm gonna be doing here soon, because I don't think I'm gonna be watching another video. But I am going to create spaces between my paragraphs, because walls of text are terrifying. Oh, I can't spell. Yeah, classic brain rot. Yeah, I did this to myself. I'm almost done though. I mean, we did a lot more what's it called? Reddit. We did Reddit and by the asshole stuff at the beginning of the stream. So we've only been doing brain rot for a short little while, maybe 2 hours, maybe. Specifically this brain rot. You know. It's a bit annoying, but, you know, it is what it is. Not much I can really do about it. I mean, having family cut me off because they don't like me anymore and things like that aren't exactly fun, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm just going to assume the rest of this is all spelled right. I don't feel like reading it anymore. I'm at that point that I've been looking at these screens for so long, and I'm so tired that the screens are starting to look like they're getting farther away. I don't know if you've ever done that before, where you like sat and watched TV for so long that the TV starts to like move. Does that ever happen? It's probably just me. That's probably just me. Oh, I've not even been looking at screens that long today. When I did the 14-hour stream, that was much longer of looking at screens, and I didn't have this issue, but I mean, feel free to ask questions, although things as broad as what's it like being trans are kind of hard to answer because it's different for everybody. But I'm an open book. I'll pretty much answer any question you ask outside of like, do you have a penis or vagina? Like, that's a stupid question. Don't ask that. I mean, that's just not an appropriate thing to ask anybody, trans or not. But I'm sure you're aware of that already. The woke culture has no shame. Not every topic issue should be shared. Actually, I disagree. Most topics and issues should be shared. Obviously, there are some that are too mature for kids. I don't think periods are one of those, especially since the show is geared towards middle schoolers. That is the exact right age to be telling them about things like periods and puberty, because that's when they're going to start experiencing those things. Honestly, I think middle school is a little late for that, actually, especially for a lot of little girls, because a lot of little girls start their periods and stuff before they hit, or right at the beginning of middle school, or like during. How did the Big Hero 6 scene weird you out? It was not even a full second long. Well, the scene was, but the part of the scene that people are upset about wasn't even a full second long. It was literally like 2 seconds long. Buddy, what are puberty blockers going to do at 20? Explain to me what exactly puberty blockers will accomplish at the age of 20. Puberty blockers at the age of 20. Oh, that's funny. You might as well just not fucking bother with it then. Okay, this is just factually false. Anime will always will always be weirder than Western animated movies. I'm sorry. Anime has weird. That is their brand, okay? Not at, before. You said you don't agree with puberty blockers before the age of 20. That's my point is, what is puberty blockers going to do once you've hit 20? Like, how are puberty blockers going to be effective on a 20-year-old? The whole point of puberty blockers is to prevent puberty. Last I checked, generally a 20-year-old has done puberty already. So that's what I'm saying. My point is, what would be the point of giving a 20-year-old puberty blockers? Like, that's not going to do anything. It's too late at that point. Also, 20 is a weird number, too. There's nothing special about 20 in terms of, like, laws or any of that sort of stuff. So, also just a weird number. I don't know what this is referencing, but I agree with the first half of this sentence here. Jesus, I don't know where that went. Yeah, puberty blockers were originally created for precocious puberty. So when, because it's more common for little girls to get precocious puberty, but it does happen in little boys too, where little girls will start their puberty way, way, way too early to a degree that it will cause actual, like, physical problems, as well as social problems, because starting puberty when you're fucking 6 years old, not ideal, for a lot of reasons. Not going to go great in terms of mental development, as well as it can cause a lot of health issues to do it that early. So that's originally who it was created for. And actually, the majority of people who use puberty blockers, I believe, are still cis kids. So we've been using them on cis kids for at least 100 years at this point, I believe. I believe the earliest ones were in the early 1900s, so it would be 20. It'd be 100 by now. I could be wrong on those numbers, but I do believe those are the numbers for that, for the years on that. Yeah. So they're safe. Like, they've been proven safe and reversible. All you do is stop taking them, and then puberty goes back to normal. That's what cis kids do when they take them. They'll start it at whenever their precocious puberty begins, to stop it in its tracks, and then they'll start it back up whenever it's time. And the same is done for trans kids, just a little bit later. They take it closer to when puberty would normally start, until they're 16 or whatever, and can, legally or more appropriately, or whatever you want to call it, make the decision to do the opposite puberty. Or for them, the correct puberty. So then they don't have to deal with all the repercussions of the wrong puberty. Are they even still here? Am I talking to nobody? By nobody, I mean someone who already knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Nope, they're still here. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure. It said 1 on my count, so I was just making sure I'm not talking into the wind. Because Stray already knows all this shit, so, I ain't gotta explain it to you, Stray. You know what I'm talking about, so. Get off my screen, Brett Cooper. I don't want to look at you anymore. Go away. I want to look at Horizon Forbidden West. I always want to look at that. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Most of this stream has been me talking to myself or to you, and all the stuff we've talked about has been stuff you're already aware of. I mean, it happens when you've got an average of 1 viewer per stream. You end up talking to yourself a lot. Also, you don't pay attention to me 24/7, so I'm gonna end up talking to myself anyways. If you got any more questions, Dopamine, you need to pop them off now, because I'm hopping off here in a minute. So, I know you're still in chat, but even if you're not showing up on the view counter, I know you're still in chat. That or you'll have to come back on Monday when I'm live on Monday. Because I got work this weekend. I can't be here, unfortunately. I will say, puberty blockers before 20 not being okay is definitely a new one. I don't think I've heard that number before. It's definitely an interesting number choice. I don't think they're still, like, here. Let's see. Refresh. Settings. There's a mod update. Says you're still here. I'm not gonna sit here forever. I do have sleep I gotta go do. There's a new smart detection feature on the auto mod. I wonder if it'll stop flagging every single goddamn word in the English language. Yeah, me too. I mean, I know we've been talking about some things where there are some weird ass like word combos, but like still, it feels like it's that, especially that night Rot was here, it felt like every other word was getting flagged, and it was like, these aren't even inappropriate things. Like, why was this flagged? I don't I don't understand. Also, whispers don't on Twitch don't send you, like, they don't make a little noise. Yeah, I know, that was weird. That whole thing being flagged was really weird. I don't know. I don't know how the auto mod works. I really don't. Alrighty, it does not seem like Dopamine is going to be saying anything else or asking anything else today, so they'll just have to come back on Monday if they want answers to the questions that they allegedly have. Because I am tired and I've been live for almost 6 hours in this segment. I was live for 3 hours earlier today, and it's 6 a.m. I need to go to bed. Because I have work in 12 hours. Yuck. Thank you for hanging out with me, Stray, especially because you've been here the whole time. I appreciate you very much. Oop, they did leave after I told them to goodbye. They're not in the chat anymore. That's funny. But I will see you on Monday. Normal stream time, 1 or 2 p.m. My time. That is my time zone. Get some sleep, eat some food, drink some water. Or don't. It's up to you. Goodbye.